stage. I think it's all calculated who he's fighting, but now I'm not gonna say it's staged, but if he fights Anthony Joshua and he absolutely starts in 30 seconds or less, something's up. I'll say that. That's two-time gold medalist, world champion, heavyweight. Anthony fucking Joshua. This is where we draw a line in the sand. Go. Well, hold on. No. Now I'll watch it, of course. But if you beat him in like a decision or losing decision, I got some questions. I'm not saying it's rigged. I don't need a suit. I got questions.
I also got questions. What's Jake up to here? Does he actually want to see how he would stack up?
Maybe this is the final stage of it. Be like, all right, I can get a fight with Anthony Joshua, and he gets starched, and he's like, okay, that's my time.
Yeah.
I made all the money. I fought the very best.
I'm out. Balls.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt on that.
This kid's got balls.
But if that thing goes longer than a minute, he doesn't get fucking starched, I got questions. That's all I'm saying.
You're not, Yeah.
Or maybe you don't even have to say anything, but if Anthony Joshua puts away in like the 10th. Okay.
So Anthony would make it a show.
The way Tyson did with Francis. And then Francis ran into Anthony. Anthony goes, oh, this is how it should go. And fucked his world up. That's how it should go.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. And Francis made all the money.
Tyson was not going full.
They put on a show. Same way Floyd did with Logan.
Yeah.
Really? I think so. I think he got him out there soon.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying it's staged with Logan and Floyd, but you know, I don't think he was giving it his all.
Yeah. I think it was Tom and Hearn said this is the most insane thing, but it's a crazy, crazy payday.
Yeah,
both of them. Crazy.
No, they're both making money. That's why get yours. Yeah. There's a lane for it.
What do you think that Jake in his training is thinking? Is he training with big guys and thinking he's the best?
No.
I mean, Anthony Joshua?
I know.
I don't
the
think
Javante Davis one made more sense. Mike, he's undersized. If he land one, he's in world trouble. Anthony Joshua?
Yeah.
The Greek goddess from fucking the UK?
Yeah.
That guy? The gold medalist? The former heavyweight champion?
Yeah.
No.
People think that, he gets beat by Usyk and stuff, and they're like, no.
No, I don't think anybody
So
thinks that.
good?
I don't think anybody. I think Jake's like, yeah, I'm going to test. This is the end of the line.
I mean, do that against people. You know what I mean? You're better off doing it against him.
You're not, though.
Why?
Because no one knows people.
Yeah.
The whole reason is to make money. No one's going to watch him fight people.
All right. I mean, Canelo.
Canelo's not taking the fight.
He's not taking the fight.
What else you got, Jim?
I mean, would you still be interested in... Remember how he said, either was it Jake or was it Logan that said their end plan was to fight each other?
Logan brought it out on my show.
Yeah. So would you still be interested in that fight?
Yeah, if it's a real fight, hell yeah.
Okie dokie. Then there's this about the WNBA.
They're picking out shoes. Guys have sex with them, but they didn't have feet.
Yeah.
It's true. Guys
are close.
Yeah.
Would you date a short queen, Jim?
How dare you, Brett?
What?
Short queen?
Like that blonde in that? Like that's a.
Give me a height.
Short, 4 foot, dude.
No, hell no.
Because I think under 5 foot's considered short, like the small.
I think under 5,
4'8" or something.
Like under 5.
No, but that's a type of there's a condition that
dwarfism.
Yeah.
But I think under 5. What I consider a little personal.
It's two for women.
Yeah,
So 4'10".
other than picking his nose and perhaps eating it, Brendan Schaub, did you see what happened there? Did you see him get caught doing the most disgusting thing ever? He took out that dipping pouch out of his mouth and stuffed it in the couch, in his little chair there. How many times has he done it? How many pouches are in that couch? Look, this St. Pierre, this nose-picking weirdo, really took that pouch out of his mouth and put it in his armchair. Oh my God! First and foremost, that dipping thing is the most disgusting thing ever. I remember when I was in the Navy, when I was on the aircraft carrier, USS Carl Vinson, CVN 70. And there was a smoke deck. I smoked cigarettes. But you'd go to the smoke deck and smoke your cigarettes. One time in the Persian Gulf, they were doing night ops or something, so the ship went dark. And that means they shut off all the lights on the ship, and you're not allowed to be on the smoke deck because they put on this red light. So we had to get off the smoke deck, and a guy just ran in, threw brooms in our hands, and was like, "You have to stay on it for cleaning." So, but there'd be guys all over the ship walk around with that pouch thing in their little water bottles and spit into their water bottles and just leave them around. So not only is it the most disgusting habit ever, that pouch thing, but to actually take it out and stuff it in the chairs. You know he's not getting that back, right? You know it's in there forever, and how many are in there. But you know, like, not after the podcast he's going to go, "Hey, B, let me go get that," or make Chinny even get it. He's just going to leave it there. That disgusting pouch that has the slobber of Chabanese, and it's been in a Redac's mouth. And it's dripping, probably. Dripping. Is lodged between the cushion of that armchair. Oh my God. Shab is a disgusting, a disturbing, disgusting mongoloid. I mean, and where's he even spitting his spit at? Is he spitting it into that Monster Energy drink, and are you drinking the backwash? You can tell he's not drinking that much anymore, though, because he's on to the Monster Energy drinks. Being sober, I've noticed people like to switch to energy drinks and stuff. But I mean, this dude, every episode, something new and even more disgusting than his normal behavior. It truly is a disturbing thing to have to work with this man. He's a disgusting human. Truly sad, truly pathetic. Do you think Chin has to clean that? Do you think like once a month Chin has to get in there and get all the pouches, dummies stuffed in there? Oh my God. When they go to move that chair, it's all drenched from pouch mouth water. Disgusting. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
That is certainly an argument, but they're going to build these things anyway. So you might as well take one in your neighborhood and be able to employ, better schools, better jobs, more opportunities, better homes, better life. And they're going to build these anyway, whether you like it or not. So you might as well build one in your area and improve your city. I'd love to have one in Berkeley. Throw one up in Burbank with the house. Affordable. And all that stuff. We don't need that. Get that out of here.
That changes everything about the heavyweight division. Yeah, that'd be great. It would be great. Now, this one you said, I haven't seen this, is Conor McGregor promises to never cheat on D again.
Okay, so that story went all over the place. And so everybody was talking about it. It's like, Conor promises not to cheat on D. That's how they interpret it, right? Like, so everybody's like, oh, he said they're at Bukhari, and he's like,
oh, look who it is.
and he's got her on his lap, so he's.
Yo, Instagram's banning my account. You little sluts. Yeah, dog. I did. Exactly. That's not. No, that bitch is still going. Fortunately, I posted 2,000 different reels on that bitch and then moved on to other ones. Oh fuck no, dog. I've already I've got an emulator. I've got an emulator on my uh, computer right now, and I'm gonna before I whoop your ass like 1,000 times um, in Scrabble. I'm gonna get this bitch to work. I'm gonna try to create a new account. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then I'll try again tomorrow. And usually they let you make them. You just cool down 24 hours. How are you doing? Was that your dog? That's not. That's not yellow, is it? Why is that dog such a dick? Did it hear Zoot's comedy? Yeah, that's animal abuse. Okay, he came in like 10 seconds after you left. And he and I played um we played and I beat him. And then oh and then we played um what else did we play? We played what's that game? You know that game, right? Fuck, it didn't work. Um what's that game that we played? Pool. We played pool. Um, I for like a very short period of my life, I would play people at a bar. Just not. I, I've never been a really big bar guy, but I ended up with some roommates going to a bar, something like that, and playing pool. And we used to play as younger people a little bit. People that have a pool table in their house or whatever. Um, and one time we were at this person's surprise party. I had to take a fucking ball right to the nuts. And like the person hit the ball and it jumped the rail, hit me right in the fucking nuts. So that wasn't enjoyable. Um, No, I mean, I was just playing against. I was playing against um, a neighbor, but we were at a friend's house, and she, um, just got distracted by my song, and it was so giant. She fucking hit the ball into it, and I remember it hurt, but it didn't hurt as badly as I made it out to be. But I wanted to put extra guilt on her because it's like, baby, you just hit me in the fucking ball. And we'd play ping pong a lot. I think I'm better at ping pong than I am at pool. I was always afraid. It seemed like, I don't know, whenever I played, somebody had just had the table felted or refelted, and I was always worried I was going to like mess up and hit and like scratch the felt. And fortunately, nothing like that ever happened. But I was just kind of always cautious about it. I had a friend of mine who was really, his dad got him into it. You know what? Oh, I know when I played. On my 21st birthday, I played because everything was closed. All the bars were closed, and there was like nothing to do. So I went and I played pool, like basically by myself in a pool hall, and then I had a party that night. But in answer to your question, I just play here or there, nothing competitive. How about you? Are you good? I feel that. All right, you ready? How many games in a row do you think I'm going to beat you? All right. I don't know where Miss Aquarius is. She, by the way, her grandfather died on February 14th. So she's been dealing with that, but I'm just giving you like two. Yeah. He was 99 though. So that's a really great run. A little less. We were hoping for 100 at least. So all right, but I'm gonna just do you want me to go first, or do you like want to give an excuse? You know what? I'm not even gonna give you. I don't want that fucking excuse. So you're just gonna have to go first. I am at one of the biggest disadvantages in the history of this game because I can't see how many tiles are remaining. You played Gink? What is it? Would you please look up? What is a Gink? Of course, I know what a Gink is. Just making sure that it's being used the way that I normally would know it to be used. Takes one to play one. Yo, you to go? I mean, is that something that I can do anything about, or is that a you problem? Because baby, there are two kinds of problems in this world: me problems and you problems. Frankly, that sounds like a you problem. Dog, look at this guy. Look how fucking long it's taken him to play anything. This is ridiculous. Absolutely, positively, one of the longest. What the fuck is that? Dog. Wow, it is ridiculous how long it is taking you to play. It's also ridiculous how tired I am. No. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make 4 games. That's ridiculous. I might have to just throw it. This is a low scoring game. What the fuck is that?
And he said that because the ref, they called it charging called late. With 6 minutes left in the game, the U.S. was called for charging. But if you look at the referee never saw it. The referee was looking at the puck. And then she turned around, one of the Canadians was down. And so she assumed that it was charging. And so it was a really bad call. But I'm not getting down. I'm just saying that there's like, I could make that game 30% better by giving them 5 tips. Okay, then I can deal. A, don't change shifts with all 5 people. That's for starters. Don't pass it into the crease to another one of your players unless they're there. And a lot of times they weren't even there. There's no Americans in the crease, and they dumped it into the crease. Why they dump it in the crease with no Americans? They can't score. Another one, what's our defense? Don't pass it through the crease ever. Ever. Don't pass it through the crease. They teach you that in the first day of hockey. So that's great. 4 is they need a lot more speed on their shots. And some of the slap shots. Well, I thought they were in slow motion when they were shooting. So that's 4. And but there's 4 tips for you. How to make that game faster. Oh, and then fifth one, keep your head up. Don't keep looking down at the puck. That's how you get all these acts. That's why you constantly see these women running into each other. Because they're all looking down at the puck. Keep your head up and appeal for the puck on your stick. And you can see it through your peripheral vision. And you can also see where the puck is.
I played that like I really had to think it out and not make slider, like not give you a bunch of shit. I'm pretty proud of myself for that one, son.
I would love to see that game. There be a women's, I know there's a women's professional hockey league now, but nobody goes. For those 5 reasons I just told you. No real hockey fans are going to sit because it does look like a beer league pickup game that you would see in Pickford on a weekend. Yeah, that does sound insulting, doesn't it? It's not seven. You know what? I did insult them. Was right. Yes. She was 100% correct. Now that I listen back, she's right. I did insult them. Yes, I don't apologize for it, but she was right. That was yeah. It is a beer league pickup. Maybe they'll just, if they call it that, more people would watch. They can watch the gals play in a beer league pickup game because the expectations set at that level. That's right. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, set at a low level, and people come. All right, let's get back to these clock bags. There might be some more episodes. What? There's 1,800 more? Oh, okay. We'll get to you. Kevin. Kevin, how are you? Living Hawthorne. Oh, he's moved out of state. Lost another one. Kevin used to live here. Now he lives in Nevada. You're going to take the bus to work.
What's your favorite thing about the Brendan Schaub links that I sent you?
Okay. What kind of 45 are you packing? No, it's a Burbank bus, dude. You got that, Kevin. Kevin, come on, buddy. It's a Burbank bus. You don't need to pack for the Burbank bus. Take is the Burbank bus. You know what they call that?
Mm-hmm.
The pink line. You need a 45 to take the pink line? The hell out of here. No, the Burbank bus is very, very clean. And for $1.
That was a good one, dude. 18. Excellent work.
It's a mile and a half.
You're welcome.
From my house to here, there's 6 stops. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it stops every 8 feet. Enjoy your new time. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Guys listening in Nevada. Take dog. Before, it's like the hey, it's me. I've never done that. When I call my daughter, I would say, hey, so, Dad, and you would respond to it. I know. It shows up on my phone. You text us like that too. I do. I go, you send a text on us. Yes. I'm kidding. I always sign them too. Like, like, hey, thank you. This is all your night. Thanks, Steph Boosh, from top.
Dude, this must be one of the most concentrated, compact games I've ever played. Wow.
I don't know what gas station it's at, but Belly will find it. God, is that so? Well, as Mondo used to say, the flavor is in the face. So the face, yeah, but that's true though. In a lot of animals. Yeah, feels good. Is that right? Okay, so the flavor is in the face.
Dog, this could be devastating. Devastating if you could do well.
Is that right? Wow. I guess that makes sense though. I mean, that's that's the like soft muscle that has had a lot of flavor. That's wild.
Must be nice getting all these S's.
Jesus, that's huge. Oh, so we would take like clients out. Wow, man. But he paid lives. Where they don't get tangled. A lot of guys that didn't know what they were doing, so I had to be the one to grab it and hook it and pull it and get it, sit with them and give it to them to pull it in. When you touch the rod, you say no, my rod now, my rod. I think that's where that line originated. I am the captain now. That's a very young Crozier, young 13-year-old Crozier on that boat. I'm the captain now. All right, we're live on KMI 840 till 10 o'clock every night, right here on KMI 844 now. Long Beach says that ice out of Long Beach mayor hanging at City Hall is for solidarity with immigrant families affected by federal enforcement actions. And a 27-foot dead whale was washed ashore at Newport Beach. It's believed to be humpback about 20,000 pounds. Right here, Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, we make it easy. Let's head out to Pasadena. This is on the 210 westbound right before Fair Roads. We have a crash there. It's out of lanes and on the right shoulder. CHP's on the
What a fucking word. At least it opens everything up. I should get a lot more points. I should get a lot more points for a word that long. Even though it's double, it's not that many points. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 2 is 24. That's not like that many points for a word. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters. That's a lot. For long words and science words. But not like stupid science words like, I don't know, like longer ones, like universe or something.
Listen to Burton and Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burton and Guilt and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
This is Truth, John of God, a podcast bringing inside the world of a healer who was worshipped across the globe and the darkness that surrounds him. An investigation into faith, power, and the people who listen. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Two-Face, John of God, and listen now.
A venue that defied segregation, a mysterious man who became, and a community bound by music. Join host Rabbi for a podcast exploring Charlie's Place, a club that was about so much more than music.
Music, dance, lyrics, creation, more than any judges, gallery, or the Red 16.
Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast. Charlie's Place and start listening to our radio app today.
Welcome. My name is Paola Perez, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy podcast. Their new perspective. Listen to Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000.
Are you gonna guess?
iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lights me up. I love connecting people. About her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m. I have an email that says
Zebra should be worth a lot. That's a really great word. Raid, that's a good word. Hey, what do you about it? Baby. Oh. Okay, so
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music,
man.
and podcasts all in one. KFI AM 640 or stimulating talk. Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show.
A guy led police on an 18-mile pursuit, and you won't believe what was in the back of his vehicle. #4 will amaze you. It's the 9 news nuggets you need to know Friday on the Gary and Shannon show. KFI AM 640. It's coming till 10 o'clock. We are live. It's 9:24, 24 36 to the and they'll take it till 5 o'clock. More.
Wall? What the is wall? That's not a word. You and I both. Okay, Wawa should be a word. I'll give you that. Okay. Yeah, but that's Vav. And there is no war. Like, that's transliteration. It's not. That's what I just said. Vav. VAV. I just said it's Vav. Yeah, well, I only play in English. And I did know that, and I do know that, but it's never used like wa. It's used as vav. But okay, you different languages. I mean, that's cool, dog. You you well, you could win here. Man, for I had such better letters than you did. I had like three S's, the Z, the Q. You had. I'm saying I had three S's. I had the Z. I had the Q. Like I should have won by more. You had the only thing that you had that was I had a blank tile, and I mean I just did not do that well. It was it wasn't that many. Good job. All right, I've got one last game in me, and then I don't want to get my fucking hours all fucked up. Riser. I'm gonna let you go first because I don't want to hear your bitching nor your moaning. God, you're big time. That's one of the worst plays I've ever seen. I feel like I have the exact same letters that I had at the beginning of last game. Dog, I let you really swap out tiles and I still pass because I don't want to hear you're bitching. Oh, good one. I don't know why you would use the S. Oh, because of the double. Okay, I like it. That's a good play. Dog, dog. That's impressive. Yeah, baby.
You know about the Bears moving to Indiana?
Oh, yeah. Indiana said they're proposing because they need a new stadium.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because Indiana is not that far. I mean, the northern part of Indiana is only like 12 miles from where that stadium is now. So that may not be a bad idea. Slide them into Indiana. It's like having, the Rams, if the Rams were to move to Orange County. It's even less. It's probably about 15 miles from where they play. Okay, we'll do more. It's top time. Tip tap time. Okay, I'm on MC 44 now.
They got like a symphonic channel there, Rusty King. Say more from the storm. Sounds like a freight.
I know. I know I didn't. I redeemed it for an E. But I did use an S in that one. Dude, you have a huge fucking lead.
Cement installed in the 70s that peeled away, but the debris can't be removed until the rain starts. People stay away from the channels during storms. Mark Bonner, KFI News. City Council's voted to make on-location filming easier.
The Economic Development and Jobs Committee has approved 9 motions called the Keep Hollywood Home Initiative. It includes fast-tracking certification of new sound stations, reducing fees for parking and location shooting at city facilities to $1, and creating a free permit for micro shoots with a 24-hour turnaround. Last year, on-location shooting in LA dropped to a historic low. Most of the motions could turn into proposed ordinances that the council would vote on later this year. Gonzalez, KFI News.
The city of LA's hired a team to get lights back on the 6th Street Bridge.
Engineering firm Tetra Tech has been selected to restore and secure lighting. Repeated copper wire thefts that have left. Officials say the project in downtown LA.
You still have a lead.
Security cameras and anti-theft upgrades. The project $1 designed to restore the wiring to lighting along the roadway, barriers, ramps, stairways, and arches.
One of the biggest leads that we've ever seen.
Ahead of the 2028 Summer Olympic Games. Amy King, KFI
18 points? That's pretty good, dude. Miss Aquarius. You go to sleep, Miss Aquarius. We'll play tomorrow. I'm in the middle of a game with Riser, and we're not done yet. Excellent. Did you have fun live dancing? Excellent. That's wonderful to hear. All right, Miss Aquarius. Well, I hope you have a wonderful evening, God willing, and we'll talk tomorrow, okay? Sweet dreams.
Listen to The Sixth Hero from Bloomberg Podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Follow The Sixth Hero. Start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
In 1999, right, compounded by the racial politics of a bygone era.
Yeah.
Friendship for truth emerged.
I just told them that I was going to tell the truth, and you might see New York Times is this horrible closer.
Listen to Burden of Guilt, America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt.
What's on no?
Podcast that brings you insight across the globe. The darkness that's around us. Faith, power, and uncover the truth. Open your free iHeartRadio app to search Two Faces with John and listen out.
Oh, what a great word. That should be worth more.
Judges, gamble, wrong the racist.
Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week,
Dude, you're dominating.
moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and also change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Find your iHeartRadio.
Wow.
There are hundreds of ways
I am down a lot. If you might be able to double my score if you play your tiles correctly here. And it looks like you're anticipating. I'm ready for it. Give it to me. Make it big. Oh, it's over, folks. It's over, folks. What a great.
Music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content.
Wow.
Everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Radio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
More than double my points. Folks, this is the biggest lead Raj ever had on this motherfucker. Key. Pretty Kef. Just absolutely ridiculous.
That's right.
They got Rabbi or TV. It would be a lot of data centers they get built. Once they get built, all those jobs go away.
It's him, this one. It's him, Dean and San Diego. Okay, we have 13. San Diego. It's him, Dean and San Diego. Thank you so much. McDonald. Okay, but we love this then. Before Dave Letterman retired. And if you have an opportunity to go listen to that, it really is great. Norm McDonald. What a beautiful, funny guy. Anyway, I've been listening to you since KLSX 97.1, whatever that was. That's exactly what it was. It was 97.1 KLSX. Back in the day, you and Steckler were great.
Dog.
He said F you on the air.
This is terrible.
Still listen. Okay, Steckler, that's a true story. We were taking calls one night, and a guy called up and said, Steckler, you're unfunny, or you called him gay or something. I don't remember what it was. And then they got into an argument, and he insulted him again. And Steckler said, damn. And he said the whole F word. And then he said, and the next day, we had a pretty long talk. Because our program director said it was safe harbor after 10 o'clock. And you can say whatever you want. But the general manager had a very distinct, different opinion of what we could say on the air. And he ran for it. So that's the last time we did that. All right, here's one about the Western Museum in Griffith Park.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if he drives a truck or not, but no. And some decorations and lights for Christmas. And that's it. That's it.
How aren't on any of these words? I don't want to give you a bigger lead than you already have.
Put in a horse track. That's a great idea. Take the golf course away, put in a racetrack, Griffith Park down, and you'll flood the place. Sold out every night. If you run quarters during the day, maybe sulkies during the day, and then thoroughbreds at night, or vice versa. Thoroughbreds during the day, sulkies at night, you'll pack the place. Griffith Park down. Coming in 2028. Just in time for the Olympics. Anyway, doing a good job, Jimmy, my boy. Yeah, that's what he always said. Jimmy, my boy. Yeah, I think this time slot is a lot more producer. It's a lot more fun. Well, we can do this. We couldn't do this before. You know, we'd have to, the 400 news stories we got to get to. Now, it's just talk back time. Wonder what that's going to get to. Or maybe it has. Here's another one. You heard this one yet?
Hey, Tim, love your back here. OG types. Ding dong, you man. Sizable of those.
Okay, sizable. That's great, man.
Not a huge amount, though.
Years ago. And a guy who worked with us.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. This are dedicated by Ayala Sarah Steinberg in honor of the yahrzeit of Ayala's mother, Elia Daphna Bas Yosef, the opener of the Merit of our Torah. Her neshama will have Leon and the family. Also, we'll say we have additional sponsorship by the Efron family, Menashe Bracha Efron, dedicated to learning today in Mazukah.
What a whooping. What an absolute whooping. Oh, wow.
A lot to do today. We are up on the college on the base 11. So as we're picking up, we are picking up with Boxing Ben Arbay. It's 2, 4, 6, 8 lines of the bottom. So remember again, you want to introduce to us an interesting concept, an interesting idea about that the Seder. So Rabbi Elazar said in the Rothschild that the Seder said that if you shut the Karban Pesach, the Shmo, on Beis HaShach the Shabbos Barbos of the Shmo, kosher. So then the Seder says that if you shut the Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th, the morning of Erev Pesach, then ultimately again the Karban will be kosher. Why? Because then the Seder holds that the entire day is appropriate ultimately for Karban Pesach. Good, says the Gemara.
Dude, fuck you.
Gemara says, sorry. Boxing Ben Arbay. The entire day is kosher for Karban Pesach. The Torah explicitly says that whatever Karban Pesach offer like Ben Arbay also means what? Presumably means what? In the afternoon, Amor breaks Rabbi Loi, Ben Shnei Arab. So the way that the singular interpretation was like Ben Arbay means so it has to be offered up ultimately again between. This is actually a fascinating drasha between the evening of the 14th and the evening of the 15th, which essentially what gives you The entire day of the 14th. Ultimately, you go ahead and do the cover. Let's look at that.
I'm well, big dog. How are you?
Until sunset.
100% how are things in your neck of the woods? Oh yeah, man, it's worth $1 trillion. Yeah, maybe more, maybe a quadrillion. What have you been up to? Okay. Yeah, but what have you been doing? Oh, very well. Wow, how did you get that? Okay, well, float your boat. All right. I'm just in the middle of a game right now, so apologies. I'm not more. All right. Right, you're up. Leading 8-4, dog. That is an excellent. It's like 180 days. Yeah, dog. We rock out. All right. Well, how do you plan on doing that? All right.
What is that? Which when says that's totally counterintuitive. How can you have something that is kosher the whole week except for learning, and yet that this causes the why? That makes sense. You have to come in the morning. Now once they get that link on these apps, everything the concept. Smart says, here's your concept. Y'all Rabbi is actually a very important halacha. Halacha is final showing for the Akagach Mishpal Shabbat. We'll say the halacha is Musaf.
No.
If you wait and you delay Musaf, after 6 hours a day, we'll say, what's the halacha? The halacha is that we make a call before Musaf. That's a logic of other. You're right. Right? For Shoshana Yom Kippur. Right? So again, if you're not starting to go past Chatzos, so literally again you can have a potential issue that if it's past Chatzos and you have not adopted Musaf on a technical halachic level, Mincha comes first. So as I said, so the Gemara says, yes, you have this concept of something which can usher the entire day, the previous morning, but then once you hit midday.
No, like I said, I'm in the middle of a game of Scrabble.
With greater frequency than the first, you have a situation where that halachic precedence of the first.
That's all right.
Therefore, we'll say the Gemara says just from over here, with carbon Pesach and with carbon Tamid. And then even though again carbon Pesach can be offered the last once means Chagidolo once. Halacha l'maisa again. First, and then and only then over. They are buying the sit.
Razor, what the fuck is Tav?
We are buying is written by Torah. So we'll say if he was asking the
Shut the fuck up. You know that's not real.
what was being by these two situations. Rabbi Tachas. Furthermore, again, Rabbi on behalf of that Messiah, בו אם אמר תשבו שעשה שאין מקצוע רוי. כלומר, 14 שמקצוע רוי was a good more inside conversation that was occurring between Rabbi Yeshua and then the Sarah. Now, it didn't occurring on behalf of Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi was trying to disturb that he wanted the following. If on the 13th, still not offering a if on the 13th,
Yeah, I thought XU, I thought I'd be able to play an S on that and at least cut into the lead, but XUS is not a. Oh, fuck you. Oh, impressive. Impressive. He deserves the win. Give it to him, folks. Amazing. Oh, yeah.
So now we come back.
Dude, don't talk like that.
The carbon is kosher. Why is the carbon kosher? Kosher for himself. You are now back. If you start in the morning of the 14th, they the shmo, shalom the shmo.
Hold on. You definitely would not be a successful comedian because you're not funny. Well, I mean, where did you go? Like the comedy school? Okay. Riser, I have 3 eyes. What can I do with 3 eyes? You could do drugs. You could do drugs other places.
So Rashi says, I separate it out of
Riser, you have the highest score I've ever seen you have. Scrabble. Yeah, literally. 327.
And if I go ahead and I separate it out yesterday,
I'll help you find it. MR. How about I don't. But you gotta be somewhat funny to be a successful comic. Zoo, tell me a joke about food. Zoo, just tell me any clean joke. Any joke that you could tell an old lady or a child. Zoo, you're a comedian. You don't have one funny joke that works in any audience. One clean joke. Okay, we'll tell one clean story that's funny. Great job, Riser. Yeah. Zoo, Zoo, you have an invite to mini golf. Nobody gives a shit about that. They care about two things. One, you accepting the invite to mini golf, and two, telling us a clean story that's funny. Or a joke. It's important. Go ahead. No. That's the most important part of it. Anybody can go and tell a really dirty joke. It's about it working in an audience, though. Oh, what the fuck are you doing, son? That was a devastatingly bad shot. And Zoo just had the best shot like ever. I have this fuck. Oh, that you. That was dumb of you, right there. That was one of the dumbest. Uh huh. Okay. Is that a true story? The real question is really scale of 0 to 10 this bitch. I don't care. So that could mean she's really hot. It means some other dude. So she's. So you're saying she's a milf? So much. 0 to 10 this bitch. Zero. Okay, that's a cool story. How hot was she when she was 18 years old? How hot was she when she was 18 years old? 0 to 10 this bitch. So then, let's be honest. If this girl were a 9 or a 10, you would have taken the breathalyzer for her. If she were a 9 or a 10, easily, happily. All right, well, I do, and I would take a fucking breathalyzer for this bitch. If she were a 9 or a 10, even if she were an 8, the 7, that's too common. But like a strong 8, and I'm blowing to that. Oh yeah, no, definitely. I'm not. I hate this hole. This is like my least favorite hole. No, he's not saying that. He's saying that he doesn't have a license, and if he blew and it showed that he had alcohol, that he would get in more trouble than even the girl who had alcohol in her system. No, no, that is the worst medical advice I've ever heard. No, it's not true. Not to any detectable amount. Oh, what a great shot. It's definitely not detectable. This bitch could have been breathing on you really heavily, and her breath alone is not enough to give you any detectable blood alcohol content. Like you need to. It's not rare. It's as close to impossible as possible. If anything, it would show up at the point oh 0.01, like absolutely nothing. But even still, it's not going to happen. There's no alcohol that's going in your bloodstream. It would, if anything, go into your lungs. Yeah, baby. Dog. I'm I'm tired. I've been up since like so what early. I've been working on robots. I've been working on robots all day. Yeah, not talking to that girl when you were like in like fourth grade or whatever. Like, not doing class count. Oh yeah. I can see that. That seems like a really good opportunity. Class clowns. You fucking love that guy. Because she's hot. All right, scale of 0 to 10. Cushy. I don't care. Okay. Have you met her? I'm looking at. I'm gonna look up this girl right now. Is it Kushi? I thought you met her. All right. Oh yeah. She's all right. Oh fuck no, she's not a 9. No, no, not on her best fucking days. That bitch a 9. Are you fucking serious? That is bullshit. Rematch. This girl from fucking Kill Tony. Because she just does stand-up comedy on it, but then the people on Kill Tony like convinced her to do only to like get nude, but she really just wants to do it for comedy. You've seen that. Zoot literally has every only girl check. How did you see that? Did you look her up? Dog, all you have to do, there's like a website. I got it from the Kill Tony subreddit that literally has every chick on OnlyFans on it, but just like they just steal all of their content and they put it on this other website, so you have to pay for it. I don't know how they do it, but they do, and that bitch is on it. I right. Yeah, dude, it's just too much work putting your credit card in and stuff. Do they? No, he doesn't. Do they have a? Do they have a setting that you can only pay for 1 month, or does it automatically renew your card? Right. I think that dude, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen. Dude, it was a hole in one. Watch. So long as Zoot is talking about OnlyFans girls, he just is unbeatable in this game. But the second that he stops talking about them, he goes back to being dog shit. It's like his superpower. Are you- So Zoot, you looked up. I think her name is like Layla from Kill Tony. Dude, that was a dog shit shot. Riser has one of the worst shots we've ever seen. I'm gonna make my shot. Riser, that's a terrible shot. Riser, terrible shot. Make it. It is not. Hit the thing. Have the ball go. Yeah, baby. The most attractive, she's like a television presenter. What's her name? I don't know. Some bitch who's like way too hot to be like at the Rhino Room. And then the best comedian in Adelaide is James McCann. You are you are the worst stand-up comedian that I've seen ever. So yeah, you're the worst in Adelaide. Um, I've only seen you perform. You have like a 33% hard heckle rate. Um, I don't find your comedy to be funny. I find it to be offensive many times. You can't make a joke about something as simple as food. If you could just come up with a joke about food, I'd be like, all right, he's got a chance. Dude, you're the one who said, Rabbi, look at my friend. He's eating a banana with the peel on. How funny is this? This is the funniest video on the internet. And I'm like, that's not funny. And you're like, you just don't get it. And I'm like, I do. He's eating a banana whole, but it's not funny. you're like, it is perhaps the greatest piece of media, and that you were going on and on about how great this was. And I was like, Zoot, it's not that funny. And that involved food. And you thought it was the funniest piece of media in the history of the internet. I know you do. And that involved food. Riser, you fucked me. Riser, what do you think of my shot? Put my ball in the hole, son. That was almost the greatest shot I've ever seen. Did you Rabbi's gay? Cool story, bro. Zoot, what's it feel like to be patient zero of super gonorrhea? That was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. There's a chance that Zoot could put my ball in one of the greatest spots ever. Cool shot, Zoot. Oh! 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 The best shot in the game. Oh, baby. No! Zoot. I can't believe I messed that up. Yeah, if you went to that. Are you serious? That was That was garbage. I know it. You know it. Riser knows it. Zoot, 3 rounds. You don't stand a chance. You've never won this game. I don't think against us. I'm almost certain you've never won against us. Okay, it's this thing. He says Squid Games, and then he thinks he does better because if he doesn't do well, he dies. That's 2. That's 4. Dude, don't talk like that. I'm serious. If you talk like that, I'm not gonna have you in here. 10. That was amazing, Riser. Dude, I can hear the horn. That's why all the people in home are known for their work ethic. That's why all the people in the nursing home are known for their work ethic. Okay. It helps to tell people when you're talking about ancient Egypt, I'm talking in terms of ancient Egypt, not just think that they're going to assume is on ancient. What do you want me to do about it? 11 points, son. So you're admitting that your iPad gives you an unfair advantage? Are you admitting that gives you an unfair advantage? It was not horrible at all. I would take 7 right now, and I'd be walking away champion. Dude, I like your strategy of holding the ball for half the time and then throwing it. Zoo, what are the odds that I win? Yeah, what are the odds I win? Is that 50%? Champion. Oh, okay. So you've never won against us, so I'd say like less than 5%. Zoot, If Chelsea wanted to date you, would you date her? Let's say she just was like, "Hey, let's go on a date. You can we'll we'll just get I don't know, lunch or something." Would you go? If Chelsea asked you out on a date just to go and get like lunch, would you go? Okay, there you go. Okay, I mean, I'm just making sure that you're not like anti Chelsea girl. That's cool. Is she good? Okay. Did you play Trick Shot Nine Ball? Index finger. Yeah, I mean that tells you everything that you need to know about Zoot's strategy and why he's doing terribly. We're all tied. That was yeah. It's so bad that it was two better than what you got, son. Dude, in the history of humankind, you have never had less of a chance at winning at anything than you do at this time. Zoo, if anything, I could score zero and we would tie for the lead. Riser already scored two. The question is, will Riser your score? That's the question. And the answer, Riser. No. Yeah, then you both win. Riser and I think once, or perhaps. Okay, I'm gonna play this game. We're gonna play this game until somebody beats me. See, when you two cannot collude against me, I dominate. Show you why I'm the greatest Plato basketball player in the history of the game. Riser, what in the fuck are you doing? Oh, okay. Oh no, I said some, somebody's got to beat me in this game, and it's not Zoot. Zoot has 2 points. He has 4 points. He has 5 points. Okay, that's not bad. Right, right. What what is this video? There are a lot of questions in this scenario. What happens if I don't let them win? I mean, how do I know that? Okay, then what happens if they win? Okay, why do we have to be dead during this? I mean, wouldn't we eventually die? Okay, so we don't age? All right, and what happens if they end up winning? Okay, but I mean, wouldn't people understand that like nothing's forever? What a good round. What an excellent round. I don't know. Dude. I have to focus. Okay, so then you're basically saying that eventually somebody's going to beat you in the sport if you play it long enough. What sport would you choose for that to be? Correct? Okay, better or worse than you at comedy? I don't think people would mock you, or at least they're being pretty unfair. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this score. It's over. 17 is impossible. Fuck yeah, fucking alien. What is the question? Um, I mean, okay. Uh, I mean, what if I died of like happiness? Doug, I've been fine with that. I've always said I'm open to having sex with new species so long as they consent and they're like of age and legal and everything. That's cool. That's true. Riser, come back tomorrow. Zoot, also, they could be 1 year old but be considered an adult. Well, I mean, it is what it is. He might be like an old alien at that point. All right, friends. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. Riser, come back tomorrow, please. Peace, baby. What the fuck are you watching?
That. And then like all
His face says otherwise. Then if you go back to, he doesn't look stoked. Right now he's like,
yeah, that is kind of weird because usually he looks pretty happy when he's with her. Like
right there, he's like, promise.
Promise. Jesus, someone post this on the fucking Facebook and get it.
Yeah. So he's saying he promised never cheat on D again.
That's how people interpreted it. I just think like, just as a promise, everybody has been, like in the articles about it, everybody's projecting on her that like when he hooks up with other chicks that he's like cheating on her. And when I cover this, I'm like, I honestly think that she's one of these chicks that has a powerful dude, and she's like, go out and taste every fucking flavor of ice cream in the world because she feels empowered by it. She's like, he fucks everyone, always comes home to me.
Yeah, there's that. Fighters that have that agreement. I know people, this is my circle that have that agreement, but there has to be some sort of agreement. She always defends them. She always has his back. So when people, are sending DMs, be like, "Oh, they caught this news," she's like, "Bitch, I know." Yeah, like trust me. She's like, "I'm the one that took that picture of his." They've also, yeah, exactly. They've also, whose idea do you think was put the weights on it? But I think D and him have been together since they were kids. Yeah. So I think, he probably got to a level. He's like, "Babe, come on," and she's like, "Yeah." Cool. Do what you gotta do. She might be doing her own thing on the side, or women are different than men. She's like, I'm good, man. I'm gonna stay home with the kids. Yeah. Just don't bring that shit back home. I mean, that's a lot. I know a fighter that the rule was they just can't stay the night. Yeah. Dude, you know what's crazy to think about too, though, is like, if she really understands him, I didn't even think about this until just right this second. They've got a lot of fucking kids, dude. Yeah. That's a lot of, like, if she knows that he is a fucking fuck machine that's like, I have to be banging 3 times a day no matter what. She's like, I can't do it. She's like, go get it. Yeah. Just go get it. Could be that. Here's the other thing. Who fucking knows? No. You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows? It works for them. They look pretty fucking happy. They always look happy. Why would you give a flying fuck what Connor does with his dick? I've never understood that. I don't give a fuck. I don't care either. Even if he's fucking dudes on his side, I'm like, okay, when's his next fight? I'd be like, that's actually not that surprising. You probably got a hot take on it, but I would go, damn, that's crazy. We'd make fun of it or whatever, but okay. Yeah. I don't give a fuck, dude. Let me ask you this. If he came back to fight now, your level of excitement would be where compared to where it would have been a year ago? Because this is the first time ever where if he's coming back, I'm like, fuck, I don't think I care that much, dude. And that's you say that now, but the build up, if he gave that hot promo and you saw some countdown footage of Connor and like he looks good and he's with the old team, that's true. John, you'd be like, oh, buddy, that's a fair point. That's fair. So right now, because it's like, who fucking knows? Yeah. So right now it's like, dude, he posts pictures hitting pads all the time. You're like, all right, we've seen this a million times. But if Dana announced like in whatever early next year, like Connor's made an inventing the White House card, we'd lose our shit. For sure. It's cool to say right now and hate on him, but right? He's a lot of negativity in the news, stuff like that. We're like, dude, I'm so over him. Sure. If Dana January 3rd goes huge fight announcement on CBS live from the motherfucking White House in Washington, D.C. on America's birthday. On America's fucking birthday, on July 4th, your main event is Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler, and your co-main event is John Jones versus fucking Tom Aspinall. Every person, no matter how you feel about Conor and John, would lose their shit. Yeah.
It's true.
So right now it's so far in the distance. When I get to, and I'm kind of like I don't care about him hitting mids and all that shit. I love Conor. I don't agree with some of his shit he's done outside, and none of that. John either. I love both of them. As far as a fight fan goes, dude, take my fucking money. Here's the thing: not only take my money, now it's fucking free.
Yeah.
Fuck you, dude. I would be stoked.
Yeah, if someone was like, "Hey, you have to watch this fight," like,
I know people, my circle have the agreement, but there has to be some.
Did he just expose that Brian Callen cheats on his wife? Is Schaub that stupid? Do we have another slinging dick moment here? If you remember, he outed that Joe Rogan cheats on his wife. And then Joe, famously during a fight companion, said that, don't show Schaub that he's going to expose something. Now, one would think he could be talking about D'Elia. However, I don't think he's ever really hung out with D'Elia. And he doesn't really hang out with Rogan anymore. He has to be talking about Callen. And the Callen thing actually makes sense. I mean, Callen got divorced, got a new young hot wife, always on the road, and it makes sense that, Callen got married so fast again. He probably has some agreement, like Schaub says, that Callen's allowed to go out there, sling some dick. Callen's out there trying to make lots of women his girlfriend now. But to say that, Brendan Schaub is a terrible friend. He's a terrible friend. Why would you say that? Everyone's left you, so your inner circle is so small. That has to be Callen. Who the hell else would it be he's talking about? So, according to Schaub, Callen's got an agreement where, like, Brian Callen's on the road, he's just allowed to bang other chicks. So that's kind of dope. I mean, that's awesome. Callen out there, the man dragon, yeah! Callen's out there putting up numbers. Now that bit he was doing about the Colombian wedding is starting to make a little bit more sense. Okay, Callen, I see what you out here doing. You're not just laying down the tiger, man. You're laying down a bunch of frauds and everything. Well, according to Schaub, you are. Because, I mean, he said his inner circle, only really one person left in his inner circle. Hell, he moved to Texas just to follow him. So, but my God, how dumb is Schaub? He really did it again. What an idiot. Well, let me know your thoughts in the comments. And let me know, if it's not Callen, let me know who you think he's talking about.
There's very little gravity in the trouble
Because once in the post it says ultimately again, whatever you see that Russia.
I think we really seriously need to think about it because it
That's smoking out of the city ball.
we're back.
This is like getting pulled by the cops. The window rolls down. Cops like, what the fuck are you doing?
Shit. I took one hit of that shit. That shit was strong as hell. I'm feeling high already.
It's good for you, dude. It's good for you. Opens your mind. It's the right stuff. Yeah, there's some talk about Trump legalizing marijuana now. That would be amazing.
It kind of feels like it is legal right now.
Well, it should be. It's so stupid. It's so. I can't believe we're still dealing with this. I mean, I would have thought by the time I just turned 58, I would have thought by the time I'm 58, we would have figured this out, right?
Can I tell you, with my ulcerative colitis, we always stole my ass. With my ulcerative colitis, after my colonoscopy one time, the doctor's like, well, there's this pill you can take. It could affect your liver, but not for many years. Like, not for... No, this was when I was like 39. I'm 51 now. I'd be going to Colombia for stem cells for my fucking liver at this point. So what I do is the natural stuff, and it does help me. It just helps, and I don't have to... It's not fucking with my liver.
Bro, it would take the place of so many different pharmaceutical drugs, and that's a big part of the problem. The other part of the problem is the alcohol industry.
Oh, yeah, that would suffer for sure, right?
Yeah. And they've done studies. They know.
Yeah.
They lobby. They work on it hard. They do not want marijuana becoming legalized in the whole nation.
Alcohol's way worse. I mean, that's
Way
just
worse.
an age-old conversation, but...
Well, the real big problem is who's selling if it's illegal. The cartels. That's right. You know, I've talked about this before. If you've heard it before, I'm sorry, but there's a guy named John Norris who's been on the podcast before, who was a game warden. He wrote a book called Hidden War. He was a game warden in California. You know, just a guy who checks fishing licenses and shit. He loves the woods, loves being outdoors. He came upon a fucking cartel grow-op in the middle of the national forest. And then they realized, oh no, this is what they do. They go deep into the woods and public land, and they set up a grow-op, and they got fucking AKs, and they got, the Virgin Mary photos that they pray to at night. It's crazy. Like full-on campsites filled with cartel dudes. They started turning into a tactical team. So this guy had to get Belgian Malinois and bulletproof vests, and they're getting shootouts with the cartels in the middle of the woods.
I thought he was signing up to be a park ranger.
Yeah,
and he's
thought he was
out
gonna
there.
like, oh shit,
Yeah.
Hear people's fish stories. Like, how'd you get this one? No, he's fucking getting shootouts because it's illegal.
With the cartels.
So when California made their laws where you could have legalized recreational marijuana, what they also did was if you grow it illegally, it's only a misdemeanor. So the cartel could just grow illegally. It's a misdemeanor. And if they catch people that are illegals up there, they don't do shit. So it's the perfect spawning ground for cartel grow-ops. And what he was saying at the time he was here, which was a couple of years back, but he was saying that it was as much as 80% of the marijuana, I think, that was the number, in the country, in places where it's illegal, is coming from these dudes. And they're using all these crazy pesticides and herbs that are totally illegal, fucking super toxic shit that's outlawed on farms in America, but it's effective, and so they're using it. So you're getting this weed that's infected with these pesticides and herbs. There's no rules, man. It's illegal weed. If they had it legal, you could have inspectors who could check the fucking the farms and the factories. It'd be just like alcohol. If alcohol was illegal, we'd all be fucked. We'd be drinking moonshine. No one would, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
Fuck a nice glass of wine. You're drinking fucking straight up alcohol, nasty shit, because that's all that's available. And that's what people are doing right now. It's dumb. It empowers the people that are criminals.
Well, you said it before. It's the money. They're going to affect the big pharma, and we all have seen it. For COVID, what the hell kind of power big pharma has.
Yeah, they're worried about it, but I think the alcohol people are worried more.
The alcohol people got us twice. They were fighting it. Remember, they fought MMA hard too. Bud Light.
Did they really?
Oh, that was it. Budweiser.
Because of boxing,
Yeah,
Crazy. The Bud Light became a sponsor 2 years later.
How long did the prohibition last for?
Prohibition on alcohol, that's a good point. I think it was 10 years. Was it 10 years, Jeremy?
Must have been a rough fucking 10 years.
Bro, you had to be crazy.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan is officially done with Brendan Schaub. So he did an MMA podcast, pretty much like a fight companion. No Schaub, still had Eddie Bravo though, and two new guys. And every time he does like a show with a circle of his friends, it's Ari, Shane, Mark Norman, no Baba. So Rogan is officially done with Schaub. And the saddest thing is Schaub moved to Austin, Texas. Schaub is literally like 5 minutes from this studio and could easily go there. But Joe Rogan's officially done with him. The saddest thing, too, is Brian Callen moved down to Texas because Joe Rogan offered him a residency at his comedy club, the Comedy Mothership. Brendan Schaub followed Brian Callen to Texas because he wasn't going to let another co-host leave him like Theo Vaughn did. So right now, Schaub is sitting in Austin. He has no friends. He can't even get his producer Chin to hang out with him. Callen is doing spots at the Comedy Mothership every night and not bringing Baba with him. Hell, Schaub can't even get into the Comedy Mothership by himself. Someone pointed out in my comments, Joe Rogan told Callen not to bring Schaub within 500 feet of that comedy club. But now, Rogan is doing an MMA podcast without Schaub, and Schaub is doing one with Jesse on Fire. And Jesse on Fire is the one doing Schaub a favor, because Jesse on Fire is way bigger than Schaub. But it's pretty obvious and evident that Joe Rogan is officially done with Brendan Schaub. I don't think, nary are we ever going to see Schaub on Rogan again. If we do, it'll be because Rogan's going to have on Brian Callen, and Brian Callen forced him to bring Schaub. Although I highly even doubt that. You have to remember, Schaub is being sued now for fraud, for conspiracy. Let's not forget, Schaub is being sued, and there's whistleblowers involved and everything. So, Rogan is pretty much 100% done with him. And Rogan started out this whole thing talking about what's Trump doing? He needs to legalize marijuana. Schaub just went on a rant about how Trump needs to keep marijuana illegal. Because I think that was Schaub's little shot at Rogan, because Rogan won't pick up his phone calls, won't answer his texts. I'm pretty sure Rogan is done, and that's how Rogan does people. Go ask Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin was like, hey, I thought me and Joe Rogan were buddies, and then he just cut me off and doesn't respond to any of my texts and won't have me on his show again. That's how Rogan does it, and that's what's been done to Baba. Rogan is officially done with Schaub. So what's Schaub got now? He moved to Austin, Texas, where Joe Rogan is king and Joe Rogan is done with him. And him and his wife, his wife was just in LA. She went to LA just to take pictures for Instagram. He doesn't have stand-up. He has nothing. And now Rogan's done with him. Sad. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I'll just leave it to him, and then we'll see the post together. That's actually I'll brush you up. The shotgun is it's like you come and each that one. Checked it in there, takes that. Then I show a shower's button, check this way they turn here. This way is like somebody checked it. Undercover is the shape piece. So I was like, so now I'm checking the other cover, the shape cover piece. And we do shotguns after concerts. Even if I checked it after concerts,
I'm so tired right now. Why? What happened? I just had our
Hey, from what? Doing nothing?
This guy. I do nothing. I was on 9.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, Brian was tired yesterday. I go, really? From what?
Well, he travels a lot. He does a lot of shows. I was in Miami doing shows, and now I'm with the kids, and I wake up and I'm here. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of shit to do.
But dude, I had a doctor's appointment. Wolf had a doctor's appointment. Just
Try cracked.
So we had to get there 8:30 a.m. And then this is crazy. I had to do an update of my car. So I'm sitting in the parking lot and I go, you know what? Let me just update it while we go into this doctor's appointment. It almost had to drive me here.
You've already done this before.
I know, but it was like, I thought, it usually takes we wait an hour.
You should have known.
The shit just barely finished. So,
Hey, what are those, Kevin, what are those on your feet? Yeah, I've seen them doing it, and I saw them on a guy's feet, and I go, those are unreal. And I took a picture because I wanted to get them, and then Kevin has them, and now
Not too late.
now I'm fully
Let me
paid.
see for the camera. Kev, hold
Those
that
are
big
so
old foot up
awesome.
to the camera.
Yeah, those are so
Let me see
awesome.
them.
I'm so,
I'll tell you if they're cool.
He's gonna show them. Okay, you gotta relax. He's taking them off. But I'm so pissed. These are so
You're jealous?
on feet they're better, obviously, but like these are just. What are those?
Oh, those are the JC Walkers, Jesus Christ Walkers.
No. These are so.
Are they have an
are
ear
they
bubble
new?
in the back?
They're not new, yeah, because I looked them up and I thought that they were God.
You
these are
can't
so
wear those out like doing stuff.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a weird wear because, like, it's like if you actually find yourself having to do anything, you go, oh shit, I wore these. You know, if you're just chilling
No,
here,
I'm not even trying to hate. I saw 3 kids on Love on the Spectrum with those.
All I'm saying is this: if you're wearing those and you go to any public restroom, you're gonna know about the splash zone.
well, yeah, but that's got the splash zone. But that has any shoe like that, you'll see that, you'll get that. Any.
No, I know, but I don't think men realize when you're at a urinal how much pee gets on your feet.
I 100% realize that, and I think about it all the time. I go to the urinal.
Yeah, I had sandals on one time, and I was like, oh my god! Like I tried to, you know how a 6-year-old like pees, they almost put their dick on the.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I get it now. How are we? I literally think like, how are we all still alive? It's just disgusting.
Yeah, and then now then you look at your shoes,
It's just me.
and you're like, oh, this is just a disgusting mess over here. This is a petri dish of
It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting.
Hey Chris, does Calvin start school this week?
Sure does.
school,
Or like,
Oh, he's in pre-K or kindergarten?
how is it?
Both the boys had their first day today. Well, it's like their admission where we go meet all the teachers. They see their desk and shit. And school starts tomorrow.
Are they going to a similar school like they were at, like a private school type thing?
Hell no. They're going to a public school 5 minutes from the house. They can walk there with their homies.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it's great, man.
That's great. Yeah.
They had a cop. They had a cop on staff there.
Okay,
I
cops.
just looked at him.
You don't have to
Hopefully he's about that life.
You know,
Don't run if shit pops up. Don't run.
This is what I was thinking about. Imagine if your dad could like beat everybody's ass, like legit. You know what I mean? It's like Brendan's your dad. It's like your dad is He-Man. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be a little bit of you're walking to school like all right, you know what I mean? Okay, oh your dad's gonna come. Okay, your dad's gonna come. Hold on a second. Hey dad, your dad's coming.
You're talking about for bullying, you're saying?
Yeah, just all of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if they give you like
Except for the fact
a
that
sort of confidence that you're walking to school.
yeah,
Like,
you're not taking into account that his kids, Brenda's kids, are also tough.
that's what I'm saying though.
They don't need Brenda.
No, dude, but this is my whole point. It's like
You never know, man.
That's the
Obviously.
that's the family business.
But yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they might get into a thing, and then the other parents and stuff will come out, and they'll be like, the other dad's gonna come. What this kid? And then he walks in with his fucking cauliflower ears, and they It's like, let's talk. What did my kid do? Let's talk about it.
Right.
Let's figure this out.
So I get that's what I'm saying. It's like, so that's why you feel confident of like, send him to public school. It's cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Especially out here, it's a little different than LA. Like LA, we had no choice. Like our public school.
The public school there is great.
Hearing was atrocious.
I was figuring that.
Yeah, it's the opposite here.
I figured the bullying in Texas would be at a whole other level.
You want to be because I don't know.
The teacher right away goes,
Sports is the equalizer.
there's no theys here.
Sports is the equalizer, though.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I tell T and Bossy, I'm like, sports is the equalizer.
Do they want to play
Once
anything
recess
else?
starts, that's where you flex.
Do they want to play football or basketball or anything else?
So yeah, no, that football. I'm the coach of the football team. It starts. We've been having practices.
No, but wait. Oh, I forget how young they really are. Yeah. In my mind, when I see pictures of like Tiger and Barrett, I think they're like in high school. You know what I mean? But I realize they're 4. Yeah. I'm like, he's gonna make the team. It's like, man, I can't wait to. Man, this is like
it's the best. I can't wait for you
right there. The team's already like, it's awesome. People already be like, I think this guy can do it. That's just gonna be a thing. It's awesome, dude.
I'll tell you a thing they don't.
I don't want to play sports anymore, Dad. I want to dance. Oh yeah. What would you say out there, dude?
Like just change your last name and move out. Change your last name and move out. I don't care.
Yeah. Dad, I'm putting down the bat until you see him, and I want to dance. Until you see him, move out until you see him eat, dude. Yeah,
that's true. He just has talent.
Yeah. Ooh, I gotta find this.
No, what they don't tell you about baseball though, because Tiger's at the level where he's getting the cool bats. Now these bats, Eric, let me prepare you, but these bats are between $400 and $600.
Oh, that's actually crazy.
And they need one every season. They break them. But now,
Chris D'Elia had to put Brendan Schaub in his place. So Schaub saying, why are you tired? I say the same thing to Kellen, and D'Elia had to remind him, dude, we've been on a bunch of airplanes. We travel because we actually still do stand-up comedy. Schaub was fired from stand-up comedy. He completely failed. Sold no tickets. And it was such a pathetic failure. He lies and says, I had to get off the road because I'm a family guy now and I can't be on the road, even though I hop on an airplane a couple of times a month and still go on the road and try to say I buy cars. But no, Brendan Schaub had to stop doing stand-up comedy because he couldn't sell any tickets. And these are like club gigs, by the way. These are like restaurants. He couldn't sell 3 tickets, and he would call it a comedy tour. He couldn't get booked at a Yuck Yucks yet. He would call it a comedy tour, sell 1 ticket, and then have to cancel it. So all he has to do is sit around all day waiting to podcast. But like D'Elia, Montez, Callan, all these dudes actually still do stand-up. So when he's like, what are you guys so tired from? D'Elia's like, from traveling, stupid. You can tell D'Elia has had it with this idiot, this moron who's now on Zoom because he had to follow Callan down to Texas. D'Elia is just like, come on, just give me my money, let me get through this. What happened? I was on the Army of the Dead. I was going to be the next big thing, and now I'm doing a show with Mr. Potato Head and this idiot. What happened? Oh, because I didn't know you could record a Snapchat. Yeah, I like how D'Elia had to put Schaub in his face and remind him, yeah, you're a failure, Bubba. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Oh, Chris, was everyone late? Was everyone Miami comes late?
Yep.
Was everyone late?
Yep.
Everything's super late over there.
Go to Sam Tripoli's what he posted about I reposted on my story, but what's her name?
What is it?
The actress, comedian, the fat, Amy Schumer.
Redhead?
No, Amy Schumer.
What happened to Amy Schumer? She's still alive?
Yeah, she just had some kind of big surgery or something. She just came out with this.
Because the moms are the ones handling shit and communicating. Like, imagine if your dad 1 year was in charge of planning your birthday party. I wouldn't have. No, okay. And I think this is, and men are in charge of the world. It's terrible. The world.
It is a blessing for you to be able to stay home and plan a birthday party. You know how lucky it is that you can be a stay-at-home mom and plan a birthday party while your husband has some job where he can get wrecked and he prays that an AI or some Indian doesn't come on an H-1B visa and fucking takes his job? You don't think I could plan a fucking party? I can't. Because I'm working all the time.
The guy is so funny.
Amy Schumer just kind of went away, huh? She just kind of ate her feelings and then disappeared.
Just like,
She just might not call her daddy.
right, yeah, no, because she has a thing out now, right? Like, on the show or something. I don't even know.
Another movie that's gonna bomb. She's such a fucking lame ass. She used to be a beast. She used to be great.
At what? She could stand up? Oh, yeah, I guess on the roasts and stuff.
No, on the roast she was good, and then on what is it, Kevin? The big LA morning show. Rogan was on there. Ari, all the boys.
Oh, I don't know about it. But I don't know. I mean, it's just like, stop saying this. The women hating men era, dude. It's like, bro. It's like, whatever. It's like, what are we talking about? Well, like, you know what I mean? All right,
Well, that's because Amy doesn't date a real dude.
No, I know.
Like, if my wife wanted a podcast and talk like that, bitch, what?
Well,
No, she's gonna come home. He's like, "You're so right, sweetie. You want me to make you some fucking tortillas or whatever the fuck he does? He's a chef. He's some cuck. He's some soft cuck.
I don't know who she's married to, but
He's super soft. Look him up. He's soft. That's what she has to date. That's
it's
why she
okay
can
to
get
be
away
soft
talking.
sometimes, but it's just like whatever she's selling is just it's bullshit. That's what is she saying? And I get it. They might have just been talking, and this is one of the problems with podcasting. Is just like nothing. It's like they cut that together, and it's just like, all right, I'm sure they call her daddy. Like, they call her daddy woman. What's her name? Alex. She was like, it's terrifying men around the world. But that's something that somebody might just say offshoot, But this is what Amy Schumer's always saying. Yeah, it's like.
No, when she was coming up, she wasn't like this. Remember, she got to start talking about sucking dick
that's
and
the other
being a
thing.
slut and doing all this
like,
slutty shit. And then all of a sudden, she's like,
it's like, what are you for real?
Now all of a sudden, she's in her ivory tower.
No, it's like
she's the one who talks about Callan, going bad on Callan.
These female comics, it's like some of them, they were, a guy's girl, and then they turn into, hey, women's rights, and now they're right wing. It's like, bro, you're nobody. Pick a lane. No, but you're just.
No, they go with the wind gloves.
Yeah, exactly. You just want to make money. You want to be liked. That's not what. Fuck all that shit. It's like you're not a. To me, it's like they say comedians need to have a point of view. What's it matter if it keeps changing? I understand people grow out of certain things, but like, bro, if you're just gonna go with whatever's fashionable, go. You're not.
Steve Byrne is going in on Howard Stern a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Where? Is he? I love Steve.
Instagram and stuff, because he's like, he's talking about how.
I remember when the whole Brian Callen thing went down and Amy Schumer talked about it in that article, and it's only taken Shab, 6 years to respond? What an idiot. But Delia and them going off on Amy Schumer. They were watching Sam Tripoli's video. And it's just so hard for me to watch, Sam Tripoli go off on any rant when he takes advantage of his girlfriend who's in her 70s, fat and elderly, and is quote-unquote his manager, and he lives in her house. And that's the only reason why he got custody of his kids is because he's like, I got a house with a 70-year-old grandma. So it's kind of hard for me to take Triple E seriously when he goes off on his rants and talks trash about anyone. But, I mean, when Dalia brought up the point of Schumer and all the things she switched and Chop was like she was on Kevin and Bean, she was also an Opie and Anthony regular. And that was the first time she got accused of joke stealing from Patrice. Well, stealing from Patrice didn't accuse her. And Jim Norton defended her and played the video because the specific joke she was taking, Patrice had told Louis C.K. that those aren't my jokes. They were just random, when Patrice was doing the poltergeist joke. And they were just like filler stuff he was doing on stage. But she was an O&A person. She completely, I guess what happened was that shooting in that theater, remember, what was it, when Trainwreck came out? Someone shut out the theater, and then she got all the gun control. But, I mean, Chuck Schumer is like her uncle and stuff, so she is like sort of a famous person, too, in that aspect. So she is a rich kid from a rich family, which seems to be all of these stand-up comedians. It seems in order to be a stand-up comedian, you have to just be a rich kid. Which makes sense. I mean, you have to go years without making any money doing stand-up, and who can afford to do something for years when you're an adult and make no money from it other than a rich kid who has their bills paid for? And they look at Delia's shop and Potato Head over here. So, but, I mean, I am glad that I like Amy Schumer smashing. It's just funny. It took Shop this long to finally go after, and it was Dalia who brought it up. But, I mean, she is trash. I'm glad they gave her a trashing. And let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Cristiano Ronaldo got an egg for his wife's graduation.
Oh my God, look at that.
Isn't it like
what's
$30
in
million?
there? Nah, there's a tracking device in there.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
But it's just so he knows when she's not walking in. Because he's not tracking her. He's not tracking her to see where she is.
Dude. When you give your chick a ring like that, she's already there. Right. She's opening the door for the mistress.
Look how stupid this is.
It's like this. Oh, hey, Tatiana.
Look how stupid this is.
He's in the other room.
YouTube commented congratulations on their Instagram.
Oh, I know. Cringy.
He's so famous. There's a certain amount of money that is like.
She said yes, like there was ever any doubt.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
So he was single until now?
I think it was $400,000.
That shit looks like this.
No, they have 6 kids. They have 6 kids together.
I mean,
There's no way that's 400,000, Nick. Who told you
It's
that?
got to be more.
I heard 400,000 euros or something.
That's dollars. It has to be.
No, look it up, big dog. That's way more than that.
you don't know. That could be like I don't know.
The percentage of us being in the simulation of the time where simulation existed would be.
You just figured it out?
Never mind, 2 to 5.
Yeah.
2 to 5 million?
Yeah, and I'm sure they're clear. There's no clouds in my stones.
$5 million ring.
He bought a lab-made diamond.
Yeah.
Saved $3 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no! This one, this one, you with this ring, you get pictures of the kids that that dug it up. You know what I mean? It's just, you know what I mean? That's
not one dime.
I'll tell you what's alarming is their arms are the same size.
Well, yeah, because he's thin as fuck. Because he was always running around.
Yeah, he plays soccer, dude.
But that's not one diamond, is it? Is it?
I think it might.
Wow. No.
Yeah, dude.
I think there's 2
Oh,
diamonds.
no, I thought it was pieces together. I didn't know.
No, it's one diamond. It's one diamond. That's what's so shocking.
But
about
What's
it.
shocking is you already know.
He went cheap.
Why do you know?
He went cheap on the it's like a rope tying it, like a little string.
Oh wait, hold on. Why does Brendan already know about this ring? When did
Because I got my ear to the ground.
I got my ear to the ground. Doesn't mean you're digging another man's butt, bro. You gay? Fuck yeah, dude. No, I'm kidding. So you're not gay though. You're
This guy's
heterosexual.
But this guy's like
No, my wife told me this morning. I don't give a flying fuck.
The loophole. I should have known.
Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not even being a hater. I thought he was gay. Okay.
I mean, he is. Come on. We had you don't fuck. This guy's fucking guys. Cristiano Ronaldo. Come on, bro. And here's how I know. I would if I was up there. If I was him, bro, I'm gonna be fucking dudes.
there's nothing else to do at that point.
You've done it all. Hole's a hole. Hole's a hole.
You're
At his level, hole's a hole.
I mean, I wouldn't be a bottom, but bro.
Yeah, you tried it once.
I'm on a yacht.
He's at a party with the eyes wide shut.
I'm on a ding, 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 ding.
Oh, this is funny. This is funny.
I did see this. First call, first female umpire in history.
Just set them back.
Ow! History in the making. Strike!
It was so far outside.
It's bad.
I mean, look, that happens, but that's bad.
They're talking about getting rid of the umpires, though.
Yeah.
No, they're not. No, they're not going to let them.
I know, because they're so...
Historic call that they're putting that ball in the MLB.
Yeah.
Or the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You're crazy if that batter didn't walk away and say something fucking super sexist when he got back to the dugout.
I want to ask you guys...
Super sexist.
I want to ask you guys a married dad question. Does your wife, when the kids were young, did they ever talk to you through the kids? Meaning, like, they got the kid and they'll be like, daddy needs to, take the trash out right now. You know what I mean? Do you ever do that?
We don't do that. I would lose my mind.
Oh, my God.
And she would lose her mind if I did.
Rachel does that sometimes.
Yeah, but she's doing it tongue-in-cheek joking. No. And he's also young enough.
I always go, I hear you. But we had some friends come over that they have a kid that's like a month and a half older than,
they go, here, give mommy this note.
Yeah. And I just saw how they interacted with each other, and I was just like, oh, man.
Yeah, no, I don't do that. That's a recipe for disaster.
Have you ever been over a friend's house and you can tell they're not doing well? Like, I was over at a neighbor's house, and she's like, I'll just drive them. And he goes, no, I got it. Like, you want me to stay and make the chick dinner? And she goes, just trying to help.
Oh, yeah, there you
go. I'll see myself out.
That's, yeah. You know what it is? Okay, here's how you know a couple has problems. Because what are you going to allow to be shown in front of someone, okay? So, like, if you're having an issue, you might be like, oh, man, there's a level. But if your level in front of people is like, what? Then you know when no one's around. Crazy.
Oh, that's bad. It's Diddy. It's Diddy vibes. Yeah.
No, it was funny because I was washing my hands. We have those step stools. Wolf stands on the step stool, and I go, wash your hands together. And the other kid didn't want to wash his hands at all. And then the mom goes, I think Daddy needs to start washing hands with you. So I'm like,
I couldn't do that. I would get so much heat for that, though. If I did that, I'd be in a doghouse with you.
No, never.
I like seeing other kids though, like around Wolf's age, so I could it's so weird that the grass is always greener. Because like Wolf's like very athletic in compared to this other kid. Like Wolf's running around and he can throw the ball.
Nothing better.
You know,
Nothing
but then the other
in your head, you go. In your head, Eric, you go, fuck yeah.
Yeah, they were running, but then this other kid just talking more than Wolf.
Yeah.
You know, Bluey comes on, and the kid's like, Bluey!
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, Calvin is.
And Wolf doesn't do that.
He's like Brainiac. You know,
Wolf
versus.
Did you see how upset Shav got when he got made fun of? And this is the odd thing about Shav. He's stated many times he can't deal with the haters. He hates having his feelings made fun of. They hurt my feelings, B. And yet, he's trying to operate in a profession with comics who that's what they do is smash each other. And he's not funny. He can't keep up. So, like, why are you there and why are you doing it? Why are you subjecting yourself to it if you can't handle it? And that's the only interesting thing, even about the Golden Hour podcast, is when they trash up. And he sits there and he gets all butthurt about it. This man is the thinnest-skinned person on the internet. And yet he tries to do multiple shows where he puts himself out there, but he can't handle any criticism coming back or being made fun of, even by his co-hosts. This man destroyed his career, claimed he had 300 pages of evidence, and accused Bobby Lee and Kalila, and I think somehow me, of starting the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. And he was like, I have a whole team of internet investigators who proved it. And none of it turned out to be true, but to be this thin-skinned and to do a show on the internet is just baffling to me. I'm baffled, but he's stupid. And he's dumb, but every time he gets made fun of, he gets upset and he can't really handle it. You can tell by his dumb face. It's just sad to see this grown man unable to hang with the other comics. Sad, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Was that way from childhood. I think there are maybe 400 people born that way known in the world, and about 30 acquired later. So it's about 10 times more born that way. And as we know, brain injuries don't usually go in a positive direction. So it's really extraordinary what happened to Jason.
That was with Dustin Hoffman, wasn't it?
Yes. And that was a real man named Pete. And Jason has the same
his mind yet. Because this is the thing, this is what I was getting at.
Pulls out of a bunch of fights. You know?
Armand Sarukian also just pulled it up, right? But Armand said the problem was Hamzat overtrained for every fight, and he would always come into fights worn out. And that was the difference between working with Calavita. That they're monitoring his actual recovery. They're making sure they're doing everything scientifically. Calavita, I think his background is in cycling. It was in endurance sports.
Yeah. I'm familiar. I'm familiar with him. I know who he's. I know he was TJ's guy.
Nobody knows more about cardio than cyclers because it's all cardio. The whole thing. Yeah. It's all cardio. So they know
cardio and EPO.
They know that too. But they know how to recover, and they know where what's your threshold, where you should be.
Yeah, for sure.
He's using real science doing. He's like, this is the first time he's ever been through a camp like this, where he's coming in fresh, where he's not overtrained.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. And my question is too: if he gets in a bad spot, right? Is he going to push through it? Will the bully crumble?
He didn't crumble with Gilbert.
It's true. He got sat down by Gilbert too, though.
Yeah, Drake has even said in that fight how he started strong. There's a certain amount. He was counting how many minutes he was just standing in front of him. Yep. He said that with both those fights. Yeah. His fight with Gilbert and Kamaru's. He had the exact amount of time. He goes for 3 minutes and whatever seconds he was just standing in front of him. He was saying that for both guys.
Kamaru was coming out strong in that third round.
I know.
He was coming out strong. That was a 5-round fight. I bet the betting would shift. For sure.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he started coming on at the end of the second.
Yes.
He started to.
Yes.
Yeah. The third round, it was
half of the fight
clear.
was all Usman, I thought.
Yeah, but it is impressive the way that motherfucker can shoot from halfway across the octagon. No one.
Yeah, he's like his wrestling too. Like I don't know. Do you know Pat Downey?
Yes.
Sorry. Well, I've known him since he's a little kid, and he was in
a beast.
Hamzat's camp, and said like he said his wrestling. He goes, wrestling is like real good. He said he's got top notch wrestling. Like he talked about, he said we probably both did better with each other than you would think. Like he did better with wrestling, and I did better with the jiu-jitsu. He said, but he said like he said the guy's a beast. He said he's strong. He said he's a high level wrestler.
Schwab was down there watching him train, and you know they outshot. They outshot to spar with him. He's like, fuck you. He's like, I'm 40-something years old. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. And he said Hamzat was just lighting people up. He said he looks really good.
Nice.
The thing about Hamzat is these guys were 170s, right? You're right about that. But with 170 comes speed, right? And Hamzat's speed is a factor. It's a big uber discipline inside and outside the cage, and it's just one goal. That's to beat DDP. And dude, if it's not about that, shut your yapper. You know? It's just, at the highest level, man. Just a fucking monster.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, just a monster.
Were you able to do anything with him now?
No, I wanted to grapple with him. But what they were doing was sparring with MMA gloves on. And I saw what he did to a gentleman, which where I come from, you would be like, whoa, let's shut this thing down. Is that guy okay? And they were just like, get him out, get somebody else in. I was like, I haven't fought at this level in a long time. It's probably not the smartest. If you just want to grapple on it, I'm down. You want to wrestle, you want to do, just start in certain positions. If I can help you out, I'm down. But it's the head I'm not going to do. No, not now. Especially he's 3 weeks out. And dude, when I say there is no games being played, buddy. Yeah, it was cool to see. It was cool to see. I really want to see DDP's camp. I'd love to get it. Because, again, DDP, he's not like this mysterious character in the stage, right? Like, we all know DDP now. And he's so goddamn good. I went to Hamzat's camp, right? I flew out to Newport, got an inside look at Hamzat's camp, and I was like, holy fuck, he's good. Unreal, dude. Who is he? I don't give names, but world-class Division I National Championships, gold medalists, and wrestlers. Buddy, toying with him. Where the coach was like, hey, because I've seen him go, I'm like, all right, he's on his own. And his coach, in whatever language he speaks, Chechenian, goes, hey, pick it up. Let's get going here. And he looks at his coach and goes, okay, and just twisted him up. Oh, God. And I was like, wait. What the fuck is going on here? His cardio? Insane.
Wait, Hamzat's?
Yeah, that's
he's a minus 245 favorite, Hamzat is? Dude, didn't Drickus do like a grappling thing where he submitted like all black belt, like, and
one after the other,
like 6 guys or something like that?
Brendan Schaub lies so much. I mean, he visited that guy's camp. No one asked him to spar or anything, but he had to lie and then tell the lie to Rogan. I'm sure he texted it because Rogan won't hang out with Schaub or have him on his show or his comedy club. But this just goes into the psyche of Bappa. Even when he does something, he has to then lie about it. You can't just be like, yeah, I went to that guy's spar camp, some spars. No, they asked me to get in. Tumble around with him. You know, how he told Joe like a different thing. That because he's like, I just wanted to grapple this thing, dude. No one asked you to get into anything. You just openly lie. No one even invited him. They invited Rampage Jackson, and he had just so happened to have been doing Rampage Jackson's podcast and was with Rampage Jackson. So Rampage took him. It's not like they specially invited Brendan Schaub. But this just goes into the psyche of Bappa and having to lie about everything, even if there's a grain of truth. By the way, have you ever noticed how you've never seen any pictures or photos or anything of Shab actually there. And I'm saying he went there, but others, especially on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, are like, he never even probably went there. But there's always a tiny grain of truth in the lies of Baba. But the man is a horrendous liar. And he had to text Joe Rogan that lie. And, Joe will text to it, Shab, just, not have him on his fight companions or anything. It's so sad that Shab moved to Texas just to follow Callan. And Callan still hangs out with Rogan, but Shab can't. And I wonder if Rogan is completely distancing himself because Shab is now being sued for fraud, tax fraud, trying to oust the CEO of one of the scam companies they do. Truly is sad. Truly is pathetic. And no more Rogan for Baba. Although Joe will still talk about whatever dumb thing Shab is still going to text them. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
You get off stage, and when you come off, you go around there, and he's right there at the edge of the bar before you go to the green room. And you was talking about getting your ass handed to you. He's standing there. As soon as you come out, God damn, you should just quit. Then the night that he said to me, he said, I liked your act tonight. You know what I liked about it? I did all that shit in 1974. He's like, you never got a compliment from Rodney. And I was the guy that he liked. Everybody else,
that's why
he was, man.
Bob Saget was like that. Bob Saget cracked me up. Did you know Bob at all?
No, I just heard about him.
Bob was funny as shit. I'd be sitting in coach. But about me, he's in first class. And he's like, I'm like, Bob. He's like, hey, Brian. I go, what are you doing? He goes, where you sitting? I was like, I'm back there. He goes, where? I go, in 8D. He goes, coach. And I was like, well, yeah, because I booked it late. I was like, I don't know what I said. He goes, well, then I won. Fuck out of here. He was always that dude, man. I love that stuff. Yeah. So, Patrice, Kevin Hart was talking about, he was on Rogan. He said, like, he'd be doing stand-up, and he'd just see Patrice. Patrice would go, yeah. While he was on stage. But you gotta, that's, all my friends would do that to me. Torture each other.
Yeah,
that's,
man.
That's what friends do. That's what dudes do.
I love Rodney. I'm a huge Knicks fan, and the Knicks are playing San Antonio in the playoffs, and we're performing at the River City Comedy Club. And I'm with Rodney, and I have the jersey on, and the Knicks just lost. And everybody's walking past me, just ripped me, and Rodney turns to me, why don't you just take the motherfucker off? Anyway, I ain't no other shirt on after this. He's like, you're fucking terrible, because I'm not going to help you fight these motherfuckers out here.
That's great. That's a good Rodney impression.
Yeah, I love Rodney.
Hilarious. He passed, though, right?
He passed.
Yeah, I remember. So you're going to keep doing this? Do you ever think about, like, what you want to do? Because I don't see myself ever stopping this.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can.
I said one night, and DL thought it was that I was ahead of my time when I said this. And this is maybe 08. I said, man, comics don't retire. We die.
We die, bro.
And he said, and then he gonna chime into and hopefully on stage, you know.
Well, he passed out, remember? Like, yeah.
I
About
was,
ready to go.
yeah, I was doing the show when it happened.
Zanies.
And so, I don't, sometimes you don't know who people really associate you with. But I guess they understand that I'm from that tree. And I got off stage and I have 25 missed calls from all sorts of people. Then I have a video somebody sent to my phone. And I'm so worked up. I'm calling.
Because you guys are close.
Yeah, I'm calling everybody. And Lou finally answered the phone. And Lou said, man, he dehydrated. So I talked to him the next day when he was still in the hospital. And he was concerned about, they said that he had COVID and he couldn't get a flight. So he said, it's going to cost me $25,000 to get a private jet to get home. Like, is that what you fucking worried about? I done bowed my head and fell out fucking thinking that you...
And he's worried about getting home. He's fine. He's fine. I passed out. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it was you don't never want to see that,
no.
But you know that.
No. But you also know when you're on stage, that shit can happen. I perform with swine flu. Shit, but like it's funny. It's a small fraternity. It's like the comics are. If you're a real comic, you can go. Somebody said to me, he said, he's like, there aren't a lot of people that can get up in front of any audience anywhere and make them laugh for an hour. But that's a weird skill set. It's a weird way of looking at the world. And that's a fraternity that's kind of rare. There are a lot of bankers, a lot of doctors, a lot of surgeons. But there aren't a lot of people that can do that over and over again. When you get up for an hour and, hour and 10, whatever it is, I guarantee you're going to laugh that long. That's a weird skill set, man.
Yeah.
And it's like a fraternity. Like you see somebody like that and you can't help but love that person. You're like, I know exactly. Like I kind of know the grind and I know the process of constantly trying to stay original and surprise yourself with ideas,
Push yourself. You gotta push yourself.
You gotta push yourself, man. You gotta push yourself. But I don't know what else I would do. I do it anyway. And if I'm not doing it, I get,
It's kind of, when I go on vacation, that first 2 weeks is kind of rough on me. Because
yes,
in my mind, Wednesday, I'm supposed to be packing and preparing to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Like I know. I just am. Like,
I know. But if I give you $100 million, I always think about this. You give me $100 million, there's a chance it would kill me. Like, there's a chance I might stop doing stand-up. There's a chance I might just give way to my inner bitch and my lazy side. Maybe. And then that would last about probably 4 months before I was like, I can't, what am I going to do? Like, what am I going to do? How much, I don't know what else I would do, man. For real.
If I had $100 million, I'm still
doing it.
I'm calling Joe like, yo, we still got days, right? Like,
you know what I mean?
I'm doing it, and it's just gonna be,
because nothing compares to that thing when you got a sold out room. Nothing compares to that. It just doesn't. Skiing, skydiving, okay, bro, go do your thing. I'm not videotaping for me. I'm a comic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing.
Like, it's through and through. I wouldn't. I just have some flyer sneakers. It's just, I'm going on fucking stage.
I have a view of the ocean, I guess. I don't know.
Now I gotta tell you about what all I'm doing with this $100 million. Like, yo,
I like eating out a lot, but I don't know. After a while, I can't even drink wine. I can't sleep. I'm getting older.
Yeah, it's man. The mere thought of not doing it.
Terrifying.
It's terrifying.
Terrifying.
Even say if I didn't have the $100 million, or something happened to me where I couldn't do it.
That's what I worry about.
That's what I worry about. But like, if my voice go out, like,
I think about that all the time. Because I'm a junkie.
Yeah,
I'm a junkies.
It's like,
are you here doing the mothership this weekend?
No, I just came in to do a bunch of press. I did killed Tony yesterday.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, I love Tony.
And I'm in Vegas tomorrow.
Brian Callen obviously doesn't care about doing the podcast with Brendan Schaub anymore. As I'm looking at his setup here, first of all he talks about now is stand-up comedy and focusing more on his stand-up. But he is still podcasting on a much more consistent basis on his own channel. His own podcast gets the same or bigger numbers than The Fighter and the Kid. But the most obvious thing is his studio, which is also in Austin, Texas, and is an actual studio. Why are they not shooting the show in Callen's studio? Why are they doing it in Schaub's car garage? Has Schaub ever even been to this studio? Will Callen even allow Schaub in his studio? And remember when Schaub called out Callen because they wanted to do the jump to Patreon, and Schaub was like, are you even going to care? Are you going to even put in the effort to even try and do this? You get better guests for your stuff. His studio is way better. His microphones are better. He actually dresses up for this. He's not playing footsie, sitting Indian style, acting like he doesn't want to be there. It's almost over. He wants this to so be done with Schaub, especially now that the lawsuit against Schaub has come down. And Schaub is being sued for conspiracy, fraud, tax fraud, all that stuff. But just looking at Callen's studio, and he has to shut. I wonder, does Schaub even know Callen has his own studio? A much better studio? Looks like Callen's betting on himself. Not betting on yourself, go B. Damn, but way better guests. Way better views. I mean, Callen just isn't interested in doing the podcast with Brendan Schaub anymore. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Okay. TMZ Sports reports. Hey, two notorious liars. What did Fat Joe say his name was? He was a 5%er. Fat Joe, crack out, BB, Buddha, Sagat, or something like that. Rewind it, hair color. Fat Joe thinks hair dye deal with ex-UFC star Brendan Schaub. Fat Joe, this is from TMZ, by the way. The staff. Fat Joe isn't fighting gray hair alone. The hip-hop legend just signed former UFC star Brendan Schaub as an ambassador for his hair dye company. He has learned Joey Crack's Rewind It 10 recently brought Schaub, a top 10 ranked UFC heavyweight turned podcast host, on board, and the rapper's stoked to get to work. What is this, a picture of Schaub like 10 years ago? Brendan Schaub brings authenticity to everything he does. So it was only right to have him join the winning team at Rewind It 10 Joe Tilton. Alright, Fat Joe is trolling too hard now. Now he's getting in-depth inside trolling at this point. His influence as an athlete and podcaster is going to help us reach newer audiences and kill the stigma about men coloring their hair and beards. Oh my God. You're tied and ready for the Addy baddies. Water. Is this why Shab dyed his hair blonde? Like the real reason, you think? Although he's not blonde on here. Why is this a news story? I get it's only TMZ Sports. But what is this? What are we doing here, B? How did he pay Shab? Did he pay him in Addies and Baddies? Did he give him a new truck? Why are they putting a picture of Shab from 10 years ago on here? His hair is blonde now. What is happening? Why would Fat Joe, who's bald, start a hair dyeing company? I guess they said for the beard thing, but... So, is Bappa admitting he's fully gray now? I don't even think Bappa is gray at all. Right? Not gray enough to where you would have to dye your hair. I wish he would just kind of dye, but... He inked the deal. How much did Shab get for this? And how low can you go? I mean, if one was going to dye their hair, wouldn't they go with, like, just for men or, like, you know, an established brand? Not with Fat Joe's hair dye. Oh, look at him, too. Look at Bappa. I got my hair done, B. Then, do you think Fat Joe is under the impression that Brendan Schaub is Spanish, by the way? Do you think he thinks Schaub is Spanish? Like, his wife is Mexican. He did a special called The Gringo Poppy. Getting Fat Joe. Now, DJ Vlad has been talking about him. Joe has been getting, like, a lot of noise on the internet for saying outlandish weirdo stuff. Like, he robbed 70 guys and stuff like that. But, I mean, this thing... Oh, when are we going to get the first ad read? You think we get it Thursday on The Fighter and the Kid? Oh, how's Shab going to do this? Hey, B, I hooked up with Joey Crack, B. Your boy is going to be out there slinging some hair dye, B. As he takes a pouch out, nicotine, and hides it in the couch. Is he now going to have to... But people have been bringing up, too, in the recent Shab clips, that he re-dyed his hair blonde. Because remember, Shab said, the kiddos dyed their hair, so I dyed it with him. Worst thing I ever did. But people have been pointing out he re-dyed it blonde, the roots. So do you think that's why? Or is he going to dye it again to be black to match, you know, the actual thing they're going with on the box? What's in the box? I mean, whoa. I've never seen Alf and Camo Joe morph together on a box before. And he signed his name, B. Shab. This is going to go down quicker than Tiger Thick Whiskey. What is he doing? I know Bappa needs the money, but how much money could he have possibly have gotten for this? And why is this a news story? I know Fat Joe has been popping off at the mouth. Now, is that Travis Kelce? Wouldn't that be the headline? You know, Travis Kelce. Is that Travis Kelce? I think that's Travis Kelce. But this is so bizarre to me. Shab is now going to be the spokesman for Fat Joe's hair dye. Remember when South Park made fun of Family Guy and the manatee just picked random stuff, and that's what Family Guy goes with? Like, this is kind of the thing. Brendan Schaub, Fat Joe, hair dye. Like, did someone just pick random topics and put them together? Is this a simulation I'm living in? What is going on? I mean, Fat Joe's hair dye called Rewind 10. It's odd to me. Very odd. I don't know. I guess shops out there still getting sponsors, though. How much do you get from Fat Joe, though? Does Fat Joe have that kind of cash to be throwing around? I think Fat Joe is actually kind of smart with money. Like, I don't think, like, he blows a lot of it, except on hiring Brendan Schaub as your spokesman or whatever. But, I mean, wow. Ink's hair deal with ex-UFC star. You notice the headline is ex-UFC. I get it's TMZ Sports, but I mean, they're not bringing up the podcast and a top 10 ranked UFC heavyweight. Wow, look at him. How dumb he looks. And by the way, I don't know how much I can trust Fat Joe's hair dye since all the pictures of the people on his thing are them without the hair dye. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not Brendan Schaub with his hair dyed. That's Brendan Schaub from 10 years ago. So, it's another scam product. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
There's DNA. They're trying now to go straight to behavior. So you can have the DNA and it might not be turned on. And I haven't been tested in terms, I think you're talking about depth perception there. I have not been tested that way, because of shading and color.
Yeah, MS Paint. I think this logo, people are really cracking up about it, calling it most surely no one watching.
Oh,
The rebrand.
that thing was confusing to me. It's like MS is multiple sclerosis to me. Like that person suffers from MS, and then it's MS now. So it's weird. It's
They stole my website name, Mayhem Now.
That's right.
Oh.
My source is opinion.
It looks like AARP.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's never a good sign, but it doesn't not have to work. Kentucky Fried Chicken was not doing great 25 years ago, and then they just went with KFC, and now they seem to be doing better. There's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff went to the initialized version of themselves, which is kind of weird. It's a conceit that your old brand is run out of steam, and then they initialize them. I'm trying to think what else besides KFC.
It happened a lot in the 90s where
yeah.
everybody rebranded to their initials only.
Right,
I know what you're talking about.
Right.
That was a movement. Yeah.
Right. I mean, the ones who did it right was the International House of Pancakes, because they had IHOP and they had an acronym, and they were kind of both at the same time.
DCBY.
Oh, my buddy has a show called The Drive Fast All Gas.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second.
So they're gonna look. Here's how they would. You don't need. You can just start being accurate, and then be.
Mayhem Miller bringing up Brendan Schaub's Drive Fast All Gas channel and Adam Carolla figuring out what the letters mean if you initialize it. It just goes in to the complete idiot that Brendan Schaub is. Although he is the new spokesman for Fat Joe's hair dye company. But, Drive Fast, we call it Drive Fast No Gas over here. Remember, that channel name was initially called Toontown, and he took the Tiny Toons logo and Disney threatened to sue him, so he had to change it to Drive Fast All Gas, and that spells out obviously what that spells out. And Carolla is just sitting here like, whoa, okay. And it's you have to understand it's even a little more uncomfortable here because Corolla and Shaw were the only two guys, not the only two, but two of the guys to take that Podcast One deal. Remember Colin Thompson and Cast Media ripped off a bunch of podcasters, then went off and started a new company, offered to pay them back like a fraction of what they owed them and gave them stock. Shaw and Corolla were two of the guys who took the deal. Theo Von did not. So Shaw is like part of the network there, and Corolla still. So Corolla knows what he's talking about there, but pretty funny. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
One of the problems that came out when I got the Brady case was that some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances. This is the MLK tapes. The first 2 episodes are available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes along with car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations.
Jeff Dye go in on him?
Developed with driver
No.
safety and
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, because he keeps talking shit about Jeff Dye.
Yeah, he was on Legion of
Really?
Saints. Yeah. It's
I don't really want. I don't see any of that shit. Wait, what happened?
well, he was just because Mark, when Jeff got passed at the store, now Mark has to deal with him, but he was talking a lot of smack about him.
Oh, really?
And then Mark goes on some podcast and he's saying like, yeah, I don't even know who that was.
Really?
Yeah.
He goes, I've never heard of it.
I've never heard of it. And then Jeff was like, why me?
Oh.
He's like, why you pick me for this? You've done this to everybody, and all of a sudden I'm the one.
Jeff said this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jeff listed off like all the big names Marin's had issues with. He's like, but you're coming after me? I thought you didn't know who I was. He listed like huge names that Mark's had issues with.
Got it. But it's just I just think it's a weird podcast tour and press tour to basically, we're not even talking about his special. All we're talking about is like what he does, what he says.
He's just salty.
And I think that sucks.
salty.
I don't think it's good for the brotherhood. I don't like that shit.
Yeah,
Brotherhood? What brotherhood do you speak
There's
of?
no
The one that
brotherhood,
kicked my friends out of the brotherhood? The one that kicked my friend Chris and Brian out? What fucking brotherhood?
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, weird. There isn't any, but whatever. I mean,
Fuck them.
yeah, I don't know. I see these guys out and they're just all like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah.
Oh, dude, so
Of
good to
course.
see you. You're so funny. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, bro. Thank you. See ya.
Yeah, man. Well, that's a weird thing now. Things are different. You know what I mean? Everybody. I tell you, this is a byproduct of people being so concerned about social influence. This is what this is really about. Social influence is everything. It drives engagement, it drives revenue, and people don't want to anything that they think is going to take away from the money that they're going to make. They're going to put up the tents and be like, no, that's it. It's just
They're going to protect it.
Yeah,
they're going to protect it at all costs.
Yeah, at all
Even
costs.
if it means
man.
losing their friends, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So
It's all good.
I always say like I feel like it sucks that loyalty is not something that people value.
Yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird too because
Except for your boy here.
yeah. Oh, there's a few. There's a few. No, there are a few.
Oh yeah. Who else, Chris? Who
There are
else?
people.
Name.
I don't know if they want to speak of them, but
In the spotlight. In the spotlight.
but that you're but nobody actually but that's the thing where nobody cares. Like there's so many people who are like, to me, that are in the spotlight that are like, dude, you gotta get back. We're gonna, you deserve to be fucking doing these in movies and shit. And I'm like, yeah, bro, okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? People who are like,
In the business.
and also famous, and they're like, dude, you gotta get you in something.
No, it doesn't count.
No.
It doesn't count.
I know it doesn't. That's my point. I'm saying they don't care. They don't care. Why would they care? But that's
They don't
weird to me though, because like because like to me it's like I don't know, dude. It's like you take like the movies and shit, and like movies about movies and how they're so, you know, they always play Hollywood like this fake thing, but like, dude, that's just kind of what everything is. Like, it's not like that. It's not like that in other businesses. Like the second anything is about anyone, everyone gets scared and they just go, oh well, I'll just do whatever's right. Quote unquote, and then this way my brand is protected, I guess. But like, dude, the people who don't give a fuck, like truly who really just don't, like us, you know, and there are others, but like, you know, it's just it's well, at least for me, it's freeing. Like I have a problem with everyone going on podcasts and talking shit about everyone. It sucks, dude. It just sucks. Like when I see some comic go out and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about how they don't kill Tony.
Chris, no good comics are doing that. I haven't seen one like legit comic talk shit on another one.
Right.
Like
there are no
in public.
Well, right. There's no. I mean, look.
Nobody that you respect.
No, you can argue that. Yeah. Look. Obviously, you know, there are comics that are above it, like Bill Burr, Chris Rock. You know, the big guys. But they are above that. But there are people who are that are not above that, who made their living that way. You know, who made their living talking shit, who made their living getting clicks. They're not. They're the people that what are they going to do? They can't not do that anymore. You know, but I mean, I saw a clip the other day with these comics that were, you know, they were not well known, but they were talking shit about Kill Tony, and it's like
hilarious.
Just, you know, why? Like for what?
Because he's the big dog.
I know, but it's like
when you get to a certain level, like people are gonna take shots. It's like it's a weird comparison, but it's like I'll talk shit about the UFC. I love the UFC, but I talk shit about them because they're so massive.
I understand.
Like they're so big. Like
I understand.
It's just what you do.
It's different when it's a company, when you're talking about actual people, like comedians. It's like that shit affects people. Like when, you know, Mark Maron goes, I mean, look, you talk about Mark Maron, like he'll go out and he will, he knows that he has issues with people. Like, I mean, he's not like, he says he's, you know,
that's his thing.
To go on a podcast,
yeah,
and talking to a guy and being like, the kid, these are the words, the kid doesn't have an act.
Yeah. No,
to talk like that.
But what I'm saying is,
what?
But here's my thing. Here's my thing. It doesn't affect Matt Rife, because what happens, what Mark's doing, Mark's a fossil. So his demos 45 to 77. None of those people are fucking with Matt anyway. So it's not like Matt's losing fans or somebody's on the fence like, well, Mark Maron said.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't affect Matt.
It doesn't affect Matt's fans, but it does affect Matt, dude. It like when I see somebody talking shit about me, it bothers me. Dude, I understand. It's like, oh, I don't give a fuck, and like you say, oh yeah, okay, that's a thing. But like you don't give a fuck because you go, okay, then I can't give a fuck. It's not because you truly don't give a fuck. That shit sucks.
You gotta not. It'll drive you crazy.
I understand, and you find the balance, but it just sucks, bro. Like, you know, say what you want about whoever's.
Who you tell?
No, I know. But I'm saying, say whatever you want about whoever's comedy. It's annoying. It sucks. Like when I see people like, oh yeah, fucking, you know, Bert Kreischer takes his shirt off. That's all he does. It's like, all right, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? He made it. You know, he's got his life. You know, or Tom Segura fell off, or whatever the fuck it is. Chris D'Elia fell off. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, for what? What are you doing? Make it. It's hard.
But again, those people that are saying those comments, like we all get it. Oh, Chris fell off, Brian fell off, Brendan fell off. I'm like, if this is falling off, sign me the fuck up.
Well,
this is what it is.
That's the truth. I wouldn't.
So it's also no one doing well who's making those comments.
Yeah.
Chris fell off. Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you know how much Chris makes a year?
Yeah, I'm not.
Do you have any fucking clue how well he's doing?
Yeah, but also I
don't like when people talk about someone. Like, I hate when it's a host, and then they're talking to this person and they're trying to bring up something as if they think the people watching are going to think that host is a good person.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, man, why are you bringing
people they're terrible.
Yeah.
They don't care about name a podcast.
You know what I mean?
They're fucking terrible,
Yeah,
bro. They're assholes. They're shitty. And like when they pick someone like fuck this person, Matt Wright, whatever, or me, whoever it is, like you know what I mean? Like they just pick person and then it's like you believe them because why?
But Chris,
well, you believe who? You believe
no one
Amy
believes
Schumer? Who you like? Who?
No one believes him. But my thing is,
Well, some people.
do you know anyone who's doing shit that doesn't get this type of hate? Do you know any? Name one. I can't
from
name
one way or another. Yeah, from one way or another. Yeah.
Name one, dude.
Yeah, no, but it's
money.
different when it comes from the fucking actual community. You know what I'm saying? It's different when it comes from the
Yeah, what community? You guys keep saying this community.
Right, well,
Community's full of
what's
cucks,
supposed to be
soft people.
Well, it was. I've been around for a while. Yeah, there was a community.
Exactly. Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
I thought at least.
Yeah, exactly. I believe that the internet helped to destroy that, and
because
But also, I agree that there was a community. There was a community before Rogan left. Like those, whatever, 5 to 7 years. It was the golden age, right? Yeah. But I think to your point, like these guys that does this stuff, part of it's not their fault. Like I'm not giving them an out, but part of it is social media, YouTube. It's created the algorithm's created to entice hate, and negativity. So if I make a reaction video going, Chris is the best comic ever, and Eric's the friendliest comic ever, and he's so good, I get 5,000 views.
Yeah.
If I make one that goes, Chris sucks cock and Eric sucks bigger cock, I get 100,000 views. It's just how we're wired.
It's my cock.
Brendan Schaub going off on stand-up comedians. What community, B? You know what you got kicked out of because you're not funny? So the whole discussion started with them commented on Mark Maron. And first of all, what Dalia said there about not just Mark Maron, but people like who criticize comedians, and his examples were himself, Bert Kreischer, and Tom Segura, and Chris was just like, well, go ahead and make it. All right, well, I'll go make it, but we got to go by how you guys made it. So our dads all need to have millions of dollars so we can just sit around all day for years on years and go do stand-up and not have to worry about any of our bills being paid or anything. And then, I got a feeling quite a few people will make it in stand-up if that's all you got to do all day. You got years to get good at it because you don't got to worry about your bills, and you got inside connections because of your father's money. They're all rich kids. Dalia, Bert, Segura, Schaub. They're all just rich kids who had a decade. That's why the LA guys are like, it takes 10 years to get good at stand-up comedy. How does it take 10 years? How can you do something for a decade and not make money at it unless your mom and dad are paying the bills? That's simply it. I know you can't really just boil it all down to that, but that is a huge factor in it. But Baba, he brings up Chris, like they kicked Chris out of the community, and Callan out of the community. But the LA comedy scene, I think he's just more bummed. They kicked you out. Well, the comedians did. Well, they kind of did. I mean, at the end there, they were all just openly taking shots at Baba. The second they could sense Rogan no longer really had his back, they all kicked his back in. But the fans kicked you out, Schaub. That's who kicked you out. You couldn't sell any tickets because you're not funny. You're not interesting. You are a dummy. And his jealousy. You can tell he's just jealous. Now, as there's a thing with Mark Maron, Mark Maron had a special to promote, so he went out and trashed a bunch of comedians. But to be fair to Mark Maron, he's always trashed those comedians pretty much for the same stuff. I got videos from 4 years ago of Mark Maron trashing Joe Rogan during his Instagram lives. So that's just what Maron does. And then D'Elia talking about, I'm no longer in movies and stuff. Did he get a new chest tattoo, D'Elia, by the way? I think he did. But Baba being upset that what community? A community that you were never really a part of. You were a hanger-on. You were a hanger-on. They all despised you, rightfully so, because you were a hanger-on who wasn't funny. But you were clinging to Rogan. And the second Rogan left, and then you even moved to Austin, Texas. I know technically to be next to Callan, but Callan moved because of Rogan. So you moved because of Rogan too. And he won't even have you on his podcast anymore. Truly pathetic. Truly sad. But hey, at least he gets to go to his son's baseball games now. It's hilarious how much heated Shaw gets over stand-up comedians now because he's no longer in the clubs. He can no longer go get the addies and the baddies. He still finds a way to fly a couple of times a month though. He's gonna go buy a truck and try and slam some girly DM probably, but I mean the whole golden hour thing, them complaining about comedians is just kind of hilarious. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
It cuts a swathe about 25 wide into the top of these trees and scattered debris out across 4 fields, which are reasonably large fields, size of the size. And then, even though it feels debris, it managed to fly off.
I know it does suck, but look, put it this way: if you're going out there for clicks, if you're farming stuff, like how comedians go out there and farm for crowd work. If you're on a podcast farming for clicks, you suck. You suck. If you go out there and you're like, oh, dude, let's try to make it so. Let's talk. Yeah, we should talk about that because fuck him. You suck. You're you know what you are? You're a hoe. You're a hoe at sushi. You're a fucking hoe. But
they know that.
No.
There's no longevity.
Nobody thinks that they're doing. Nobody thinks that they're bad, bro. Hitler thought he was doing the right thing. So it doesn't matter who.
What these people know. They know. They know they're bad. They know it's scummy work, but it's the only way they can make money.
Well, no, I don't know. I think that some people take this weird high ground. That's my problem with like what Mark Maron does. Is like
taking the high ground,
this moral high ground, and this like a genius complex that some of them have. To be like, Jesselnick's got that. He's got this genius complex that it's like, well, this is what comedy's supposed to be, and Mark's telling me like, man, I just care about comedy.
Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick. Jesselnick's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch. Jesselnick will do it like when he goes after Rogan or something. It's still in a funny way, and it's kind of his thing, right? Being kind of that asshole.
Yeah, well, I don't like
Jesselnick.
I don't know. He's my friend.
I like
Tell him to his face. No, I don't like dude. I don't like that shit. He was talking about Matt. I hit him up. I was like, yo, dude, did you watch it? I was like, I directed that special. He was like, oh, I didn't watch it. I said, oh, okay.
That shit just makes me feel bad. I mean, like, I personally, I like Jesselnick whenever I see him.
I just don't like that. I don't like
Jesselnick's awesome. He's a dark comic.
No, I know.
It's not Mark's
thing. I know, but when you carry it over into a podcast saying, yeah, fucking this person sucks, and you don't even know. Marin doesn't even have. He doesn't even know that Matt has an act. Like that, Matt has an act. You don't have to think it's funny. But
that shit's crazy.
So I don't know, man. I'm just saying it sucks. Dude.
Well, you know the
when I see comics getting dragged or whoever getting dragged, it just fucking always sucks, man. It always sucks. Even if I don't like them, I'm like, it sucks.
But in general, like the fan base that's gonna buy tickets or watch your show, they're already conditioned to this bullshit, this toxic community.
Right.
Most of them are like, fuck it. You know, they pass it.
Maybe starting now, but like not up until now, it was rough. You know, like it affects it. Social media really affects people. Like, look, dude, it really affects people. Like it affects. I know it affects. I know. People trying to everybody. Yeah. And the bottom line is,
it affects everybody.
The bottom line is, don't be a fucking pussy or a hoe at sushi. Fucking suck it up. You know, realize that you're real, and social media is not. Why would you touch the cords? And
this is right there.
Yeah,
so
but
we're
still touch them, obviously. And
I was just happy that there was no buzz. And I was like, they did a good job.
Yeah, so fuck it up.
Has Marin ever ran into Rife at the Comedy Store, like in the hallway?
No, they haven't met yet. No, they haven't. I don't know. No, they haven't.
Listen, Marin's a soft cuck. Marin would be like, bro, come on, man. And I guarantee if Matt came at him with like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, he said
I guarantee you Marin would back off.
What he said to me was like, he said, just walked up to me and was like, look, man, I'm not jealous. I'm not bitter. At worst, I'm old.
Bullshit.
And I said to him, Mark, if it looks like a duck.
Yeah, well, yeah, you have to look at what it comes off as. Yeah, you know what I mean? I sat next to Mark Maron on a flight from somewhere to somewhere. It was totally pleasant and cool, and this was before all that Matt Rife stuff. And then I'm like, it's so interesting that that's the same fucking guy, you know. But
here's my thing. I've been following Marin forever, dude. I was listening to Mark Maron's podcast. How long? 15 years now? Like, I'm a fan of Mark Maron, his podcast. I like Maron. I was the one when he was dealing with hecklers at the Comedy Store, I stayed after to make sure he didn't get beat up in the parking lot. Like, I like Maron. I like his podcast. I don't like what he's doing to Matt Rife. Like, that ain't the energy button. There's different ways to get attention. You're too old for that shit.
Well,
Leave that to the kids. Leave that to the guys with no talent.
There's people that are.
Maron's talented.
This is the thing. There are people that are going to, and I'm not saying this is what Maron's doing, but there are people that are going to hear what we're talking about now and go check out Mark Maron. They're going to be people that don't even know who he is, and they're going to go, "Who's that guy?" Google him. They're going to watch some of his special. So that's
and he's funny.
Yeah, I mean, Maron says some of his stuff is fucking great. Okay, so when you go to watch his stuff and then you see him, that's a win. That's a win in his eyes for him.
Yeah, but Chris, but here's sure. But it doesn't take away from Chris and Leah fans or Griffin fans. No one's gonna be like, well,
no, I know.
Mark Maron said this. It doesn't matter.
I know, but my point is,
it's not like they're not gonna stop watching you.
No, I know that, but the point is, that's why, and I'm not saying that's why Maron does it, because I don't know if that's why he does it, but that's why people do that. That's why people go out and say, let's talk shit about fucking Matt Rife. Let's talk shit about this guy. Let's talk shit about that guy. They'll get clicks. You see those videos? It's like, they say fucking Tom Segura, Andrew Schultz, they all fell off. It's like, they'll have like 300,000 views. And you're like, what?
All of us have one of those on there. Yeah. I had one that said I was going to prison like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really? That's hilarious. Yeah, but people click on that, and that's.
Well, listen, man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Look, this is just like political ads. They're proven that negative political ads are more effective than the others.
Right.
And in this business, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Negativity pushes all the content. You know, and you know what's interesting is how, like,
and that's a problem.
I remember watching Ralph Barbosa right now, you know, so he got a special, but
he's great.
It's weird how it's so different now. So he went on Rogan, and then he went on Club Shay Shay, and now that's the thing. It's not the Tonight Show. Yeah. It's not, you know what I mean?
Well, because those are fans.
It's none of that stuff. This is like
being Ralph.
It's crazy that how this. This is driving business. You know what I mean? And then, of course, when you go on Club Shay Shay, you got to talk about, like, he talked about George Lopez not being nice and, you know what I mean? It's like, Cat Williams,
I think what Cat Williams shit is.
I think what Cat Williams did on Club Shay Shay is now, like, you want to get on that.
90 million views.
But that's so, bro, it's like everyone's like, oh, yeah, and then Cat Williams' tickets shot up. It's like, bro, to go on there and talk shit about the whole community and get facts wrong, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not everything he said was right. To get on there and talk shit and shit is wrong, and then fucking Cedric the Entertainer is like, what the fuck? I haven't thought of Cat Williams in fucking 10 years, and that sucks for Cedric the Entertainer.
Well, the other one, the big beef right now that is the other. What's that comic? Ali Sadiq or whatever. Like, there's like a
Yeah, he's great.
But him and Cat are like,
oh, dude, I don't subscribe to any of that shit.
Because Cat was on what's his name?
These people are all
Carmelo Anthony's podcast.
Who the fuck is that?
Carmelo Anthony, great Denver Nugget. He won a national championship as a freshman with Syracuse. Come on,
I
Chris.
don't fucking know, dude. There's too many people.
Dating Lala.
There's too many fucking people.
Fair.
Okay, there was a lot to unpack there. Schaub really thinks he was a successful stand-up comedian. First and foremost, did he just claim that he was Mark Maron's protector from hecklers? Truly sad, truly pathetic. These guys are just now going off over the whole Mark Maron thing. Of course, Schaub is defending Jeselnik, who hates Brendan Schaub, by the way. Anthony Jeselnik despises Brendan Schaub and makes fun of Schaub all the time. But Schaub doesn't even realize that. But Schaub did admit, of course he watches all the videos about him. Hell, he sued me over my videos about him. And then he said, what was that? He watched a video the other week claiming he's going to prison. Well, you are getting sued for fraud, wire fraud, tax fraud, conspiracy. You are getting sued for that stuff. And you'll never talk about it on air except accidentally sometime from now. You'll say something that completely screws up the case and you'll get in trouble like you did during our lawsuit. Or like when I beat Schaub in a lawsuit right now. We're still in the appeals process. He filed an appeal. Then he went on his show and was like, I've got nothing to do with the appeal. I only sued that guy because my old management team, they stole money from me. I have no involvement with this appeal. It's being done for free. And then my lawyers sent that to the court, and then Schaub had to write a letter because his own lawyer forced him to write a letter saying, I am involved in this case, every step of it. I'm completely aware. Nobody's ripping me off. The man is a pathological liar and a fraud. So, will Bob actually end up in jail? I don't know. You're probably going to lose that lawsuit because they got a whistleblower, a chick who already got millions, and she's coming out against Schaub. So, but he admitted he watches everything. They're upset because the people who talk about these guys get more views than these guys. These guys could never have survived at the Comedy Cellar table with Colin Quinn and Patrice and Kevin Hart and Chip Norton and Florentine and Voss and stuff like that. So, they're just butthurt. They're extremely butthurt. You almost feel bad for D'Elia because he's been reduced to doing a show with these bums. I like how Potato Head, though, trashed Anthony Jeselnik. And Schaub tried defending him, and Montez was like, oh, no, he's a friend of mine, but I let him know because he directed Matt Rife's special. That's probably the thing that pissed him off the most. But, yeah, these guys have been going off this entire episode. So far, it's so good. But, Schaub, he was Mark Maron's protector. And he called Mark a cuck. Yeah, all because he went after Daddy Rogan, who won't even hang out with Shab anymore. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I do. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what those documentaries are for.
They're not. That's not what they were.
Fucking the Army Hammer one on Paramount. He's like, oh, I don't know one of those women. I know. There's people out there that say they've had sex with me. I've never been alone in a room with them. Dude, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is the truth. Yeah. I'm telling you the truth. And people are like, oh no, dude, he pulled his dick out to somebody who's trying to come up and do an air conditioning maintenance. What? Hey, what, dude? What? That was in an article that I fucking showed my dick to somebody who came up to do maintenance to my air conditioning. And dude, hey, think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. And go like this. Hey,
Army Hammer got
but think about that a little bit. Think about, who in the world comes to fix the air conditioning at, by the way, 11:30 p.m. So this is the night shift that I am gonna want to show my dick to. First of all, has a female ever worked the night shift? and then worked on air conditioning maintenance at 11:30 p.m. Or is it Ronaldo? Hey, Ronaldo, what's up? Sorry. Hey, Ronaldo, you gotta deal with that now. And you know what? Making a clip, I don't give a fuck. It's so backwards, and you know that didn't happen. But people go, let's fucking cut Crystal Lee out of this. Yeah. Then you know what? How about this? I'm real as fuck, dude. And I'm not. What I'm telling you is the truth. And you know that. You know that. But Crystal Lee's gaslighting. Okay, fine. Then you know what? Let me just go be a family man, talk to my motherfucking fans, and make a living. And fuck off. I don't give a shit. But you know what?
I do, big dog.
I do give a shit, but also, you can't. Anyone who's ever been through anything like that, and by the way, I know them all. I know all those guys. I know Army Hammer. I know all the fucking dudes now because we're like, we tell each other, really after the fucking fight? Well, that's like Al-Anon. Yeah.
Can we get Army Hammer on here?
I don't know.
He's doing pods. He is doing pods.
What I want to do is I want to do a fucking movie with him. That will be amazing. I'll direct it. That'll be so great.
Hey, where was Making a Murder? Was it in Ohio?
No.
Yeah, I was in somewhere in Wisconsin at a bit about Making a Murder, and people came up after and were like, dude, just so you know, like, that documentary's full of shit. He's so guilty because I didn't look into it. They're like, dude, he's like, there's no
imagine
ifs, ands, buts about it. He's so guilty.
Imagine a big company like Netflix doing a 10-part documentary.
It's crazy.
Crystal Lee went off about the allegations against him. Was one of them really that he showed himself to someone trying to replace his air conditioner or something? Damn. But I mean, Lilia still butthurt that his career was ended over the accusation. And you would be too if you ended up on a podcast with Brendan Schaub. If you were supposed to be an Army of the Dead and they took you out and replaced you with Tig Notaro, and you had deals with Netflix, him and Brian Callen had a deal together to do a show on Netflix. That went out the window, especially with Brian Callen's accusations as well. But it went out the window with Delia's, and then Callan said he hardly ever knew D'Elia. Oh, D'Elia, I hardly knew ye. But, I mean, D'Elia still heated, and he had like a mental breakdown after the allegation, started getting weirdo tattoos and neck tattoos. But, in his defense, the FBI did investigate him, and then they never charged him. And that was brought up by Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen as a defense of D'Elia like a couple of months ago. They're like, hey, the FBI looked into him and never charged him. So that is a feather in his cap. But remember, D'Elia thinks that you can't save something on Snapchat. And what does he cop to? Just cheating, is it? Or whatever. But I mean, the downfall of D'Elia is the reason why you saw that rant right there. Imagine being gonna be like the next comedy guy in Hollywood. Then you end up next to Mr. Potato Head and Schaub over there. Oof, he had it all too. And his dad was like a Hollywood producer too. D'Elia was on his way up. I seen that movie Army of the Dead too. Tig Notaro, I couldn't even imagine D'Elia in that role, but and they had to reshoot that movie and everything, which is crazy because they already shot. The movie was done. They had to do reshoots with Tig Notaro in D'Elia's place. You never know the difference, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Mark Ollie, our special guest tonight, as we talk about George Rothschild. We'll take calls on Mark next hour. You Coast to AM still lots more to talk about. Of course, Tom is here to talk about website. It's a diverse dating sites within the website that bring people together. So, for instance, you want to think of ViralRabbi.com as a clearinghouse. If you go to ViralRabbi.com right now, they're all in there. So, for instance, if you're looking for somebody that's spiritual and you're spiritual yourself, individuals seeking deep soul connections, maybe you're looking for music, jazz, dog animal enthusiasts. There's a solar website, actually the worst website in the country, dating websites. So all kinds of websites to find that person and things like you can check out. It's ViralRabbi.com.
At ViralRabbi.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi. Nice to hear.
Yeah, I'm listening to celebrities.
How so?
Well, I'm mixing with roads, clothes, aliens, conspiracy theories, and paranormal, that kind of stuff. But it's funny, you can't see that.
Well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Seriously, good luck with that.
Have you thought about paranormal? Paranormal matchmaker, and it's paranormalday.com. This website, you're looking for people like that stuff you like. Remember? Interesting. I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm down. Your profile on ViralRabbi.com is very interesting. So you really saw you well.
Yeah, it was so intense. Not as intense as you.
You're an easy, cheesy flirt, but I kind of like it.
Well, this paranormalday.com thing really works. Maybe paranormalday.com is for people with an interest in things they hear on George's show. Find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special supplement with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal comes from inside inspired by George. It's always a research. If you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. Paranormalday.com. You are not alone.
At 45 years old, I was in so much physical pain, I was truly dreading getting better. I had to bones, joints, weight that wouldn't go away, almost no energy, and constant little headaches. I was falling apart, physically and mentally. I searched desperately for alternatives to the pain management traditional doctors offered. I had tried alternative medicines with no positive results. Then I heard Dr. Joel Wallach on Coast to Coast with George Morey and decided to give his unique recommendation 90 days. It took less than a month to the results, and I've lost 95 pounds. I'm off all pain medications and pharmaceuticals. Best of all, the pain is gone, and I look forward to my future. This is Rebecca Kozak, and if pain has you dreading your future, don't something for another day. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up to receive the newsletter, Dr. Waldy's 10 Bad Foods, and tons of invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 at criticalhealthnews.com.
President Trump said, "Great news matters. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump that they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higby, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to newsmaxplus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlotte Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to newsmaxplus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Now, welcome back, George. Mark, where do people get your book here? Is there an update to the Rothschild story?
As I said earlier on, Philip has contacted that's one reason he suggested we get some material testing. I think hesitant was extremely protective of the finite amounts of material. So I'm getting sweet to Gary and see his offers. And I agree. They haven't take on take, and then 3 days later they've got this pack of samples. Philip got the post, that's all packet of pieces of your own every year. So from that moment on, find out what this stuff was. I have to say, Gary, because they used in the 1990s to grow the British aerospace, this stuff from sector of record and their laboratory, I don't think it was. And at that point, it would have cost a fortune to get this stuff professionally analysed. So I said to them, how do you look at it and say, well, it's a bit like Girard. Girard is trained. Why? Good. 5 to 6 years ago. So it's like, okay, I've got a laboratory in Australia. I've got a laboratory in America. Not television, not doctors. So see what they came up with. So we sent one off to the Australian lab, one off to America. The Australian one came back first. And what they done was they kind of rationalised it. They analysed it and gone, well, this bit looks a bit like this bit looks a bit like that. Possibly the residents on it is maybe it's the type of one we don't really know what any of the components are. So now what we're doing is so analysis came back from a much better laboratory than there. They said no, nothing to do with America. There's no American clue of this. This method is most from land theory or land farm. Here it was, and it didn't exist. Soil, it's absolutely everywhere. The problem is it's cost an absolute fortune to extract land from the environment. It's not it's not something when you ship out of the crash site machines existed to square which is and that this stuff was like say 14 feet. There was a lot of it around, so that was real great stuff. This is, we're not saying it's extraterrestrial, it's certainly towards it's exotic, materials. That's why we stop people. We put some free information requests out as well. So, systematically they started back police so we just got the free back and then we got one plan. This is the best one from the Central Records Office in Kew, which this country is and it was a very reply. Basically what this reply said was we can't find what evidence of it was. It's under the Secrecy Act, we can't say anything about control. People who were involved in this are still living, so we can't disclose any of the information to do with this file. And me and Phil are like, yes, no idea they told us that it actually happened. So without actually telling us, basically confirm the entire thing. It's true. That only came through a couple of years ago, so we're like, fantastic. We now know that everything is exactly like put in the book, and then we sort of went a bit further, we got okay, well, that's the case. Let's get a researcher on this and see if anything else in the meantime. So, every single piece of anything that crashed came down in the press or whatever. He went right away through all of it. He did not find anything related to this incident. He found all the things that the whole plane and stuff like that. We didn't actually find this particular one. And then again, just to rely on the Australian American analysis, we sent another laboratory to Greece. The Greeks basically came with exactly the same analysis that we got from the Americans. So, although it's all new, that's all new information, it's really important that it confirms what it says. It's exactly right. It's true. When it comes to analysing material, it's quite important as well. They are going to operate here on a dimension. They're only going to work in the same points that we've got, physically. So you wouldn't necessarily expect something really obscure to turn up. Although they don't actually want that is a problem. It's on the new they take and start and they make it zero and they wouldn't do anything at all. They actually that's how international workflows are. I know all the American arms and focuses on coming in good time in the United States.
So, Mark, the debris that this crash might be intentionally caused to use.
It was a insult rather than that's why action was dumped off the back of a wagon. There was none of that going and the secrecy, you know, I mean, that whole idea well, you know, on the subject of disclosure, the disclosure, I've always said that, you know, if you've got this because it's the last chapter, and this is where we actually have assassinated this. To examine the documentaries out now, it's on YouTube, so I guess I sort of I'm jumping on what would you say the size of the let's say the bottom final shape it was about 25 to 30 feet across, which doesn't correspond to anything other than drones or planes, but there's nothing in 1983 that is around about that width that would come through the top of the trees, cut a sway down the trees like that. All the fragments are slightly that is the shape of it. Imagine that like a carriage done trains. And again, it's something designed to traffic highs and 7 it's almost that sense of it as well. What should have happened? But it didn't stay carried on.
Where did it end up going? Did it blow up?
We tried to documentary, so we don't think the vast majority of the actual structure itself. Anything that was in it, like engines or computers or even pilots, anything that was in it dissipated with it. So what we know is just the structure of the undercarriage of the actual shell.
Were there many witnesses, Mark?
Absolutely. So imagine a scenario, middle of the night, there's no guys playing. Middle of nowhere, totally blacked out, not even one, nothing happened. So the middle of the night, just hits the trees. Now, nobody saw anything. You know, no worry. Nobody was at the very least, you would expect that to restrict the livestock or possibly working with farmers' family. Which kind of did make it just a pain. Some of the dimensions, something you don't have place at the right time and materialise in dreams. At which point you're like, whoa, went through the trees, did all that, disappeared again. Because carrying described the tops of the trees were sheared off. You can see how the next slided out across the field. So the debris did the same thing, the next slided out across the field.
Was there anything unusual about the fields of this craft vicinity?
Well, not really. That's why I haven't really played with the location of the field. The forestry and clear the woods, which amazing. Within 2 months, they're actually taking the entire woods out. So the woods are gone. And the fields are in Wales, they're only on the top sort of the rock. That's why we're going to achieve on. So from an archaeology point of view, yes, you go out, maybe not anything that there's lots of there for you to find. So the documentary is the pattern of fields covered in snow. And it's, white sheep on a white field and a white stone example typically. And it's on the beginning. That's the side, that's the actual location. There's anything I have to say visually. So, yeah,
What are you going to tell you what?
oh, wow. I always one of ours, one of theirs, was back in the evening. And I got to see it feel that somehow it's connected to Rothschild. That's the time. There are far too many similarities in together. So going down that avenue, there is a possibility, I think, that it's like back or I'd say that I don't think it's one of ours. I'm not sure it's one of ours. I don't think it's I mean, yes, I know the Japanese have discovered words. So I don't know it's funny because Japanese scientists about why Rothschild basically blah blah blah. I dropped a really wide email and I just said, what do you know about that? Anyway, took the people up and down. Because, nobody can see it's just completely unheard of. So I'm going to stick with it being on the back of the
We're going to take a short break and come back and take phone calls. Next hour, you're reporting to Coach about your trust. 40 years since the impact. Look, it's a great read. Strange things are going on out there. We'll try to get some of the answers. If lines are open, take a call. Come back to Coast to Coast AM.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Working for China's Ministry of State Security.
The 6 Bureau podcast is a story of inner workings of the U.S. and how one man's ambition states open to all.
Listen to the 6 Bureau from Bloomberg Podcast, on America's #1 podcast network.
Follow the 6 Bureau and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app.
In 1999, one line from 18-year-old Bobby Gilbright, compounded by the racial politics of a bygone era, sent innocent Jermaine Hudson to prison for 2 decades. The podcast Burden of Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born when the truth emerged.
I just told you I was going to tell the truth. And you might see my picture on the front page of the New York Times as this horrible monster.
Listen to Burden of Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen and can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
A venue that defies segregation, a mysterious man who became a local legend, and a community now by music. Join host Randy Sick for a podcast exploring Charlie's Place, a club that was about so much more than music.
Music, lyrics, the creation of it. More than any judges, jazz, on the races.
Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Today, what John wanted them to do, they usually disappeared. This is Truthfulest, John of God, a podcast that brings you inside the world of a hero who is worshipped across the globe and the darkness that surrounding him. An investigation of faith, power, and people who listen everywhere to uncover the truth. Open your free iHeartRadio app and search Two-Faced, John of God, and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a few girls sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Let's get right on with Connects Others is a long-form show where we explore great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times from their individuated perspective. Now we're on the Today Show. We got big moments. We definitely cracking the site. Right, but if I can get away with it, join me on Connects Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind inspiration of these great minds.
On America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Free iHeart app is Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice requests. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio.
Mainstream cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from short. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. My co-host Marcio and I strip back the margin of history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans, James Caan, Al Ruddy. I got a call from his head. It was the movie business, a lot of trouble. Talia Shire.
Everything was very artistic.
Many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Volterra, and we've got a new podcast, Kate and Ty Break It Down.
They've been through very crazy kids, trauma, that sees life with marriage isn't always easy, but it's working. And then there's just figuring out how to survive being noticed of the parents out there crying.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
It's 2026 Olympic Olympics are in the final days. Listen to all NBC's live play-by-play coverage on the free iHeart Radio app. Including closing ceremonies Sunday afternoon at 2:30 Eastern. The best things in the world. Dreams realized. The free iHeart Radio app now and search Olympics. Just sign up, you can't get out. They just keep you forever. And when you try to get out, why you're leaving? Because I want to leave. Don't tell me why you're canceling. Tell me why. What can we do? I don't want the service anymore. And a guy from the pipeline literally had to say, are you stopping me from leaving? Bill Hannon, is that correct? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app. Timeshare places are fantastic to not let you out the door once you go in. They lock the doors. It's like the haunted mansion. There's no way out. They'll handle live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Dory, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-848-9228.
From west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. Send Georgia text message anytime. 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
In this hour, we'll take your calls with Mark Goldie as we talk about Europe's Rothschild jump aboard, share a question. We'll come right back on Coast to Coast. Are you a fraud-paying American? It's a fact that 1 in 4 honest, hard-working, tax-paying Americans has been a victim of identity theft. LifeLock Identity Theft Protection, though, if your identity is stolen, you fix it, guaranteed, and you get your money back. Last year, the IRS fined over $16 billion in refunds for identity fraud. That's billions of dollars that can come from your salary, overtime, or second job. And this year, you don't need to stay a victim. LifeLock monitors billions of data points per second for your personal information and alerts you to threats you could easily miss on your own. If your information does fall into the wrong hands, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists who are backed by the $1 million protection package because this tax season, fraud-paying American is something no American should have to claim. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George at LifeLock.com. That's 40% off with promo code George at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Dildo to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FedWise Bank, member FDIC. Non-identical client terms apply.
Carly, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car. My whole computer wrecked. I feel like I can never save any money. Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away. Albert can get you up to $10,000? Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run. I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EASY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EASY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EASY to borrow up to $10,000.
Welcome back, Mark Goldie with the shares. We're talking about Europe's Rothschild and your calls this hour. Mark, why do you think this craft was flying over such a remote area? What was going on there?
Pretty much taking the area island. The whole of the north part of Wales, which is the left-hand side of the UK, is renowned for having those fairly risky bases. Some of that is down market traffic, most of the bases that are in that area. There's a lot of military bases in the Midlands that fly out over the Wales. And it's quite a remote area. There's not a lot of area. And the service was taken part. That's the best area. The flying side of whatever was going on was related to anyway, general form of military or to the point where the local coast guard the direct through to the airport base, when it sees these lines coming up out of the bay, very often the phone and say they've got a little one here. So there's something clever about the ocean, which we don't often many years before that kind of thing. So yeah, it's still a hot spot.
Are you going to rush until we get an answer here?
Well, no, I'm getting out of the I'm going to see what the answer is. Somebody did say, I mean, the crap came down. If, you know, we've been messing about with quite exotic technology since the Second World War. We've had years, you know, to look about this stuff. Anything's possible. Everything's possible. They didn't have drones then, did we? No. Where I so in 1990, we had this big thing with the flying triangle, where we got lights on each point, and it's got the lights in the middle, and it was whizzing over a local hill, Winter Hill, and that was in the late 90s, early 2000s. And the other key eventually came out just at the end, test flying stealth drones. That really is what Rothschild teams are. I'm not talking about the giant, some enormous things in the States that are obviously not drones, but you know, over here we do get quite a lot of that, which is it. Not as much as you might think. And a lot of what doesn't correspond to that kind of activity either. Were you in Liverpool when the Beatles were there? Yeah, well, I was very young. I was born in 1962, so that was the same year that the Beatles and the Stones got there. So, how we go? So, yeah, I remember the camera. That's a lot. When I was very young. Right down to 1970, Beatles split up. I was 8 years old, so it's still within the camera. I kind of inspired by my career choice. It's funny because I'm like, I live 16 miles away from where the Beatles started. I live 16 miles away from where Oasis started in Manchester. I'm not both. It's a great place to live. Fantastic place. Which zone can you drive in your work? What are you looking for? Well, the obvious short answer is answers. You know, what drives. What would life be without mystery, without mysteries? And I do agree, I think right to, as an architecture researcher, I like to get back to what subjects I'm dealing with. So, you know, it doesn't matter if it's stretched heads of UFOs or King Arthur or Robin Hood, you know, whatever I'm dealing with, I like to go back to the source material. And I'd like to transmit that, communicate that to others. You know, very often it's more amazing or mysterious than all of them. It's the core of it. The chase the details better than the catch. Let's go to some calls for you west of the Rockies, Mark. Rothschild, California, talking to Mark. Go ahead, Mark. Yeah. Mark and George. Are you familiar with Operation Minority by William Milton Cooper? Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the UK, so of course. The late flight. Yeah, he was murdered by a sheriff in Arizona. He said his file is my death. I have it right here. Yeah, he spills beans on the aliens, their faces, the whole 9 yards. Look that up, Mark. I will. I think the flight that I like to say, it's a show that I'm not being down in any way. There's so many people out there that say so many things about so much. You know, it'd be nice to high is one of the green thread or silver or whatever. You know, it'd be nice to get something concrete. That's kind of where I'm at. So at the same time, you don't fall off believe there is an element of so there are lots of stories. Sadly, as I say, we've lost a lot of over the years. I think it's actually like the program. William Cooper was shot in 2001 by a sheriff's deputy in Apache County. That's a good question. I mean, to be honest with you, I've got this thing called Star Trek. That is, why do every single alien creature, why do they always have 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 2 arms, a body, 2 legs? I mean, in the Star Trek series, it was logical. They couldn't afford to do anything other than dress people as aliens. So my biggest bugbear, if you like, is the fact that 9 times out of 10, these aliens are coming out of craft or walking around in silver suits or whatever. They follow human dimensions. They look like, something quite human. So the question I've got is, I just wonder if there's some kind of genetic hearing or something like that going on in some of the human encounters against people. They will be experimenting with one another. The best thing which I personally have leaned towards in the books is, maybe they are wolves. They must be us time traveling. Well, that raises problems and issues because you can create paradox, destroy your own time. What happens if they're all coming from a very distant past? Okay, we seem to investigate that. What happens if they crack the problem involving time and space, and they crack it right at the very beginning to become separated, whatever, and these are interdimensional, and they're basically popping in and popping out to see where the world has ended up. But they're actually analysing what's happening to the planet in their future, which is maybe why they're appearing now, because it's in the whole time. Are they walking? Well, because of the nature of the shape of what they are, then they could be, potentially they could be out there. I have never quite convinced, as you said, that it's beyond their own capacity, that it's been given to them by these beings. So as I'm getting older, I'm subscribed to the idea that they have no time, they have no space, they go anywhere they like, and I think that's a very, very, very interesting fact. That's what I think it comes to. So good question.
Next up is Cornelius from Louisiana. Welcome to the show. Hello there, Mardi Gras man. Here you go. George, you're right. Mardi Gras man. And your friend there, he gave Mardi Gras. I'm inviting you, George, next year to come to Mardi Gras and have yourself a good time. Did you do it, Mark? You need to come to Mardi Gras. You'll have a nice time. Mark and John, boy, they really get it out of the park. I was just telling John, I don't know, Mark, you got a biblical name, and my name is biblical. I'm going to tell you one quick story of George and Mark and the audience. My dad was in the Air Force, a state at San Antonio, Texas, where they trained at. Well, he got his orders, and he was asking George and Mark in the audience, he said, I'm going to eat. And then when he found out he was Air Force base, that was there in Louisiana. So he definitely making English, but that was my quick story because Danny, he loved the show, George, he loved that rubber place. But Mark, my question for you, I follow the Bible because these things I believe are fallen angels and we call them interdimensional and stuff like that. And I tell George and the audience, I believe AI is dealing and telling us from the Antichrist intelligence. And these things, they've been with us for thousands of years. And they can change different things, but you're right. Like Star Trek, it looks like different aliens and all like that. Man, insects, but more humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, all like that, 2 eyes. So my question for you, being that if we look at all the Colonel Corso about Rothschild in the 1940s, and then compare it with the Rothschild in England. God bless you, George, and God bless America.
You check into Philip Corso's work, Mark. I'm not specifically bored, I haven't got two good answers to what he raised. You might have picked up when you were doing my biography class at the beginning, studies. I spent 3 years at Bible college, so coming in from that, I also got that information available. So, you know, for example, the twirling wheels wasn't with us in flying saucers. You know, it's got an extraterrestrial, you know, all those kind of questions. I'm probably on the same page there, to be honest with you. I think these things have been doing us for a long time. Are they necessarily evil? Well, the jury's out on that because, you know, this country has gone down that situation. So I don't think they've ever actually done any real damage or real harm. I don't think they're necessarily, quote, demonic. I think that's a different issue altogether. So, yeah, without going into too much detail, I've gone through the biblical stuff and had a really good look at that. Yeah, that's really all. That's really the best comment I can give. All right, well, stay with us, Mark. We're going to come back and wrap things up with you in just a moment here on Coast to Coast. Mark Ollie with us, the name of his book, Jeremy Roswell, 40 Years Since Impact, an Amazing Story. And we will be right back with more on Coast to Coast AM. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Podcast is the story of the inner workings of the MSS. Now, one man's ambition, mistakes, open to fall.
Listen to the Sixth Bureau from Bloomberg Podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeartRadio.
Follow the Sixth Bureau and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
In 1999, one lie from 18-year-old Bobby Gilbright, compounded by the racial politics of the bygone era, sent innocent Jermaine Hudson to prison for 2 decades. The podcast Burden of Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born of the truth emerged.
I just told them that I was going to tell the truth. And you might see my picture on the front page of the New York Times as this horrible monster.
Listen to Burden of Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. People didn't do what John Front wanted them to do. They usually disagreed. This is Truthist John of God, a podcast celebrating the inside the world of a healer who was worshipped across the globe and the darkness and surrounding him. An investigation into faith, power, and the people who lose everything to uncover the truth. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Truthist John of God.
A venue that defied segregation, a mysterious man who became a local legend, and a community now by music. Join host Rabbi for a podcast exploring Charlie's Place, a club that was about so much more than music. Music, dance, marriage, the creation of more than any judges, gals, brought the races together. Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Saturday workouts. Then lunch. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal, and as you'll hear on the Stray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths of the fallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Because this is the fly trap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Stray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-1109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
On the next Coast to Coast program, my guest is the Reverend Bill B. As we talk about demonic forces, make sure you're part of the program. And then we'll have those Friday night into Saturday morning open lines on Coast to Coast. Beyond Belief, that's our television show, and you're invited to go to that website, beyondbelief.com.
You sure are. Before you do that, go to the website, beyondbelief.com, and watch that free episode. Then scroll out just a little bit and sign up to take advantage of that 7-day free trial, which will give you access to well over 500 shows that we've taped to Beyond Belief. So check out the website. It's beyondbelief.com.
Now, you can
Our YouTube channel is really great. It's interviews of recent past shows, and it's all for free. So if you go over to coasttocoastam.com, go to the top, there's a little YouTube icon. Click that, and it's free. Spend some time, have some fun.
There's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com with Dr. Alan Olay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products with exclusive stem cell testing that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Olay.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, blood hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and getting the body to heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, and fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. That's the purpose of Immustem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Olay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and Immustem?
Immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put Adaptostem along with it, almost within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. Stem cell wellness care with Dr. Olay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. Stem cell wellness care with Adaptostem and Immustem is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, mental clarity, natural
Wellness at lpcom. This is an amazing story. We've got Stephen, Gregory, and Nelson. I understand that Malachi, who is 8, almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just 1 or 2 warts, but significant warts all over his body. So significant it impacted his ability to really function. Yeah, he was having trouble even holding insulin right. Sometimes actually, I'm not surprised. It is an amazing immunomodulator, and so I can see that it would work. And so at what point did you see that there was actually improvement and really going to work? Well, look, we really started to notice it around 12 weeks. You can see these things actually getting smaller and smaller, and going down to just little red lumps. The whole thing's gone. One the size of one. Wow. It's just been miraculous. See him get into a chase. Yes. And how wonderful. It's great to see him so happy. Yeah. Absolutely wonderful. Difference in seeing it. It's blown away. This is awesome. Yeah, this is awesome. Another amazing story. Why? We're talking about Carnivora. Call them to awaken your immune system and protect yourself now. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA. Carnivora.com.
Ready to feel healthy this year? Find everything you need at loseweightnow.co. Order Lumens gives you access to proven GLP-1 medications at a lower cost, backed by real medical professionals. And yes, they ship in discreet private packaging because it's nobody's business how you're improving yourself. And your journey deserves dignity, privacy, and confidence. Get started today at loseweightnow.co. Individual results may vary. Visit loseweightnow.co and get started today. That's loseweightnow.co.
Now, welcome back to Ordinary along with Mark Ollie. Mark, what was it that got you into being an archaeologist? What captured your attention? Oh, I was when I was 8 years old, he took me on the road with him. Just going trench stuff with the travel. So don't be jealous. Fast forward to when I was 16, 17, 18, I was at art college in Warrington. Museum from the opposite side of the road, some stuff. The university lectures there, and going on to the university. Next minute, taking on fantastic science and castles, and exciting times, and then when you get a record, of course, you're all over the place. You're bound to look across historic sites, very often like a band of words when nowhere from the story. Like, oh, come on, let's go on the wrong stone circle, or you got to investigate this abbey, or whatever. It never really went away. Just, it's always been an interest. I recommend you keep in touch with us. You're doing good work. The name of the book is Europe's Roswell, 40 years. We've been talking about UFOs, actually, throughout your life, but then ghosts and conspiracies. That doesn't get any better than my grandson. Tell me about the story of Epsilon. This is an incredible story that a lot of people might not be aware of what very well could be an alien object that is circling over. I'm so intrigued by that, and you think about it. When it first came out, I could not imagine why people weren't going wild about this. But here is a broadcast, so to speak, that sometimes we theorize that maybe there's like I don't know what kind of device it be, but sometimes a tape recorder that keeps broadcasting messages. But here, and serious-minded astronomers that, this is coming from a source, it's coming from something that, is circling, it is an informant, and it is broadcasting the meaningful messages. Now, and then it just disappeared from the stars, and I tried to track it down and get more information.
And then I don't like to project thoughts like this. Sometimes we get a little wary of saying, oh, it must be a cover-up. But I could not understand that this could really be anything other than some kind of cover-up with this information. And there wasn't a door that would be received and that we reported in the book. That alien contact, it seems as though someone was telling us, you know, we're here and we're available for communication. And then there's nothing else. This object of yours was parked around our room about 13,000 years ago. Yeah, that was what the communication claimed that it had been parked there, like it was kind of an overseer, like it was that was a mission to say when we were ready enough to receive this, what would still be there. You know, yeah, that's what I understand, but I wasn't able to get any more information about it. There was a lot at first, and I tried to track it down at the time, and then it just dried up. I couldn't get anyone else to answer, but, you know, I'm stubborn, and yeah, I agree with you. We got to put this in the book. I just get excited about it. You know, some additional statements from someone who should know will be forced to make these statements and explain what happened. But if it's still broadcasting something, we should have second pointed ears there somewhere. Yes, indeed. And I can't believe that it isn't pointed there. But I can't get any more information than someone with a higher ranking than Sherry or myself. And I hope that people will see that someone with that kind of influence and demand that we say to play and happen to absolute bullshit. You must be that there are a lot of reports out there and they're good ones. So much happening on this stuff. Oh, they're reacting. Okay, first of all, no disagreement from you. It's a great mystery. How people feel they have answer. And they're very elusive. And they're very superstitious. We have the answer. As long as we have been in this research field, they realize that it's a multi-level phenomenon. It's a multi-level, multi-dimensional phenomenon. We know something's going on. We don't know if it's extraterrestrial. It's multi-dimensional. We don't know. So, as a suspect, there might be bases under the sea. There might be bases under earth that talk for some of the ancient legends. But the phenomenon has been with us forever. And we feel that it influences every aspect of our life in ways that we haven't done to train on yet. We feel that strong about it, that whatever the phenomenon is, we're not saying they come from Elvis and Turai, we're not saying they come from the hollow earth. We're simply saying consider all of this as a great mystery, a multi-layered mystery. But something is going on. Fred, why do you think at such a young age human beings really became fascinated with stories of UFOs and extraterrestrial life? What happened to us? Well, I think the philosopher Lady Gaga says we were just born that way, maybe so. But I have to bring up one thing. I got excited about books of the movies, which is a favorite of mine. People like to play the name game with research. And I think with the novel book, the British astronomer who made the discovery of this robot satellite was named Duncan. How about that? So again, food beside the moon. So those things kind of add spice to research. So we continue to get these UFO reports and stories all over the place. There are some people who government's going to do slow. I don't think so. What do you think? I don't either. I think as long as I've been researching in writing,
which goes back to the 50s and the first book in 66 about UFOs. I stepped in. It's not going to. And people say, well, they can't keep a secret. Oh, yeah, they can. I mean, but we have been talking about this not long ago with Kevin Randall. I know the spy research. And we continue to find people making thank you for your session testimony. I'm sure that's better testimony just making it off their chest. And, you know, I can't see why someone has to keep all of their lives and then on their death. That is part of their legacy. So it seems we're building up a kind of disclosure. I really am not optimistic about this. I know our friends they're very enthusiastic. We hear from them regularly and respect what they're trying to do. And you know, I'm trying to be a contact as much as possible. So I hope that we will have some sort of great revelation, but I'm just not terribly optimistic that it will happen in our lifetime anyway. Unless it's a mistake. I'm not paying a mistake or something like that. Let's go to the phone. David in California, West Northeast. David, go ahead. You're on with Restream. What's your name, David? David, okay. What's hypothesized about this spread? You know, this group, the Illuminati, to build a first these people. You think they're being controlled by aliens? I would say not. I think they just don't want us to know. They're afraid of us. Yeah. No, I don't know. Well, I certainly have to do. You certainly have to do. They hope that we all. And, you know, I won't give that type of comment, but I think the builders of Illuminati, there's a lot of time about conspiracies. We're just being overwhelmed with that. But again, the caller said that there's probably not going to be disclosure as far as groups being controlled by aliens or aliens or multidimensionals, whatever. That then I think the whole field has the paranoid aspect. And I think we have to be aware of that. I've seen so many things inside the years. Kind of more serious research started to felt the reason that inside the truth. And that's that. If anybody suffered mental issues and I won't go on, but it's a field. And I told Jerry before we really got into that strong, it's like entering a magic ether. And I said, hey, what's that happen? Because when I was really into it, in the 70s, things that going on. Sensible descriptions happened. And when we got into the Restream, unexplainable, mysterious things happened. And information from the sources. And things are, you just have to watch very cautious mind. There's something about entering the field that you have to stay balanced. You really have to know yourself. And that's why we maintain that time of meditation, the time of prayer, What fascinates me too, Brad, these stories are so personal. I don't think you've read many of my books, have you? I've never read any of your books. Well, then you would know that I began speaking of the supernatural aspect back in the 60s, much through the disdain of my fellow readers. I still think a lot of people say they're dimensional, they're demonic. I still think they're coming from planetary systems within our star galaxy. Or even not deny that the work of theory, but as we said, it's a multi-layered theory. And firstly, the spiritual or the supernatural people always have a knee-jerk word for a lot of people, but I think we understand when I say that, that aspect of another dimension, another world, another supernatural, whatever you define that, because there are so many similarities between UFO phenomena and ghosts. Much longer than I'm not sure. If at all, George Sarah, I'm George North. Somewhere I'm done, coast to coast down. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, something safe. How one gets ambition, mistakes, open all these businesses.
Listen to the 6-0 from Bloomberg Podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Follow the 6-0 and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
In 1999, one lie from 18-year-old Bobby Gilbright, compounded by the racial politics of the bygone era, sent innocent Jermaine Hudson to prison for 2 decades. The podcast Burden of Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born when the truth emerged.
I just don't know how to tell the truth. And you might see my picture on the front page of the New York Times. This horrible monster.
Listen to Burden of Guilt, America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash. And if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car. Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. But what if you've had just 1 too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Plus, driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and the station.
People didn't do much on a flight wanted them to do. They usually disappeared. This is Truth with John and God, a podcast that brings you inside the world and the healing was worshipped across the world. And darkness, that's right. An investigation into faith, power, and people listen everything to uncover the truth. Open your free iHeartRadio app and search Two Things with John and God and listen now.
That defied segregation, a mysterious man became a local legend and a community bound by music. Join host Randy Sick for a podcast exploring Charlotte's Place, a club that was about so much more than music. Music, lyrics, the creation of it. Judges, counting, all the racist. Listen to Charlotte's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlotte's Place and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are verities in this great land. We all with certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos, violence. Here's what you think that you'd see your parents' house ticked off, the farm ticked off by that yellow tape. It was a very brutal crime scene, one of the worst I've ever seen. Careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Jim Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Daytime. You can listen to all episodes now completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? You're trying to catch me riding 30? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. Washington is co-leading a coalition of 13 states seeking the Trump administration over funding for energy and infrastructure programs. The lawsuit filed this week challenges the U.S. Department of Energy's funding cut of $2.3 billion for several projects and research. The lawsuit claims the cuts were illegal, being led by Washington State, California, and Colorado. The White House top advisor saying some members of the Federal Reserve should be disciplined after saying American consumers are paying for President Trump's tariffs.
A new study by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York shows that last year, the average tariff rate on U.S. imports increased by over 10%, and that is 90% of the tariffs economic burden fell on U.S. firms and consumers. White House economic advisor Kevin Hansen said all the paper and embarrassment, and said the study's authors should be disciplined. The Labor Department says the inflation rate rose less than 3% last month.
More than 4,200 nurses remain on strike and have been on for a 6-week navigating New York.
Nurses at Mount Sinai are not to head back to hospitals after reaching an agreement. Nurses at New York Presbyterian are still fighting for what? They say the pay is not so much an issue, but safe staffing and job security. The nurses union pointing to one instance that drives this home, saying nurses working on the pediatric care unit at New York Presbyterian's Morgan Stanley Children's Hospital were awarded nearly $400,000 after the hospital was found in violation of safe staffing measures.
And the Seattle Seahawks are officially for sale. ESPN reported the team could sell for a record $7 or $8 billion, winning the Super Bowl without sweat. Department store Kohl's introducing a new discounted department at the front of its stores called the Deal Bar. It will feature a variety of gifts for $100. Some say it's similar to Target's Dollar Spot. I'm Monica Nelson, your consumer business news.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
From Tenderfoot TV in Atlanta, I'm Lindsay.
And I'm Maggie Freeling.
This is Up and Managed Week.
From the team that brought you come and all new podcasts and brings you a weekly dose of business. Join me as I talk businesses with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've caught.
It's got to be DNA. Tune in as Nancy plays out the crime in the true up and managed side.
A late night knock at the door, a missing car, and a mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Up and Managed Weekly is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, you have a large together a great show for you tonight. Iran has a short window to agree to a deal with the U.S. according to President Donald Trump, before warning that the situation could soon shift negotiations. The talks focus largely on curbing Iran's advancing nuclear program, which U.S. officials say is closer to weapons grade enrichment. The U.S. industry also want Iran to give up its long-range ballistic missiles, stop supporting groups around the Middle East, and stop using force against protesters inside of Iran. The desperate search for Nancy Guthrie is now in its third week with investigators hoping for a break in a backroom case that they no closer to solving. Advances in artificial intelligence are unlikely to bring down interest rates in the short term, according to a key federal official. In sharp contrast, the Fed chairman nominee Kevin Waters's plan for a slashing borrowing costs. John Truman, co-author of the 99 Strongest Banks in America, was here. John, what do you think of AI and interest rates? Do you think it'll work?
Well, I think the
Meanwhile, there's a lot of talk that has emerged in the last several days that rates are going to go up. Rates go up. Inflation occurs when there's more money than goods. It's that simple. And if we're spending heavily from the big beautiful bill, the consumer price index will go up. So right now, I think it's a struggle. We'll see when Trump's new guy gets in. Hopefully they'll go down. Mortgage rates have been trending down, George, nicely, which makes obviously homes more affordable and young people can buy houses. All right, if you had peanut butter at home, it may be time to check the label. Federal officials say more than 20,000 peanut butter products sold across the U.S. are being recalled after possible plastic contamination was found during manufacturing. The Food and Drug Administration said the peanut butter was manufactured by Ventura Foods, sold under multiple brand names across 40 states. Recall was triggered after inspectors discovered pieces of plastic in a production film. Coach Jeff Nelson. Jeff, what do we do if we have a glass of peanut butter at home? Throw it away?
Yeah, absolutely. Contact the source that you purchased it so that you can get covered on it. This is a case that I had several years ago, and it requires good investigation. Identify first what plastic that they're talking about, if it's a soft plastic or a hard plastic, and then where this plastic was introduced into the food system and into the food processing, part of how this went down. Because obviously somebody missed the boat by not being able to filter out this blue plastic product.
Jeff, are these small particles or are they big enough where you can see them in the peanut butter?
You should be able to see them.
All right, and what should people do if they think they have one of these contaminated?
You certainly can call Ventura Foods. They're at 633 South Missouri Road in Los Angeles, and let them know that you have a potential item involved, because it's all across the United States.
Thank you, Jeff. Now, food safety. President Donald Trump said he would direct the release of government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life and unidentified aerial phenomena, saying there is tremendous interest in the issue following the remarks by President Barack Obama. Mr. Trump said he would instruct War Secretary Pete Hegseth and other relevant departments and agencies to begin identifying declassified records tied to unidentified aerial phenomena, UFOs, and potential extraterrestrial life, bringing the movement in response to heightened public curiosity. We'll talk about this in a couple hours. In a moment, Maureen Seaver back with us at Coast. We're going to talk about what they do next on Coast to Coast Day.
I've driven a limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring, repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't feel my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell and jarred my neck really bad. I could not drive anything for months. When I heard Dr. Wallach on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, everything he said made sense. Once I eliminated the bad foods and started giving my body the right nutrients, I could feel the difference right away. I started sleeping through the night. My body didn't hurt all the time, and I was riding again in 3 months. I went from 230 pounds to 170 pounds. My life has completely changed, and I'm so grateful to Dr. Joel Wallach. My name is Ruth Ellen Sanchez. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up for the newsletter to receive Dr. Wallach's 10 bad foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
Looking like
thinking about gold or silver, but you're stuck on where to start, you're not alone. Most people don't even know how to take that first step. And the good news, you don't have to figure it out alone. Noble Gold Investments can help. Noble Gold was built to educate new investors and empower experienced ones, making precious metal ownership safe, easy, and aligned with your financial goals. Noble Gold makes it simple to protect your savings with something real. Physical gold and silver you can actually hold. Whether you're rolling over an old 401k, starting a gold IRA, or buying coins for home delivery, they'll walk you through every step. They're trusted, transparent, and based right here in the United States. Noble Gold is the name Americans turn to when they want safety and stability they can hold in their hands. Stop waiting. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com today. Noblegoldinvestments.com, your trusted precious metals partner. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George and Art with you, Morgan Shepherd, back with us. Author, neck founder, photographer, person specializes in the senses. Is a super sensor with a strong lab verified color vision, multiple formats. Maureen, welcome back. How have you been?
It's been well. How are you? It's such a pleasure to be with you again.
Explain what the symptoms easy on you.
Well, you and I both have that gift, don't we, George? It's having bonus senses. So you might get a stimulus like listening to music and see color. And it's actually a very good memory device. And it's present in a lot of creatives, from Marilyn Monroe to Lady Gaga to Billy Joel to George Norrie.
Would intuition be part of that?
You know, that's a great question. I know you're familiar with Edwin May from the Stargate program. He told me that his top remote viewers, including Joe McMonagle, are all citizens. And in his private lab now, he only uses synesthetes for research. They're terribly intuitive.
Let's talk about the senses and break them down. Let's talk about how the human body has been so marvelous with them.
Yeah, so my last book you were kind enough to have me on about was Fearfully and Wonderfully Made, The Astonishing Science of the Senses. And I rounded up all the latest research in labs across America. And you know, George, there's a real sensory research renaissance going on now, fueled a lot by robotics. So they're trying to make the robots sentient, and they're measuring what that would take, what would make them more human-like. And the good news is, humans are off the charts, and there's no machine that can match us. They have discovered that our eyes can see down to the level of a single photon, without glasses, without anything at all. Our hearing is astonishing. We can hear sounds with amplitudes smaller than the diameter of an atom. We can smell 1 trillion scents. They used to think it was 10,000 before this renaissance of research began, and now they know it's 1 trillion. They've actually put human beings on scent trails like hounds, and we can follow it. So the title of the book really summarizes it. We are fearful and wonderfully made. Humans are magnificent creatures.
My theory is that there's got to be a God, whatever you want to call him, or it, because this is too complex, it's too orderly, it's too well put together. When you look at the human body, and we're going to go through vision, hearing, taste, smell, touch, who would think of something like that. It's genius.
It is genius. And, even Darwin, who ascribed to evolution, as we know, said when he looked at the human eye, he found it absurd to think it evolved because it is so perfect. One of my teachers is a medical anthropologist named Bill Michelle, who I'd like to say good well wishes to right now. But he calls us soft tissue high technology. I love that. We are the highest technology. And yes, I agree with you. There must be some intelligent design behind this.
How did you get involved in investigating the human senses?
Well, it all started because I'm a sensory outlier. Well, I'm a journalist first and foremost, but I'm a sensory outlier myself. I have many forms of synesthesia, and I also have an extra set of cones in my retinas that give me superhuman color vision. And I am one of the strongest pieces ever recorded. There's a study of 8 women. We're all women so far out in Arizona State University. And I was recently informed mine is the strongest case. So I had a lot of curiosity about this personally. And I also wanted to see what other people were experiencing. There's a woman in my last book who is just incredible. She's a retired nurse and grandma in Scotland, Joy Mill. And do you know, George, she can smell disease. She can diagnose people with Parkinson's 10 years before they show symptoms. 10 years? My God. 10 years. And she has helped scientists develop swab tests so scientists can do it when she's not there. Now, that's not a cure, but it's a great early start for intervention. And she also knows what COVID smells like. Do you want to know what it smells like?
Not really, but tell me.
So you can run the other way? It smells like apple cider and infection.
What is infection smell?
Kind of that sour kind of smell, when you have a bad stomach or something, you might taste it. Yeah. So she's working on other things like tuberculosis and cancer. And she's also a synesthete. So you mentioned synesthesia earlier. Synesthesia seems to be the basis for a lot of people with super abilities. So there's me with the vision, there's Joy with super smelling. There are other folks who are wine sommeliers and perfume experts who are also synesthetes. So something about these bonus senses wires our brain to be more perceptive.
A couple of years ago, I had a story of a dog and cats that were in the hospital that would be able to sniff out cancer.
I love that. I think we should explore this and talk about this even more because, again, we were designed such extraordinary abilities. We should be using them, and we should be using that in all animals.
So let's go through some of the senses and explain to us the human condition. First of all, let's talk about how powerful overall are human senses.
Just beyond machines, for sure. And George, how we like to talk about animal senses, like the vision of a hawk or the scent of a bloodhound. The other animals are extraordinary, but we can keep dogs and rats in laboratory experiments. So, we should be protectors of their animals, and we should know our place among them. We are supreme among them. We are super predators, and I like to say, if you don't believe me, read the headlines, right? But we should be using our abilities and our strength. I think that's one of the great challenges of being human.
We have several visually impaired listeners to our program who call in every once in a while. And I applaud them. I'm not sure I can do what they do.
No, I think it's remarkable. And, they may have stronger other senses because our bodies tend to compensate when one sense is injured or missing. So I bet they have gifts beyond what we can even imagine.
And again, talk about the brain. Would create eyes. Who would think of this?
They're so just incredibly complex and beautiful. Everyone's eyes. Everyone's. And how about the inner vision, right? How about the pineal gland? Do you know there are rods and growths and cones and crystals deep within our brain in there? And then they explain how we dream and have visions.
And eyes are something kind of open by the soul,
I think so too. I think you can read a lot about a person by looking at their eyes. Not just whether they shift when they're talking to you, but there's something about looking into another person's eyes. You know who you have in front of you if you're perceptive at all.
Some eyes just look fantastic. So, what makes it happen?
You know, I've noticed that too, George. I think of them all as beautiful because now I understand how complex they are. But you can tell how someone's spirit is doing by looking at their eyes. Some people are so animated and their eyes are so lively and bright, no matter the color, shape, or what have you. And then other people just have a dullness over them. And it usually makes me concerned for them. It might be a depression, it might be a illness. But I think we all have noticed that in people.
How about Harry? Where does that fit?
Well, we are just beyond, again, any machine when it comes to hearing. We can not only hear really tiny little noises, we can hear changes in frequency faster than any other animal. But you know what I discovered recently, George? I'm researching my next book, and this has to do with hearing. I thought, wow, our senses are so powerful. I bet they confer advantages on other worlds, right? They're so powerful, they would help us explore space. But I learned that our senses are extremely specific to Earth. As powerful as they don't translate. And I'll give you a hearing example. Do you know that we never would have heard Neil Armstrong and his famous statement of one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, had his helmet not been mic'd back to Earth? There is no sound on the moon. So we have to really, I'm not anti-exploration, but we have to really think about what life is going to be like out there as we take these next steps. You know, the Earth has 1 G of gravity. It has 101 kilopascals of atmospheric pressure. We've got a stable G-type sun. We've got a 24-hour light-dark cycle. And we've got strong magnetic shielding and a chemically rich atmosphere that carries sound, smell, and taste. I call that the Earth's sensory envelope. It's really, really specific. Within that envelope, we are just phenomenal creatures. But take us not too far out. I think we've all heard about astronaut health problems. even in the International Space Station when they're up for a while. And that's only 200 miles out. That's not even the moon or Mars. So it's in this next phase of human development, we need to seriously think about what it's going to be. How would you teach a child to sleep on Mars or the moon if they can't hear their mom and dad?
And how would you categorize touch as a sense?
Oh, definitely. And do you know that touch is really dependent on gravity, George? So if you're in a low gravity environment, your skin doesn't react the same way it does when it touches something. It requires the bubble of gravity around it to perceive properly. So even our sense of touch would be wildly skewed out there.
When we come back in a moment, Murray, and I want to get your take on what you think senses could be on other planets. So we never met.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Ghost Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
China's Ministry of State Security. The 6-Zero podcast is the story of the inner workings of the MSS, how one man's ambition, stakes,
Listen to the 6-Zero, the Order podcast, on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Follow the 6-Zero and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
In 1999, one line from 18-year-old Bobby Gilbright, compounded by the racial politics of a bygone era, sent innocent German Hudson to prison for 2 decades. The podcast Burden of Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born when the truth emerged.
I just told him that I was going to tell the truth. And you might see my picture on the front page of the New York Times as this horrible monster.
Listen to Burden of Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today. People didn't do what John wanted them to do. They usually disappeared. This is Two-Faced, John of God, a podcast that brings you inside the world of a healer who was worshipped across the globe and the darkness that surrounded him. An investigation of faith, power, and the people who listen and uncover the truth. Open your free iHeartRadio app and search Two-Faced, John of God, and listen now.
A venue that defied segregation, a mysterious man who became a local legend, and a community bound by music. Join host Reed Sec for a podcast exploring Charlie's Place, the club that was about so much more than music.
Music, dance, lyrics, the creation of it. More than any judges, gavel, brought the races together.
Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
For something that I've desired for so long, and it's actually happening. We're having our first kiss. I was a believer before that moment. I and then he pulled back and said, I can't do this. And I was like, why? And she goes, I feel like I'm his human sister.
We've all been there. Maybe you turn to a friend, a family member, a stranger at a bar, and
She told me to you.
I am Jeff.
Hey everyone, I'm Sophia. Into a couple leads to the secret to true love.
Your twin flame is your ultimate lover, your best friend, your other half, for eternity.
And even when he actually thinks things are hopeless, they have other ideas. Everybody has something that they would give anything for. And unfortunately, there's people out there who aren't willing to look at that.
There's nothing that can see it.
The Twin Flames. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from sure. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. Then all this stuff gonna work. Jack, get rid of those guys.
Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. My co-host Marcio and I strip back the varnish of movie history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty is based on my co-host Clark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty features new and archival interviews with Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans, James Caan,
What's covered next? Just like wash you up and drive around a lot. Al Ruddy. Said I got a call from his dad. It was the movie that's in a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire,
If everything was a very artist's chess game.
and many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Welcome back to Coast. We're going to take calls next hour with Maureen Seaberg as we talk about human senses, share some of your stories on how you use your senses to get through life. The Paranormal Podcast Network is growing by leaps and bounds. We've got series and we have a lot of great programming. It's a lot of fun. It is free, so just download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you listen to your podcasts on your PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com and the search and any of those, just put in Coast to Coast AM. All the great shows will pop right up. It's hours of listening. Again, it's free and you'll have some fun. Great email from Sally who says, George, you are absolutely right. I was scared of beagles. Thank you for this.
HealthyLooking.com is proud to bring you GLP-1 plus GLP-2 and GIP for weight loss with no shots or pills. Georgia's Try GLP Drops. Drops, not shots. Kill the cravings with no doctor or prescription. Why pay more for the same active ingredient? First of all, one of the biggest things people are trying to get rid of is food noise. You're getting in your head, what am I going to eat next? What if that could all go away? I'm Sean Lumber, and I've been working in the healthy lifestyle space for almost 25 years. We've worked with thousands of doctors in many professional sports teams and professional athletes. Everyone is talking about GLP-1, but they're missing the point. They don't talk about GLP-1, GLP-2, and GIP. So our Try GLP offers way more than just weight loss. You're creating energy. You look amazing because of your skin, not making your skin just fall like so many of these synthetic versions, these injections. With our GLP-1, GLP-2, GIP, that's right, the trifecta, all that goes away. You simply start losing fat while keeping your lean muscle mass. It's amazing. With our patented extraction process, simply take small drops once or twice a day and you're all done. No more needles and no bad side effects. And the beauty of this whole thing is you're helping your gut. You're absorbing more nutrients. So why not lose fat, keep muscle, and feel amazing? Drops, not shots. Georgia's Try GLP Drops. No prescription and fast free shipping. Lose weight and keep it off for less with Georgia's Try GLP Drops at HealthyLooking.com or 800-478-6465. Lose weight, not muscle with Georgia's Try GLP Drops, not shots at 800-478-6465 or HealthyLooking.com. If you're over 40 and planning to retire someday, the window to protect what you built may be smaller than you realize. And here's a question most people never ask. Is your portfolio built for what's coming next? Many investors in their 40s and 50s discover they have little to no exposure to precious metals. That means their savings are largely tied to markets, policies, and paper assets. Very little protection if conditions change. As retirement moves from someday to on the horizon, protecting what you've already built becomes just as important as growing it. And that's where Noble Gold Investments comes in, helping investors reduce risk by adding physical gold to their portfolios. And right now may be a smart time to talk with Noble Gold Investments. No pressure, no sales gimmicks, just clear answers and a strategy built around your goal. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com and build your portfolio for the long term. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult with your tax or financial professional before making investment decisions.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he even told me what all he was going to do. And it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivore, and I called and canceled my surgery. And she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising accidents all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Now, welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you, Maureen Silver, with us. Her website is linked up at coasttocoastdam.com. Her most recent book, as she mentioned, is called Fearfully and Wonderfully Free. Now, Maureen, you are what you just mentioned, tetrachromacy, aren't you?
Yes, so I have an extra set of cones in my retina for vision.
Normally it's 3, right? We all have 3. You have 4.
Yes, they're normally 3 sets of cones, and everyday people can see a lot of color. They can see about 1 million colors, but that extra set of cones makes it possible for me to see up to 100 million colors.
Well, now, does that bother you? Does that affect
too, or there may be a trending color of the year or something, and I notice an attempt at it in a piece of clothing or something, and it's just off. So it's so fine-tuned that you notice tiny little differences, but mostly I really enjoy it. And I'm a nature photographer. I contribute to National Geographic, and I'm really into birds. And birds have some of the most gorgeous colors of any creature. So I try to enjoy it.
Assuming there are aliens on other planets, what might their sense be? Similar to ours?
Oh, I don't think so at all. I've been thinking about this, and just like the example I gave previously, that we would not have heard Neil Armstrong or his helmet not linked back to Earth. There's no sound on the moon. Perhaps, George, this is why their eyes are often so big. In people's experience, perhaps they need that to let more light in, because it's very dark out in space. All these beautiful photos we see coming back from Hubble and James
Let's begin
Webb.
a lot today. We saw our share this morning with the Shur this month, sponsored by Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and I'm with Yurtek with Ayala's mother. They'll be a Dafra Associate, looked at American come forward and show Appalachian families. Thank you for sponsorship. The shir today, sponsored by Robert and Lisa Lilienfeld, the family of Robert's mother, Madeline Lilienfeld, Migdal Bas Noble on the yurt site, and by Ron House and family in honor of Yurtek and his father, Uri Ritva, and Baruch Shimon Yogaha, Yochel America, and Kamakora, and Shabbos will have an idea of the families in the sponsorship. So let's begin. A beautiful top ahead of us today. Today's top is traveling. I want to thank you for share yesterday. We're going to take off from the $1. First one. You know in the Bahina speak for Lishma. Let's remember again, so now we're going to talk today about Lishma. Two different types of Lishma. One, what we call a type of sacrificial Lishma, the obligation to go and offer up a carbon for a particular purpose, other than offering up a Shlomim. I have to have in mind that it's for a Shlomim. So on and so forth. Then we're going to discuss the Shema, the type. The idea that when offering up a carbon, one has to offer it up to Shema for a particular owner, upon whom to use the half. So we know the Bahina is the Shema. So when where do we know? Where do we know that when one is offering a carbon, one must have in mind that the carbon is being offered a particular type of carbon. That if I'm offering up a Shema, I have to have in mind that I'm doing the Avodah that is for Shema. I'm going ahead and offering up an Olah, I have to have in mind that it's for the sake of an Olah. Then she says, you know the Bahina is being Shema L'Chatzita. But we're L'Chatzita. So when I check the carbon, it has to be done with Shema. The Amar Kavod, the Pasuk says, in Zevach Shlomim Karbono, the Pasuk says, if it's Zevach Shlomim, will be his carbon. Shetei Zvicha L'Shem Shlomim. So what's interesting, what the Gemara Darshan over here is, the Pasuk says, Zevach Shlomim. That word Zevach is really extra, what it just said in Shlomim Karbono. If Zevach Shlomim, the Gemara Darshan means that the Zevach, the offering itself, must be the Shem Shlomim. Must ultimately be for the sake of a particular carbon. So the Gemara said, or maybe not, maybe Zevach Shlomim is just the way the Torah calls carbon, or maybe that's just the name of the carbon. The Torah calls it, instead of calling it carbon, the way the Torah refers to a sacrificial obligation is a Zevach Shlomim. If it's Siv Hamakiles Dam Hashlamim, Hazor gets Dam Hashlamim, Kulok Siv Zevach, Ba'alot Siv Zevach. So what's the difference? That's just the terminology by which the Torah refers to Shlamim. Just calls it Shlamim with Zevach Shlamim. If that's the case, in that case, Yahweh shouldn't be used every single time the Torah refers to the carbon. But that is not the case. Under all circumstances, the Torah just calls it Shlamim once. So why does the Torah choose to add in the word Zevach over here? It must be for a drush. What's the drush of those? Shlamina. What do you learn from here? You learn from here that the actual slaughter itself must be for the sake of shlam. So we'll say, so now we've just seen that halacha l'maisa. So we've seen the source for the fact that when slaughtering a korban, one must have in mind at least the hakila, the particular type of korban they offer. That was that for us. It's already a bit anticlimactic because we already saw from the Mishnah that the particular idea, if you don't have in mind the particular korban, what's the halacha? Right? The halacha is worse. Meaning we saw even better. We saw that even if one has in mind for a dramatic type of korban, the korban is still good. The only exception is that what? It doesn't necessarily count towards the obligation of the owner. So again, we're talking l'chakila though. That's they're actually adding that word l'chakila. So the halacha is l'chakila. When one shech say korban, one has to have in mind the particular korban they're shech. Good. So now we've established that for shechita, you should have in mind the particular type of korban that you're offering. Shout out all this Milalam. How do I know about other avodas? How do I know about other parts? You also remember again, one of the incredibly exciting parts when you come this action from this is that I'm not sure to go through korbanos step by step. It's part of the reason we're amongst friends. We talk about being honest. Some of the reasons why we often tweet out when it comes to Gemara's on korbanos is for a very simple reason, which is what? We have no idea what we're talking about. Right? So when you have no idea what you're generally, people try to avoid subjects that they don't, most people try to avoid subjects they don't know what they're talking about. Some people have to gravitate towards those subjects, but that's a different discussion. So we'll say, so part of the reason why korbanos sometimes, I guess, I don't know what it is. The incredible part about this is that we're going into the teachers of the korbanos, and we're going to get to see the different processes. So right now, we're working our way through what we'll call them the blood avodas, or the dam avodas. So now I understand shechita. Slaughtering of the korban has to be done for the sake of the korban. What about ashkechan tzvicha shar avodos minala? What about the other parts of the service that wasn't really discussed? We're going to go through what are the other parts of the service. Telling us the other parts of the sacrificial service also shalachat to the damishma. Maybe you'll say, you learn it out ultimately again from shechita. Malazvicha shekin nifsala shalom l'shem open. Well, see, here's the difference. Here's the difference. The difference is, so maybe I'll say, just like Zika, just like Shika has to be done Lishma, so to everything else in the korban also has to be done Lishma, which the Gemara says, well, here's the difference. Mala Zika, Shekin Nifsala, Shalom L'Shem Open the Pesach. Shika is a little bit different. Shika has a unique halacha in that korban is, right? And that halacha is that if you shech a korban Pesach for the intention of someone who does not have the ability to partake of the korban, then what's the halacha? The halacha is it invalidates the korban. Okay, now just a moment. Poselas shalom l'shem open the Pesach, the first and the last of the white line right now the Rashi. Shem shachto l'shem open the Gomachola, who is zakin shem yafonu lepo kizayis hustle, the achilah invited. To say ish l'pi achlo, achilah v'kizayis. Shara modos, no hostage no open. So we'll say, maybe we can't learn out the other avodas from achilah. Why? Because from Shvicha does have a particularly what's the Rebbe say? I want the people to cover Pesach. That's very interesting. If you chef cover Pesach, to have in mind for someone to partake in the cover Pesach who is not fit to eat a kezayis of the cover Pesach. For example, I'm chefing my cover Pesach on behalf of the Chavura, and one of the members of the Chavura is an old, infirm person who can't eat a kezayis of cover Pesach. What's the halacha say? That invalidates the korban. Again, we'll discuss why that is, but it's an incredibly dramatic shechita. The Gemara just pointed, I don't think it is. So shechita itself has a unique chumrah associated. Because of that, perhaps it cannot be used to teach me that I need lishma by the other avodas. Rather, what does the pasuk say? Hamakrid esdam hashlam. The pasuk says, he who goes ahead and offers up one of the shlamim. Shebehei kabbalah of the shem shlamim. So we'll say in this case, interestingly enough, so Makrid is a reference to Kabbalah. And we'll say, what is Kabbalah? Kabbalah is the step after Shechita. So the animal determines the shechit, then what happens? The blood spurts out, right? So blood is caught in a free sharis, in a receptacle that belongs to the base of the That's called Kabbalah. That's called Kabbalah Sadam. So the pasuk says, "Hamakriv as dam Hashem." So he will go ahead and receive. He will receive. He literally means he offers up, but this refers to Kabbalah. He will receive the blood of the Shlamim. Shetei Kabbalah l'shem Shlamim. What do we see from here? That's what is that? That's the dam Hashlamim. So it's like dam Hashlamim. Gemara Darshan means what? That when you receive the blood, you should have in mind that what? L'shem Shlamim. L'shem Shlamim. Gemara says, so if that's the case, why not just write the Shema obligation by Kabbalah by receiving the blood? And I could have learned that from there as well. Just like Kabbalah has to be the Shema, so too what? So the Shema has to be the Shema. I say, at some point in time, you have to ask yourself, what the Shema has my whole part of the sacrificial service. Teach me by one part. And I could extrapolate from there that I need the Shema by all parts. So teach me that I need the Shema by Kabbalah, and I could learn that by Shkita. To which the Gemara says, "Believe in the Shkita, you should be believed because it's a Shema. Now the Kabbalah should be Shema. We'll say here's the difference. The difference is that Kabbalah, remember, we're going to see this in greater depth. Shkita is Shira Zah. Shkita of a carbon done by anyone. Shkita of the carbon is not done by a coin. Be done by a Zar non-coin as well. Remember again, the halacha is definitely the shkita. Right? When it comes to zrika, when it comes to Kabbalah, the other forms, again, or the other parts of the carbon, those cannot be done by a Zar, by a non-coin, or by a Isha. So because of that, again, I can't necessarily go ahead and take Kabbalah and learn out other things from Kabbalah because Kabbalah has chumras over, let's say, Shkita. So Shkita, the Kabbalah is supposed to say, now here's what we got. You understand now that Shkita has to be done with Shema, Kabbalah has to be done with Shema. Srika Minallah, also what about the sprinkling of the blood? Right? From where do I know that that also has to be done with Shema? So maybe you'll say, okay, not a problem. I can learn how to speak up from on the outside, from Shkita and from Kabbalah. Meaning, even if you want to say that Shkita is unique because it can be done by anyone, Kabbalah, the receiving of the blood, we already established when we done by a Kohen. So if Kabbalah has to ultimately be done by a Kohen and requires the Shema, then what? Then Zrika. Also remember again, what's the Zrika? Zrika is the sprinkling of the blood on the Mizbeach. So where do I know that Zrika has to be done with Shema as well? Which was Mehani. So learn it out from Shkita and from Kabbalah. Malahani Shkita something. So she will say that maybe she's a little different. Number one, because the Zrika only is done on the northern side of the masonry brush. And furthermore, again, it applies ultimately again in Chatos Actinius. Ultimately again with Chatos offerings. They were offered up on the inside of the base of the Moshe Dashi. Yesh on the Chatos Apnimios, Amal Zrikas, Mishbeach, Hafitzos, Lesper. Ultimately, I will say there is no sprinkling on what we call the Mishbeach. So, again, we'll discuss what all of these particular details mean. What the Gemara is making over here, I will say, is that what? Is that Zrika has unique chumras over Kabbalah and over Shkita, which the Gemara says. And Amakra, Azorik is done as well, Shekin Zrika B'Shem. Yes, I will say it's okay. We don't have to learn Zrika from anywhere else because we have a pasuk. What does the pasuk say? Azorik is done Hashem. She will say, what do you see? Notice, by the way, every judge is pretty much the same. What do you see? What is the Torah doing? Like every single step of the sacrificial process, the Torah is going out of its way to restate which word? Good. Shlamim. Right? Shlamim. Right? So every time we restate Shlamim. I said, but they're not calling Shlamim. Shlamim one time. It's the concept of Shlamim. And you don't need to keep on repeating the word over and over and over. The fact that it restates the word, like every single step of the sacrificial process, it says Shlamim by Shkita, it says Shlamim by Kabbalah, it says Shlamim by Zrika. It tells you that what Kabbalah side, tells you that what? That's the Shema. That's the Shema. And again, even though normally I'd be tempted to say, well, don't keep repeating it, so learn out one step from the other. Obviously, you can't, because what was pointing out is that each part of the sacrificial process has its own unique aspect to it. So therefore, again, by speaking, good, to lift up the heart of the speaker later, So again, he was asking me something. So why don't you just write the Shema of the stuff? And let me learn out everything else that is some Srika. I'll learn out Shrita, Kabbalah, Rusi, Marsa, Kilometra, just one to raise it here. Mali Srika, Chayin, Malea, Zar, so say here's the difference. By Srika, if a non-coin goes ahead and does Srika, Chayin, Misa, Yishan. Now listen, I want you to think to yourself for 1 second. Kabbalah, which is established before that one, also has to be done by a coin. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Srika, Zan, Chayin, Malea, Misa, about Shrita, Shem, but Shrita, we know that Hakiva is even kosher with the non-coin. The Kabbalah, the whole Locha, Abba, Shrita, Bizarre, in Hayat Allah, Misa, Midamina, the same. So it's interesting enough. As much as Kabbalah, receiving of the blood, and the Locha, speaking of the blood to his staff, also has to be done with the coin. If a non-coin does it, it's not Hayat Misa. As she indicates Srika, the actual sprinkling on his staff, and if a non-coin does it, there is a Hayat Misa. So because Srika has the skumra of the Hayat Misa, can't learn how to begin up the Shema from Srika to the other forms of Avodas. So Ashkech on Kudas, we'll say, so now we've got. We're accomplishing a lot, right? We're all pretty sure about it already. So I've established now Shrita, Kabbalah, Srika, all require the Shema. All require the Shema. What about Ashkech on Kudas? Halacha Minah. We'll say, we're back to Halacha. Now, Halacha, interestingly enough, we'll say, what? Yishma Minah. Halacha is the process after you receive the blood of the Yishayis. It is the process of walking the blood over to the Mizbeach that to sprinkle it. So Halacha is the process between Kabbalah and Srika. So what about Halacha? Believe him, so maybe you'll say, okay, you can just learn halachas and everything else. So as we'll say, the logic would dictate that one. If Kabbalah has to be the Shema, and if Srika has to be the Shema, then what? What has to be the Shema? Why? Because again, it's the process right in between those two. So we're done. Let's just start with that. I'll tell you why. So here's the difference. The difference is that Kabbalah, Shrita, Kabbalah, and Srika are indispensable parts of the sacrificial service. We need them as part of the Kabbalic service, and if we don't have it, ultimately the covenant is invalid. Remember, Halacha, She'ef Shalavat. Does it if you want? The Halacha will say, I can use the gates of Halacha by checking the carbon right next to the Mizbeach. It will say, Halacha is a utilitarian function. I check the carbon is there. I need to sprinkle the blood there. I have to walk so far over so I can prepare the technical level if you check the carbon right next to the Mizbeach. Let's remember again. So I'll bring it one of these days. You can imagine your image of second-based Mikdash. So remember again, you have the Mizbeach and the outer Mizbeach. Right next to the outer Mizbeach, also the rings. Those rings are the rings that miracle are humanizated. And the drop, push the animal on the side. The ring came down, clamped down on the head of the animal, and allowed for Shechita to take place. Those rings are not fought from his back, so technically speaking, the Shechita, right next to his back, and obviates the need for Halacha altogether. So because of that, again, because Halacha is not quote-unquote a necessity, therefore by definition, you can't go ahead and learn out the other avodas. So we learn out that Halacha has to be Shema. Hello, Amrika, the Hikmah that's not calling the day. Rather, the Pasuk says, shall offer up everything understand, but Amar, Halachas in Barim Lechem. And Har said that this refers mostly to what? To the walking of the limbs over to the ramp of the Tanya, the Greek, so Kabbalah Sadam. So we'll say, so ultimately, again, the Pasuk goes there, completes the process of Halacha. But the other process, he says, well, it tells you that the process of Halacha also has to go ahead and jump the Shema. So the Gemara, the Tanya, big Rivo, you offered up Su Kabbalah Sadam. We'll say this refers ultimately again to receiving the blood. The Apikrach, one of the Lashon Halacha. The Torah, yet, interestingly enough, even though it's called Kabbalah Sadam, the Torah used the Lashon ultimately again of Halacha, transporting the blood. Remember, the the halacha, lo chaplam nifal kabbalah. Teach you that halacha also should not be removed from the general swell of Kabbalah. To teach you that blood, just as Kabbalah, just as the receiving of the blood has to be done with Shema, so too again halacha, the process of transporting the blood from point A to point B also must be done with Shema. So we'll say, so again, so now, so we just done, so halacha l'maisa, what we want to just prove it is that at least the Tefillah, Shechita, Kabbalah, halacha, Srika, all have to be done with Shema. I will say the Shema altogether here is what? This is a shame karma. Where when one does these four processes, one must have in mind the particular type of karma that is being offered. Good. Actually, Shinui Kodesh. Shinui Kodesh. So now, we've established this, what we call Shinui Kodesh. We've established now that we're offering up a carbon and engagement in various carbonic processes that one has to have in mind for a particular type of carbon. Shinui Violet, we know. How do I know whether we're offering up a carbon? The carbon has to be offered up specifically for the intent of a particular owner. Right? So meaning if it's Ludain's carbon, it really should be offered up with Hakila, with having Ludain in mind. Establish now that everything has to be done to shame the particular type of carbon. How do I know now what Hakila? It also has to be done ultimately again for the sake of the particular owner. Look at Rashi. Rashi is Shinui Bible Midah. She's not for Shalto, unless she's Kablu Bible. Although she was Karaba Akka. So Rashi is not having a particular owner in mind, but rather it's having in mind that the particular owner should achieve atonement through this particular carbon. And not that someone else should achieve atonement. So where do I know that coming from, right? I'm going to put it as radio line. I'm going to go. Basar Zeva Modas Shlama. So the Pasuk says, literally again, the meat, Zeva Kodesh Shlama. Zeva is a carbon. Modas Shlama, the Kodesh Shlama. Shekei Zvicha, the shame Kodesh. Remember again, that word Zeva, so what I also is really extra. So the word that here, Basar Zeva Kodesh Shlama. Zevach doesn't just mean a carbon, rather Zevach means Shechita. Shekei Zvicha, the shame Kodesh. When we offering up the carbon should be offered up for the purpose, express purpose of the Torah. Now what is that teaching me? Seemingly that's teaching me the shame carbon, right? Seemingly that's teaching me that when offering up a carbon, one has to offer it up specifically for the particular type of carbon. Also, but again, remember, we already learned that. I already have a legal that. You just established that before. So the Gemara says it's okay. And Eno Inyan is Shkei Kodesh, we're not talking about the Hasam. I don't need this phrase to teach you that a carbon should be offered ideally for the particular type of carbon in question. Because we already learned that earlier from a different concept. Neiv Inyan machinery biases. Use the concept ultimately what? Teach me the halacha that the carbon must be offered up for the express purpose of achieving atonement for the particular which requires the halacha. Also, but does this concept come to teach us also shinui bailam? Because the Gemara called it shinui bailam, but the phrase actually shinui bailam means that I have to have in mind, I shouldn't have in mind for a different owner. I should have in mind the proper for the particular owner of that carbon. But 1 second, that person comes to teach us something else. So the Hainu, the Hainu, the also, and we go ahead and decide that we get what we should have. We have on the 1,000, we'll say. Vasa Zera Kodas Shtava. So the phrase says, Vasa Zera Kodas Shtava. Avachanu only sure really has there. But the Rabbi, what is it? Kodas Shashak to the Shin Shani Shira. They will say, you offer up a Togah. Remember again, the Togah thing is a very unique Thanksgiving carbon. A person ultimately going to see in some type of life-threatening situation or inherently dangerous situation. The person brings the carbon over. So let's look at that passage. It does that if a person goes ahead and shafted the carbon toga, the shin shlomin, or let's say we're shafting that he didn't have in mind for a toga, had in mind for a shlomin. That the carbon is toga, shlomin shashachim l'shem toga b'sulam. But it was saying, but one was shafting it. One was shafting a shlomin. And I reminded the shlomin should be a toga, then ultimately again, the carbon is possible. Which the Gemara says, when not fish things down, we'll say, why is it that if I go ahead and I check the Toga, the Shem Shlamim, then the carbon is kosher. But if I Toga the Shem Shlamim, right? If I go ahead and if I check the carbon Toga the Shem Shlamim, it's kosher. If I check the Shlam the Shem Toga, it's kosher. We'll say, why is that? Very simple. Toga, do you Shlamim? Also was er aufgeklärt, was Logo itself is the first like sorry, was the release yet so you can stop it. That's the boss. The boss said that how does stop up. The Logo is the particular shogun. And therefore again if I check the Logo with the intention with the Kabbalah stop it works, then shouldn't be a Logo. The Shara says not for the Logo. Therefore if you check the Shara in the Logo doesn't work. Also so the point of view is you might be using this concept of that a carbon has to be offered up for the sake of the particular determined by the particular order. You might say, well, 1 second, they use that concept to suggest something else, which is that. But a total offered for the sake of a shlomo works. But a shlomo offered for the sake of a total doesn't work. So the concept is not free for the drasha you want to use it for, which the concept is a hana, the word we're actually utilizing for the drasha is the word seva. The word seva, that's the word we're utilizing for the drasha. So let's say, other drasha of Shlomo's Toda is utilizing the phrase of Todas Shlomo. We're actually going to use the word seva. That the carbon has to be this carbon. The carbon should be offered up for the particular owner. Which the if that's the case, the person should have said phrase it differently. Let it say Basra Koda Shlamam Zeba. My Zeba, why is it not placed for Shlamam at time? Was it ultimately again? Teaches us two things. Number one, ultimately again was actually points out that there's another halacha that we're going to come back to another basic which is that from Zeba we also learn that the carbon Koda has a particular window of consumption. And the halacha is that it can only be used for a certain amount of time. What we will see is we actually learn out two halachas from this word Zeba. Halacha number one is that there's a particular window of consumption. Halacha number two, which is the one that's more important for us right now, is that the carbon has to be followed up the same time for the sake of the particular owner. So we'll say, so now we just established this. Halacha the Maisa, point number one, Shkita has to be done to shape by it. Shkita has to be done for the sake of the particular owner. We've established now that Shkita has to be done for the sake of the particular owner. What about the other parts of the carbonic service? If he came up, maybe you'll say, okay, we're going to have the Shkita, just like Shkita has to be done with Shem Island, so do the other forms of Avodah also have to be done with Shem Island, which the Gemara says no. So that the Gemara says, Mal Shkita, shaking most of Shorishim Oakland and Pesach. Also, remember again, Shkita has its own Chumrah. Also, what's the Chumrah of Shkita? The Chumrah of Shkita is like Carbon Pesach. Also, what's the other Carbon Pesach? The Carbon Pesach, if you end up checking the carbon for the sake of someone who does not have the ability to speak up the carbon, and also what does that do? It invalidates Shkita in its entirety, which is an incredible halacha. Again, not our topic now, but what it does for us, once it tells us that Shkita has unique, stringent peculiarity. So because of that, it cannot be used as a source for other halachas. So even though we've established that halacha l'maaseh b'shkita should be done for the sake of the particular owner, I can't learn out the other parts of the service from shkita. So where do I learn out from? Which the Gemara says, Ne'emra zvicha b'shinoi kodesh, Ne'emra zvicha b'shinoi b'ayla. So what's the word that's very interesting? It says the word zvicha wasn't a shinoi kodesh means. It says the word zvicha. The Torah teaches me that the carbon should be slaughtered for the sake of the particular carbon. Ne'emra zvicha b'shinoi b'ayla. And it says over here, it says the word zvicha. When the Torah teaches me the halacha, that the carbon should be offered up on behalf of the particular owner. Was it just like in Shinoi Kodesh, just like the Torah has established that just like Shkita has to be done for the sake of the particular carbon, so do the other avodos have to be done for the sake of the particular carbon? Was it so to over here as well? So we're saying, again, what we're essentially doing is comparing the two forms of the Shema. But we've already established that halacha l'maaseh, when it comes to the Shema of the type of carbon, we've already established that Shkita, Kabbalah, Halacha, Zika, all should be done for the sake of the particular carbon. Once I establish, done for the sake of the particular owner, I logically thinks that what? That the other avodos as well. Avodah, should be done for the sake of the owner as well. To which the Gemara says, well, one could be Pashman's comparison. Malish Shule Kodesh, Shekun Sula B'Kufa. Well, since the Gemara is actually going to raise a couple of questions. Raise a couple of questions with this comparison. He's just trying to compare what we call the Shema of the Karban to the Shema of the Bible. And to say, just like you need the Shema of the Karban, you don't particularly say the Karban, but all of the four types of Avodah, Shrita, Kabbalah, Uracha, Srita, so too again, when it comes to the Shein Bible, for the sake of the particular owner, once you establish that the Shrita has to be done for the sake of the particular owner, then what? All of the other Avodah should be done for the sake of the particular owner. Just understand that comparison between the Shema of the Karban and the Shema of the Bible has a couple of problems. What's the problem? Number one, so say, first of all, Shinoi Bible, Shinoi Kodesh will say, which means what? We have the Shema of the Karban, not having in mind for the sake of the particular Karban, we call them Sula B'Kufa, not more than another Shema. Instead of having mind for the hold up, we'll say that's a psul in the inherent character of the karban. Next, yesh as opposed to, we'll say shinoi b'aylam mishmeira. Yesh no b'arba avodos. Furthermore, again, we established that shinoi kodesh will say applies to all the four different types of avodah, i.e., shlita, kabbalah, orocha, shlita. Yesh no la'achavisa. That was actually very interesting. It applies ultimately after the death of the owner as well. Now, if you look at Rashi, the second to last line, a mantis carbonal makes. If somebody sets aside a carbon and dies, the owner dies, before he has the opportunity to bring it, the Hayorish Makrivo, and now the inheritor of the deceased is going to bring the carbon. Shayan Boshini Kodesh. So we'll say the inheritor has the ability ultimately to go ahead and erroneously change the carbon for which the carbon is wanted. You can have in mind how it's supposed to be a shloim. You can have in mind taking it to the hold on. About shloi bailim shloim bros. About lushli bailim. But again, there is no possibility of shloi bailim after the death of the owner. Next, the yesh no b'tziva k'diyavim. And furthermore, again, I will say, so shloi karban can happen with the owner. Whereas shinoi bailim cannot. Why did shinoi bailim not happen with the funeral after it wasn't point out everybody owns that particular karban. So the Gemara is doing is we're trying to compare shinoi karban or shinoi bailim to shinoi karban and say the same way that all of the four types of service, sacrificial service, require the shema by the karban, so they require the shema by the owners. All the Gemara is saying is comparison, complications. I'm going to say the Alpha-God, the Tadilam Dapsa, and even though again, two out of four objections are not valid, ultimately, again, two of them are valid. So we'll say, well, which ones are valid, which ones aren't valid. One of the things that I said was that if a person goes ahead and, let's say, don't bring up a stuff, but he has in mind that it should be an open. So it's like, that's a psul with the thought. The problem is, that's what it happens with the inherent character of the karban, suggesting that shinoi bailim, that having in mind the wrong owners of the karban is not an inherent flaw in the karban. This was much less shinoi bailim to what happens to the gufo. Why is it that if you have a change of karban of the owner, it's not considered to be an inherent character from the karban? Because no one is in the thought. A thought. Shinoi kodesh I don't understand. Let's say we're continuing doing it over here as well. No thoughts. Right? All of this has to do with kavanas. Ella gave us the action of Sukkah. Al-Fanani gave us the action of Sukkah. I don't say that an erroneous thought or a mistaken thought has the ability to allow me to come in by Shinoi kodesh, by attributing to the wrong designation. Let's say the wrong thought about the wrong owner, you also go ahead and allow the same flaw, which is a flaw in kavanah. One is just the kavanah for the type of kavanah. The other is the kavanah for the owner. Because we got worried, the obligation of the akam. That was according to our podcast by Mari. Also, again, we'll discuss this shita. He says, Yesh Shinoi by the akam, which means what? And even after, let's say Ruben set aside a shloim. Reuben dies. Oh, let's see. December. Yaakov set aside his father. Yaakov dies. He has a son by the name of Reuben. Reuben inherits his father, and along with his people, he inherits what? Carbon. Right? So we'll say now, what's going to happen? Reuben goes and offers up the carbon. So we just said before, there's no shi'ur bias after Misa. There's no such thing as changing the kavanas for the owner after the death of the owner because the owner is dead. The Pinchas Gemara says, no, you can have shi'ur bias even after the death of the owner. We'll discuss how that is. So the Gemara says, discuss by Mari, breaks around Mari. Now, you should have after Misa. How do you get into the Mikvah? So we'll say, even if you take these two things off the table, even if you take Yeshua Achar Misa off the table, and you take about ultimately again that both of Shulam Hashem off the table, there are still two other objections to this convention. So let's keep our eye on the ball. Remember, what are we trying to do? Not like expected question. What are you trying to do over here? Here's what we've established. We've established that Halakha L'Maisa, both four parts of the Quranic process of Shmita, Kabbalah, Halakha, Shmita, all of that have to be done for the shame, for the particular sake of the coming people. Okay? Now, that's part one. Part two, now we transition to what we call the shame Bible. Now, when opening up a carbon, one should have in mind the actual owner upon whose behalf it is being offered. We established that that concept applies by Shita. We try not to apply to what? To the other three. Kabbalah to Allah to Shita. You want to be simple with this. Let's just compare the Rishma of my Bible to the Rishma of Karma. Just like Karma applies to all, Rishma Karma applies to all four terms. So the Rishma Bible, four steps as well. All the Gemara just said is that comparison is not correct. Like that comparison is fraught with certain complications. The Gemara raised more complications. Now the Gemara says even if you take two off the table because not everybody agrees with them, there are still two objections ultimately against that comparison. I will say, and the objections themselves have to do with the fact that they leave that necessarily incredible. We still are two shi'ur, meaning the shi'ur of Bible and the shi'ur of cardboard are two separate entities. Which the Gemara says, so we'll say Gemara says, so now if you can go down the shi'ur of Bible, come to the shi'ur of cardboard, let's try to wrap up on this. So what does the pasuk say? The miracle of the so what the pasuk says, that the carbon will be accepted to him or for him, to atone for him. What are we going to do? Allah, the law al-Khabir. It teaches me that the Torah is should be effective for the owner and not for his friend. So it's pretty clear that's why. But Allah carbon requires the Shema of the house. It has to be offered up for the sake of the particular it's affected by Allah. Is that what that pasuk comes to us? That pasuk comes to us. In which the Gemara says, I am going to look at the sun. I need that Torah of halacha. What's the halacha? The near solo the chapter halacha. The pasuk says, the near solo chapter halacha. That it should be accepted for home for him. That the Shimon Omer as Sha'allah, I am after you so. That as She'inu Allah, I am after you so. There's another fascinating halacha which is learned after the Shimon says, as Sha'allah, that which is upon you, you have an arthritis. That which is not upon you, you don't have an arthritis. Let's say, Rashi says, as Sha'allah, it goes there, there's the Allah, Hare, Allah, hold on. I am after you so. The verse says, Hare Allah Allah. I hereby take an obligation to bring up. I think that's think about. Let's say you say Hare Allah, and the obligation is upon you, which means what? Let's say I say Hare Allah, and I go ahead and separate out the sheep. And then never what happens? The sheep dies. Let's say what's the halacha? The halacha is I still have to be in carbon. Why? Because they say Hare Allah, the obligation is on me. As opposed to what? If I say Hare Zu carbon, then I will also carbon. Never the desires. And we'll say what's the halacha? The halacha is a blood. So the Gemara says, if this concept that a carbon has to be offered up to Sheikh Diamond, this carbon is possible to be a different halacha, which is what? The nearest to know the carbon Allah. Then you took the obligation upon yourself that you have an arthritis. Even if the animal is satisfied, you still have to satisfy the obligation of another animal. That shouldn't take the arthritis upon yourself. But how do you take the arthritis square upon the animal? If the animal dies, you no longer have an obligation. And sha'alot hayba. So if you bring the obligation upon yourself, you said, are alai, then even if the animal you designated guy disrupted another animal, versus the she'ula. There's a she'ula that means if the person says, are right? This animal should be an olam. Then what happens? If he doesn't the animal dies in what? You're free from further obligation. What kind of obligation? All right, sometimes my what's the reason? They don't cover alive. Now you tell me I can say because also when you say alive, it's as if what? You are carrying the obligation upon your shoulders. Whereas the rest of the Rashi, we've been here to solo the fact that most of the Rashi is going to count this drasha, this drasha of Rabbi Shimon is learned out from the word Allah. Only the day of Rashi is learning out the first phrase of the word self. So again, we need two different drashas in the same person. So the Allah would have it, Allah teaches me that if I took the obligation upon myself, then what? Even if the animal I designated died, I have to perform this. Whereas the Ashi was doing out the first part of the person of the Yitzhak, and the Yitzhak means what? The covenant has to be offered for the sake of the particular owner. Good. Ashkin must be called Usrika. So now we established the blood that the slaughtering, the shvita, and the sake of the sprinkling of the blood both have to be done for the sake of the particular owner. Kabbalah Minala was the header that the receiving of the blood has to be done with Shema. If eating a labor, maybe I said, I'm learning out Kabbalah, ultimately again from Shvita. Now the Shvita people should be able to be on a level because there's a difference. The person who does Shvita or Shvita outside of the base of the country, one is hiding. If one does Kabbalah outside of the base of the country, one is not hiding. Allah Rashi, Asya me el Nasir. Rather say that when we run out from the ram offering of the dust, what does he say? There's a possible thing for quotes. There's a Hayo, Ya'aseh Zerach Shlom. So we're saying, Hayo is going to Zerach Shlom. Hey, Asiyas in the Shem Shlom. So what do you see here? Whoever goes out of the way to say that the Hayo of the Zazir has to be done for the sake of the Shlom. That also says, what does that mean? That teaches me that the covenant has to be done for the sake of the particular covenant. I will say, I don't even go to that why, because we learned that already from the Pasuk. The Gemara says, anyone in the Shinei Kodesh, and that's when you hustle. If I don't do this Pasuk, each has to come and be offered up for Shema, because you only go to the source to make the Shinei Bible. Or you use it for us, use it if the covenant has to be offered up for the sake of the particular owner. Rabbi says as follows. He breaks up the concept like this. What is it? The word Ya'aseh is a general principle. Zeva prat. Kalu prat. Therefore, again, the Pasuk is a kalu prat. Ein bechal al masher prat. Was in general. Ein bechal al masher prat. The prat comes to define the cloud. So the Gemara says, Ein bechal al masher prat. Shvichoim, we'll say the only thing I have to get as well is that Shvita has to be done for the sake of the owner. But I can't say extrapolate from that anything else, which the Gemara says, if the person would have said, would have written Ya'aseh Shalom Zevach, then I would agree with what you said. I should have said Ya'aseh Zevach Shalom. I was in that word, Zevach is inserted there in the middle. However, cloud, She'eno Cloud. Ultimately, I was that's fascinating. You see what's called an incomplete cloud. What's what I'm saying? The first point out over here is the word Zevach is extraneous and interrupts the general statement of Shalom. So this is what we call a Kal She'eno. The whole Kal She'eno, any kind of cloud is not so even done it also with Rabbi. Ultimately, again, you cannot use it to frame a cloud consequence. Either the only done it. No, that's mechanic Rabbi. The last Shem comes out of the cover. Also, that word the last Shem ultimately again adds in an additional cloud. And therefore, what? I'm going to go to the so Hano Dami Kalo come with all that stuff. But one second, in that case, and it's cloud. Generally, again, we say book and cloud have to mirror each other in some degree. In this case, the second cloud does not mirror the first, which the Gemara says, "Go Dami Kalo come cloud Asha, Lama Kama Barda Asios." to grow. The first ultimately again comes through other forms of sacrificial service. Kol Basra, Kol Lashem, that Shvichas Shirayim Bachorasim. Second time also seems to say that one. Every single part of the Quranic service has to be done for the sake of Allah Subhanahu. Even the spilling out of the leftover blood and the leftover blood and the burning of the leftover books. So I said, so Adnan there, Shmuel, said that in fact they do dash and follow track. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, the pasuk becomes a follow track to follow. It was in a case of follow track to follow. So ultimately, again, the follow is modified by the track. Just like was in the form of sacrificial service and must be done for the sake of the owners. So this we learned there. Every single part of sacrificial service also has to be done for the sake of the particular owner. Or second, I can see that the particle was specifically to all of Avoda, for which you are fighting outside of the base of the brush. After all Avoda, the Hayot and Hamaravos, then I will say that would come to include what? Any type of Avoda, for which one will be Hayot and would get it outside of the base of the brush. Shvita who's speaking, if that's the case, and Shvita also, which again cannot be done outside of the base of the brush. That's what requires the Shema. Kabbalah Halacha, the Kabbalah Halacha Medinat. The other possibility is just as the possibility point to say that it's done on the northern side of the base of the and what? Is Shayach, what we call the Sinakara for suffering. Call that tone some of the Yeshua Kadosh. Ultimately, again, maybe the Pharaoh say the first one of the Shema only applies to things that are done on the northern side of the base of the and furthermore, again, a Shayach in the Kadosh. Shvita and Kabbalah in Shvita. In that case, again, it's only going to find Shvita and Kabbalah and that's equal to Memahafi, equal to Memahafi. Because ultimately, again, the Kabbalah got to talk obviously in both ways. Therefore, again, Shkulen Hain, Yeroshte. They believe you would say about equally valid, and therefore, again, about Lishma, Chazda Vachada take over also. What's the other possibility of Lashma here is that Chazda Vachada take over. Both halachas stand and ultimately again it's very simple. Mika and Ashi. But the other possibility is that perhaps the obligation of Mika Lishma is ultimately burned out by the Ashi. So we'll say, bottom line is that one of the nice parts for that for both of these brushes, then halacha for the nice all parts of the Kabbalah service require ultimately again a Shema of Kabbalah. Let's understand, because we're talking in the realm of Lakat Tchilah. So Lakat Tchilah, didn't evidence one didn't have the Shema for the Bible, and so the first Mishnah was set up, then halacha for the nice again the Kabbalah discussion. Ash Tikvan, we're going to say just in small lines. Ash Tikvan El Muslim, I El Muslim. Charge someone else. So it's like, I now know that again. There needs to be a Shema of the Bible, right? It has to be done from the particular owner. By the higher, by the realm of the blood, that's the possibility. Charge someone else. I don't know other Shlomo. If he came up, Melech Me'el Nazir, Father El Nazir should be Rishon and Dan Machir. So what's that? So you'll say, learn other Shlomo from El Nazir. This is how we'll say. El Nazir, ultimately, again, there's a chatos and an omer that goes along with that height. So maybe again, that's not the Shlomo. In Keinekto Shlomo, my Shlomo, the Rambam's kosher. This is ultimately again why this verse is Shlomo, but this halacha of Shlomo applies to all Shlomo. Ashkechon Shlomo, Sharkon Shlomo. So now I know that one. All Shlomo offerings require a Shema by the Bible. All Shlomo offerings must be offered up for the sake of the particular owners. What about other kavanos? The Hikmei and Melech, Mishlomo. Malashlam, Shlomo is the Shlomo. Malashlam came from the Smicha, from the Sachar, Shmichos, Chazek, Shom. So we'll say, again, Shlomo. Shlomo has unique halachas. It requires Smicha, leaning on the animal, sucking, libations, Mipas, Chazek, Shom, waving up the chest of the guy, and the America, those Torahs, those Atorah, Ulos, the Mincha, the Katos, the Ashram, the Ashram, the Ashram, Kisam, Hatzasam, Shlomo. Shlomo being Shinoi Kodesh, being Shinoi Island of the Shlomo, was just the Shlomo required. for the Shema. All these particular type of carbon, as well as the particular owners, after all the Yishuv Kodesh, the Yishuv and Violet, that we know, to show what I saw, what I said by saying that essentially they're after Shema. Just like Shema ultimately established, requires the Shema, both in terms of the type of carbon as well as by color, so to again, all other carbons require the Shema, by the type of carbon and by the other. So by the way, we'll stop over here for today. When Allah successfully proven, we'll say in course of 50 minutes, one journey of 50 minutes. And 49 minutes, so that's what you do. So we'll say, so again, one incredible thing we've proven that again, one requires Shema, particular type of carbon, by every part of the blood surface, the Makas Rabbi, by Shita, by Kabbalah, by Halacha, by Srika, you require the Kabbalah that can't have every particular cycle. Carbon, and also that one should have in mind ultimately again very particular order as well. One has to have in mind the Shema by the carbon, the Shema by the violet, by the course that comes after the granddaughter last night, and that he said sheer the next morning. I don't want to do what it was, but that's the I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't think the space is crowded enough. Get ready for the Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers.
So today's talk, Holly about something on the first also sponsored on as a birthday, another full flame of connection there, and our learning this month for the month of Iyar, sponsored by Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, in honor of the Yassin by Ayala's mother, Elia. Okay, so we're picking up today's daf in daf Gimel, in the second Shvatim, and we're going to pick up a little bit up from the bottom. So 7 lines up from the bottom. So if you remember, what we were talking about is that Rabbi had we said that Rabbi had a series of questions that he asked, and we got into the first one, and that had to do with the fact of why carbon is where if it does it without any designation, that's considered okay, and it doesn't spoil the fact that it has to do with Shema. Whereas by gas, it very much has to be written specifically for the person who can't be stopped. And Rabbi asked the question, he gave the answer, and now we've been doing the cleanup to understand how did he know these two things. So we discussed yesterday already how we knew that in the case of how we knew the halacha by a tatas that is called stam, that is okay. And now we're going to learn the Gemara stuff that got big guess is stam and plus the goer. And our Rabbi assumed that the premise of his question that in the case of that if we write a get stam, meaning that it's not specific for any person, it's kind of like in case it happens to match the names in the place that you could use it. So it wasn't written specifically for this couple. How do we know that that's possible? So the Gemara goes through a series of possibilities. So we say, if you're going to say that we learned it from this, that we learned in the Mishnah and get this, which is a continuation of the Mishnah we learned before. And he says as follows, over Bashuk, he's passing through the marketplace, this guy, the Shama Sofrim knocking, and he hears the Sofrim are basically training their student Sofrim, and they're saying, write this word, that word. They're basically saying out loud the get, and the students are writing it. And so what do you hear the guy saying? The guy hears the teacher of the Sofrim saying, he's quoting here, quoted from up and talking that such and such man is divorcing such and such woman from such and such place. Well, Amar is passing by, says that's me, and that's him. This is the name of, he says this is the name of his name, and that's his wife's name. So he says, you know what, while I'm passing by, let me take that guess. And he says, use it to divorce his wife. So the Gemara says, the Mishnah says, hustle is married for. So that is not a valid guess. So what do you see? You see that it is insufficient that it's written with the proper names in place, but it has to be written for the purpose of this particular couple to have them divorced. So what do you see? You see a source, the idea that if a get is written stam, it's written not specifically for a given person, that's possible. Where it says, well, that's no proof. Dilma could be a papa. Maybe this is simply telling you Allah is a papa. The other papa says, also the children who are seeing the Islam and Askinus. I kind of gave it away in the beginning by saying that what we're dealing with here is not a get that was written for, and it just was simply a get that was written for the purposes of giving general instructions about how to write a get. So the problem here is not, we don't even get to the question of whether it was small or not, whether it was written for this specific person. It wasn't even written for the purposes of being a get. This was simply written for the purpose of instructing them how to write a get. So in other words, if you understand that these are simply Talmidim, there's a much bigger problem before you get to the Shema, which is this a get to begin with? And if it was not designed to be a document that's used for a marriage, then for sure it doesn't work. So therefore, there's no proof that you need the Shema. It's simply proving to you that when a get is written, it needs to be written with the intention to be a divorce document. That's what he says. Well, if so, the same increases clause. It's not even written for the purposes of being a severing document, so therefore that's not a riot for the clause. The Elameha, so rather it comes from this continuation of the Mishnah, where at the top of the document. Yes, there are cases. So basically, the structure of witnesses greater levels of novelty about why it doesn't work. So he says, I'll tell you one better than when we're talking about students who are learning and it's not written for preachers at all. But what's the case? The guy writes again to divorce his wife. So you have Reuben is married to you have Yaakov is married to Leah, and he says that he wants to divorce his wife. And Nivla, and he changes his mind because Yaakov decides he's not going to divorce Leah. And what happens? Matzah ben Hiro, a different guy in a city named Yaakov, who has a wife named Leah, and he finds the get Amar-lo, and he says to him, you wrote this get for your wife, that you changed your mind. As it works out, my name is like your name. The my wife's name is like your wife's name. So let me use that get that you had written. So in this case, it's better than the case before. Why? Because this was actually written. What was the problem with the case before? We said it was not written for Croesus. In this case, it was written for Croesus. And yet you see that it's possible. So it must show you, it must be that you, in fact, this proves that you need to have a Shema. It needs to be written for the specific woman, and that's why it doesn't work in this case, possible guys. Where it says, no, that's no proof that a get has to be written with Shema for the specific woman, because Dilma Shani Hassam, maybe that case is different. The imtik le'elashem gershim dahahu, because in that case, the get was written for one specific woman. Yaakov A, the first Yaakov who was married to Leah A, the get was written for purposes of Leah. It was written for a specific person, so therefore it takes it out of the category of working, because once it's written for one person, you can't use it for another person. But it doesn't prove what would happen if you had a get that was written literally with no one in mind. That's the case of some. Maybe that would still work. So I said, Elamehot. So I learned it from the next case in the Mishnah. Yes, okay. The Mishnah says, I'll tell you one step up, even more a greater Kiddush. So what happens? So a guy, Yaakov has two wives named Leah. There's nothing against marrying. But there's nothing against marrying two women with the same name. So he has two wives named Leah. The custom of the guy is like so if he writes it for Leah A, and then he decides, you know what, I don't want to divorce Leah A, I'd rather divorce Leah B, he can't use it. Well, you guys both he can't use it for his other wife, even though they're the same name. So what do you see? You see that it needs to be written for a specific woman. So this should be the source that a get that's written that's not written for a specific person is no good. The Gemara says it doesn't prove the point, because Dilma Shani Hassam, maybe it's different in that case, and the reason it doesn't work is not because it was written stam, but rather the Intiklei L'Shem Gershon Dehahi, because it was written for purposes. In other words, once it was written for Leah A, it's pulled out of the category of stam, and it's no longer a case of stam. This is a case where it was written for Leah A, you can't use it for Leah B. But maybe if you wrote the get stam, and the guy just wrote Yaakov and Leah because there's lots of Yaakovs and Leahs out there, and he figured this one will be for whoever it comes for. He wasn't written for any particular woman or man. So maybe that would be different. So the Gemara says, Elameha, so I'll try and learn from here. The Mishnah continues, yes, okay, I'll tell you one up even more. Amar the Labler, he tells the Sofer. So, right together, so we're still dealing with the case of Yaakov who has two wives named Leah. There's Leah A and Leah B. He says, son, right to get that he, Yaakov, divorces Leah. And he said, whichever one, I'll decide tomorrow which one I want to divorce. But then I'm not in the mood of having two wives. And one will end up, one of them will get divorced. So why is this better? This is better than the case before, because the case before we said was a problem because since it was written for one specific woman, Leah A, you can't switch it to Leah B. But here it's truly stam because he didn't make up his mind yet about which of his wives Leah he's going to divorce. The Mishnah still says so therefore you see that if it's not written lishma for one particular woman, it's no good. The Gemara says the Moshani Hatam still no proof about a stam yet. Why? It ain't brera, because there's no brera going on here. Now, what is brera? Brera is something we've encountered many times. So let's say, for example, we had a Masechet Beya as a good example where a guy had birds and he something he wanted to chef the next day, and in order for it not to be muktzah, you have to designate it the day before. So he says, I'm going to pick from among these, and he points to one particular pen, but he's not going to chef all of them. Rather, what happens is, tomorrow, when he comes and picks it, so right now, the halacha applies that whichever one he's going to pick tomorrow, as of now, is considered designated. It's just that when you look at this pen today, no one knows which one has been designated because it's only going to be retroactively clarified tomorrow when he actually picks one. But when he picks one tomorrow, it's not being picked tomorrow, it's being picked today, and it just reveals to us which one was truly prepared today, right? So now, the way Rashi understands that prayer is a complicated Drashas, but the way Rashi understands it is the way I just said it, the way he understands prayer to work, is that there is a designation that's happening today, we just don't know which one is designated, right? That's how he understands prayer. So you would say as follows, if there's brera, then this get should work. Why? Because tomorrow when he picks Leah A or Leah B, then it's clear that yesterday when he had the get written, it was written for whichever one he picks today. But if you hold there's no brera, right? So then the way it works is that it is not retroactively clarified that this was for Leah A or Leah B. And it turns out that when he wrote the get, it was for one or the other. It was either for Leah A or Leah B, but we don't know which one. So if he uses it tomorrow to divorce Leah B, maybe it was written for Leah A, or vice versa. Because again, if you hold no brera, then you can't say it's retroactively clarified, but yet the mechanics still works the same, that it's actually designated for some woman. So the Gemara is saying that's no good because it was actually written for one of the layers. We just don't know which one, and we can't use the concept of brera to say that it's clear that it was this one or the other one. So therefore, that is not a case of a get that's written stam, because it was written for either Leah A or Leah B. We just don't know which one. So we're still seeking the case that proves, and this is in fact, we're going to get to it now, so we've gone through a series of cases, we're going to get to it now. How do we know that a get that's written stam, meaning not for any particular woman or man, is still hustle, needs to be written with lishma for a particular couple? The LMA, we learn it out from here. Tosei Gittin, someone who's writing Tosin of Gittin. What is a Topes? We've learned before that there's a Topes and a Torah. These are the two parts of the get. One that is the general operative language of a get, and the other that's specific to the individuals who are being divorced. So it says when he's writing the Topes of a get, he needs to leave blank the name of the man and the name of the woman. He needs to leave blank the place where it says the Eidim, because you're going to have to write it when you know who the Eidim are. And the date that has to be written on the get. Rabbi Yehuda says the name of Shmuel. You even need to leave space for where he's going to write, behold, you are permitted to any man, because that is the primary, that's the central clause in the get. It's basically saying they're released. So what do you see? You see from here that you need to specify, you need to, at the time you're writing the get to the individual, you can prepare most of it as boilerplate beforehand, but once you figure out which man and woman you're writing it for, you need to write it specifically for them. That's why it can't be written in advance. If a stam get would be sufficient, let the guy write Yaakov and Leah, and if he happens to get Yaakov and Leah, he'll fill it in then. But the Mishnah is telling us, the Bryce is telling us that you need to. So it's telling you that you need to leave that space blank. But the fact that you need to leave it blank shows you that in fact the get that's written stam, that's written without any particular couple in mind, is invalid. So we've now completed that subject. Rabbi had asked the question comparing carbon to say that carbon works if it's stam and get does not work if it's stam. Rabbi explained the distinction between the two yesterday, but now we've cleaned up to understand how he knew that that's how those work. That in one case it works, in the other case it doesn't. So we're at the two dots and Gimel and Aleph. Okay, so if you remember, I think it was Ravina who had said, Ravina had said to her papa, if I'm not mistaken, he said, yesterday you missed it. Rabbi asked lots of interesting contradictions and he answered them. So we addressed the first of them, and now we're going to get back to the series to say other things that Rabbi asked that on the surface seem to be a steer on how he answered them. The Gemara says, that Rama asked another case of a contradiction. Did Rabbi Yehuda Amarav say as follows, or how did Rabbi Yehuda Amarav say as follows, that Kantos Sheshakaka L'Shem Ola Tula. We learned this yesterday, that if you have a carbon and and the Kohen offers it with intention that it should be for a different kind of carbon, that's a problem. So we're saying, so he's saying yes. If you have a chatas and you shafted it saying it was an olah, that makes it possible. That we learned yesterday. But here it says something interesting. Shafted l'shem chulin. But if he shafted it not for a different carbon, but saying it's nothing to do with a carbon, he just shafted it like it was a regular animal. He didn't have in mind any carbon. It's shera. So in that case, it's kosher, which is kind of non-intuitive. You're saying if he had in mind the olah, which is at least some kind of carbon, that destroys the lishma aspect of the chatas. So you would think Kulin for sure should destroy it. But we say no, Kulin does not get, if he has intention for Kulin, it does not destroy it. And it only destroys it if you have intention for if you have intention for a different carbon like a hola. So Alma, what do you see? No makribah, the lavmino lo makribah. It says something that's similar to destroy or interrupt. It's not like a destruction, but it's saying something that is like is similar to something else can interfere or can interrupt. But if something is totally different, then it doesn't even interfere or interrupt. And this is the concept that we're going to deal with for the rest of the doc today. This idea of which is in fact a principle that's going to hold true. The idea that if something is really dissimilar, then that's not even considered an interruption. How does that apply here? The idea being that if it's a little bit similar, Ola is similar to Chata. So if you're going to mix those things up, it's going to ruin the Lishma aspect. But if it's totally different, meaning you have a Chata and you're checking in the same cooler, that's sufficiently different that it's not considered an interruption. Okay, so you see this concept that something that's significantly different is not an interruption. Ramino, I'll ask you, I'll compare that to another halacha we learned, and it seems to be a zero. What did we learn? We learned Kol Hadet Shenifta Shalom L'Shem Isha Passer. They said that you have a get that's written not for a particular woman, that's possible. That's an invalid get. And even if it was written for a non-Jewish woman, then that's also possible. Right? So what's the problem with this? He's saying as follows, that it's one thing if you tell me that if the get was really written for Leah who's married to this Yaakov, and instead you use it for Leah who's married to a different Yaakov, that's a similar instance. So you could say, okay, fine, that messes up with Shema. But if he writes it for a non-Jewish woman who's not in the category whatsoever of a get, there's no concept of marriage and divorce halachically by Goyim. So therefore, you would say a non-Jewish woman is so far removed from this that it should not interrupt, but yet you see that it does. It messes up the Lishma designation. So on the one hand, when we learned the case of Yushefted not L'Shem Olav, but rather L'Shem Kulin, it's sufficiently distant that it doesn't interrupt. But yet in the case of a non-Jewish woman, even though it's very distant, she's not relevant at all to the halachas, to the laws of Yedid, but yet it does interrupt. So you see this, a contradiction. The Shani, and he answered it. He said, "Yet thou lettest kofavim minei hamalei stomach." So he says as follows: that yet, forget the fact that we're dealing with lettest kofavim. There's a more basic problem, which is what? Let's say there was no non-Jewish woman listed here. So what would you have? You're left with a get that's written. It's written Yaakov divorces Leah, but you don't have any particular Leah in mind. What is that? That sounds familiar. That's a get that's a stam. So what did we just finish learning? It's stama puzzle, and a stam get is puzzle. So it's not the idea that something distant, meaning a non-Jewish woman, is what interrupts. There's something more basic missing here, which is there's no woman listed. In other words, if you ignore the non-Jewish woman, there's no one listed. And we know that when you have a stama in the case of a get, it's puzzle, as we just learned before. But in the case of a katas, that he does it l'shem olo or l'shem kulin, you say dal kulin minayu. Let's say you remove kulin from it. Let's say you ignore something that's sufficiently distant, that's sufficiently dissimilar. Abalei stama. So that would be a stama or stama ksherim. And yet we learned yesterday that when you have a katas that is done that you have intention for no particular topic, you just checked it, that carries over as a valid case. So he's saying the distinction between these prices is not really a case of dissimilar. He's saying there's in the case of a non-Jewish woman, it's not that she's dissimilar and still is a problem, because normally dissimilar would not be a problem. The problem is that there's no particular woman you have in mind, and therefore it fails the Lishma test. Okay, so that was the second theory. And he asked two other prices that seem on their face to contradict each other. How did he say as follows? So this is the same price that we just learned before. That if someone shefted a chatas l'shem ola, which is somewhat similar to it, then that destroys the l'shma aspect of puzzle, because he was supposed to sheft it as a chatas and he shefted it as an ola. But shefted l'shem kulin, he did it for kulin that's sufficiently distant and removed that we're going to say it's still kosher. Alma, what do we see? We know that something similar to destroy it. So if he does it for Ola when it's supposed to be a chatas, that destroys it. The law we know, but if it's totally dissimilar, like Kulin, no makrifah doesn't destroy it. So that was the same price that we learned before. Well, Hatanya, but I'll ask you that this seems to contradict another brisa, because we say as follows: Oko, below, so. So the halacha, let's just take a moment to review the halacha of the Kli Teres. We know that a Kli Teres, if you have an earthenware keli, works differently than other kelim. And how so? Because normally a keli becomes tameh by being touched by something that's tameh. A Kli Teres is interesting in the fact that it does not need to be touched in order for it to become tameh, and it's different than other things. If you take a sheretz and you touch the outside of a Kli Teres, normally that would be enough to make a keli tameh. But if it's a Kli Teres, if it's earthenware, you touch the sheretz against the outside of the keli, it does not become tameh. What is the way in which a Kli Teres becomes tameh? Only by something, by the tumah being within the airspace of the keli. So if you put the sheretz inside, then the keli becomes tameh. If you touch it to the outside, it does not become tameh. So two solutions there. One is that a Kli Teres only becomes tameh from the inside, and B, it does not require actual contact with the inside, as long as the tameh thing goes into the airspace of the Kli Teres, that is considered something that makes it tameh. So now, the price is bringing us the following case. Let's say that someone had a Kli Teres that was tameh, and let's say that a sheretz inside, and you lowered into this another Kli Teres, right? And in that Kli Teres was food. So if food was in the primary Kli Teres, the same one that had the sheretz, even though they don't touch each other. So you have some food on the bottom of the Kli Teres. You suspend into the sheretz. The sheretz never touched the food, but yet because the sheretz being suspended in there makes the keli tameh, so then the food is also tameh. But here what you have is that the sheretz is in one of the kalim, in other words, one within another. The sheretz is in one, and the fruit is in a different one. Right? So we're saying that in that case, the Bryce is learning Koko below Koko. So the pasuk says as follows: it says, "Koko Peres Asher Yipo Mehem El Koko." He says, any earthenware keli, the pasuk says, that falls into its inside, meaning into its airspace. Kol Asher B'Koko Yitzmo. Anything that's in it, meaning in that keli, becomes tummy. For example, the food we just got before. So when it says something that's in it, something that's in the keli, meaning if you had the food at the bottom and you had the sheretz suspended, they're both in the same keli, so it becomes tummy. But if you're dealing with a case where you have a keli within a keli, then the pasuk is excluding that and saying that in that case, it is a case of koko. You have something that's in a keli that's in a keli, meaning if the food is in a keli that's in the keli that has the sheretz, that is not considered tummy. And the Tana continues and says, this is true even if you're dealing with a kli shetef. Kli shetef means a keli that's capable of being washed or cleaned. But what it means a keli that can be put in a mikvah to be made tahar. So we know that a kli teres, an earthenware keli, cannot be made tahar. That's in fact why the pasuk says also fish through. That you should actually break it, because once it becomes tamei, it can't be made tahar. So the finish is as follows: that it's a much bigger finish to say that a kli shetef, that let's say you put in a metal keli, it works. Why? Because when you put in an earthenware keli, if you think about it, you're inserting the earthenware keli into the other earthenware keli. So if you're thinking that the tumah is going to transfer to what's inside, remember, where is the tumah reaching on the second keli that's put in? It's reaching the outside. Right? And the outside of Cliteris is not, it doesn't become coming from the outside. So you might say Cliteris is only that way. The kind of telling you, no, not just the Cliteris. Even if you had a Cliteris, the earthenware keli, it had a sheretz in it, and you suspended into it another keli that's metal. So you might say, let the sheretz that's in the Cliteris be the tame what's in it, which includes the metal keli. Once the metal keli becomes tamei, so then it's touching the food that's in the metal keli, and that too should become tamei. So the kind of telling you, no, even that is distinguished, even that is considered tofu, and therefore it does not transfer the tumah. So what are we left with here? We're left with this theory as follows, because we have the first price that was talked about where you check something with an ola, so similar, that interferes, but something that's totally dissimilar does not interfere, right? Versus this price, which is telling you that even when you have a keli, let's say a metal keli, which is totally different than the keli than the overall the terrace, the earthenware keli. So you might say metal should not be considered an interruption, and therefore the food in it should become tamei, because we ignore something that's dissimilar. Metal is very dissimilar from the terrace. So you might think that something very dissimilar is disregarded, but yet we see that it is sufficient to protect the food in it from becoming tamei. So you see that something dissimilar is not considered disregarded. So in one case we're saying, in the case of Ulin versus Ola, we say dissimilar is disregarded, and in this case we're saying dissimilar metal, dissimilar from teres, is not disregarded. So Shani, and he answered the theory as follows. He said, Asu Ulin Eitzah Kachem, Mechitza Eitzah Kana. He's saying you were operating under an assumption that metal is totally different than teres, right? Than earthenware. So therefore, you said the metal should be disregarded, and what's in it should become tamei. The Gemara says you were being too narrow when you were considering what's similar and what's different. So the fact is, a kli teres and a kli mateches, a earthenware keli and a metal keli, they're both kalim, they're both utensils, and therefore we consider them as something that's similar to one another. When something is similar to one another, it's enough to interrupt. So that's why the metal keli interrupts the tumah from coming into it, because it is actually something similar to the kli mateches, the metal keli. They're both kalim. Versus Ulin versus Ola, those are totally separate. So if you have in mind Ola, which is similar to Patos, that interrupts. But if you have in mind Ulin, which is totally dissimilar, then that does not interrupt. So we both hold our concept that dissimilar does not interrupt and similar does interrupt. So we're going to say as follows that he says, no, let's talk about when you have Kulin by touching, we're going to consider that as a machitza in a case of a tanner, and I'm saying what this is in a moment. Just like a machitza in an oven doesn't help at all, Kulin, a touching, lo mahanya like cloud. So too in Kulin, it doesn't help. So he's saying as follows. We're going to see in a Mishnah in a moment that if you were to have an oven, which is an earthenware oven, and you would build a machitza, you put in some bricks or something in the middle, and you create a dividing wall between the two, right? So he says that would be something that is considered entirely dissimilar. And so therefore, if something's dissimilar, what happens? It gets disregarded. He says, if you're trying to find a case of a kliperet where you're putting in something dissimilar, the case would be where you put in a machitza, you put in bricks that make it into two compartments, not where you stick in klimateka. So that's what really saying what I was saying before, which is metal and earthenware are still in the category of kalim. You were trying to say that metal is different from keli. We're saying no, metal's not different from keli. Because they're both kalim. What would be different from an earthenware keli if you put a machitza down the middle? And because if you put a machitza down the middle, you see it's disregarded because it's sufficiently dissimilar. So we're still maintaining our concept that dissimilar things are disregarded. How do we see that a wall does this? The sun, because we learned in the Mishnah, so if you had a earthenware oven that was divided with floors over the curtains, and you have the sherets and on one side of this wall you have a sheret. So hakol tamei, everything is tamei. Even though on one side of the wall you have food, and on the other side of the wall you have a sheret, we say everything is tamei. Why doesn't the wall separate? Because the wall doesn't belong in an oven, right? So therefore, it's something that's dissimilar from the earthenware walls of the oven, and something that's dissimilar is disregarded. If you're disregarding the wall, then you have the sheret and the food in the same oven. So therefore, it maintains the status of our rule that something dissimilar is disregarded. Now, Kaveret, so what happens if you stick in, the Mishnah continues, if you stick in a basket, and this basket is spoiled a little bit, meaning they're holding it, it is not a good keli. You pick up the top, and what do? You take straw and you try and fill in the hole of this basket to make it a keli. At the end of the day, that is not a valid keli, right? So what's going to be the question? The question is going to be, it is definitely not a keli with no keli. It's not a kli and a kli which we know protects the food in it. The question is, do we see it as a machitza that blocks the tumor or not? Do we say, and you lower this into the airspace of the tanner, which is a kliperet, which would be metame. So we say, sheret b'sofa tanner tamei. If there's a sheret in this basket, the entire oven becomes tamei. So what do you see? You see that the kaveret, the basket, is disregarded, right? And therefore, everything becomes tamei. Sheret the tanner. Or conversely, if the sheret was in the tanner and open to the sofa, and there was food in this basket that you lowered, it's tamei. So what do you see? You see the idea that something that is different, that is entirely dissimilar, is disregarded. And that's why, even if you put up a wall in the middle of this oven, or you drop down this basket that is kind of a machitza, you might think that it should protect the food from becoming tamei. The answer is it doesn't, because it's dissimilar. Rabbi Eliezer says no, that he would argue in both cases. He would say a wall would separate, and he would also say that a basket, a ruined basket, even though it's not a valid keli anymore, would separate because it's a divider. Okay, so now just to keep track of where we are at the moment, we were trying to figure out why is it that on the one hand, when we learned kata, and you had in mind two, and it's dissimilar, disregarded, the whole or not, and then we had the case of where you put in a metal keli, which you would think is dissimilar, to be disregarded, and yet it said that it's not disregarded and it protects the food that's inside it. So the Gemara answered and said, no, when you're considering metal and earthenware to be separate, you're being too small-minded. Those are all in the category of Kali, and therefore they're similar, and they're not going to be disregarded, and that's why I can protect it. How do I know this? So in other words, instead of saying that the metal is different than earthenware, say that those are the same. What would be a case of different? Would be a case where you have a wall, you have a pizza in the middle of the oven. That would be different, and in fact, it's disregarded, as you see from this Mishnah that we just brought. But in the Mishnah we brought, there's this machlokas between the Tanakama and Rabbi Eliezer, that the Tanakama says it's different, it's disregarded, and Rabbi Eliezer says that it's not disregarded, and in fact, it protects the food from the carrots on the other side, that they wouldn't put a wall. So Rabbi Eliezer explains his opinion. He says, Kavachomer. He says, I'll make you a Kavachomer. In Kitzel, the Meis HaChomer, the Kavachomer, the Clear Carrot HaKal. So he says as follows. He says, Rabbi Eliezer says, why do I consider this wall in the middle of the oven to be a balanced separation for purposes of Tumatari? He says, because we know what's the most summer kind of Tumah there is a dead body, right? And we also know that a dead body transmits Tumah via Ohel, if it's underneath the same roof. And yet we know the halacha is, let's say you have a house, and there's two sides of the house, we put up a brick wall in the middle up to the ceiling. What's going to happen? Something on this side is taller, even if there's something coming on the other side. So you see that a wall is sufficient to separate Tumah. So if we're saying that the Eliezer says, if I see that a wall is sufficient to separate Tumah by Tumah's mace, which is the most strict kind of Tumah, then for certain, in a case of where we're dealing with this earthenware oven, and we're only dealing with Tumah Sheret, which is much more serious than mace, that it's going to be that it is going to protect, just as it protects by mace. The law that comes back to the Eliezer, low and hit to the mace somewhere to take Kaluka Ba'olin, Kata B'Twitter Takao, Shein Kaluka Ba'olin. So the Rabbanah to back to the Eliezer, we don't like your Kavachomer, we're on the base. He says, why? Because he says a house, people divide houses all the time. You know, if you want 2 rooms, so you put up a wall, right? So it's normal to divide a house into 2 parts, and then that's considered a valid piece for purposes of Tumah. It's not normal to put a brick wall down the middle of an oven, and therefore we're going to disregard it. So they don't like the comparison to mace. They say from a mace, you're picking from a scenario that's normal to have a wall, a scenario that's not normal to have a wall. And if it's not normal to have a wall, it's considered something dissimilar. If it's considered dissimilar, it's disregarded. If it's disregarded, there's so much transfer. Okay, so that was my focus between them. So the Gemara says, okay, so remember, we were trying to understand why is the case where you put a metal keli into an earthenware keli, it protects from Tumah transfer. And we said because it's actually similar, it's not dissimilar, right? But we see that works according to the Rabbanah. We want to say that we said, what should you compare it to? Instead, you should compare it to a case of a wall, which is dissimilar, which is disregarded. So the Gemara is asking how it follows. That works well according to the Rabbanah, and say you should disregard the wall. But according to Rabbi Eliezer, he says you don't disregard the wall, and the wall is a valid separation, right? So therefore, when Rabbi Yehuda said his halacha, when he said this halacha, that something dissimilar is disregarded, and something similar is an interruption in the case of Olar Kata, he's saying that really should be a machlokas Tanayim, because evidently Rabbi Eliezer holds that something, even when it's dissimilar, it's not disregarded, right? So therefore, you answer the question of Rabbanah, but not according to Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer might call neighbor. So he's saying Rabbi Eliezer Kavachomer Kama. So now Rabbi Eliezer is saying Kavachomer. So what we're saying is as follows. The Gemara is saying we thought that Rabbi Eliezer was just supporting his view when he said the Kavachomer. But actually, you have to understand this differently. Really, Rabbi Eliezer agrees with the concept of Yidam Rav that something dissimilar is disregarded. He agrees with that concept, and therefore, that's how you would explain the case of Katas and Ola. Ola is similar, and therefore it interrupts, but a cooling is dissimilar, it doesn't interrupt. And why did Rabbi Eliezer say that in the case of a pizza in the oven, that it does protect and it's not disregarded even though it's dissimilar? Because he had the Kavachomer. The Kavachomer taught us that it's basically teaching you an exception, and everyone agrees with Rabbi Rav's concept that something dissimilar would be disregarded if not for the fact that there's a Kavachomer. The Gemara says, the Yahaki is so, Hasam Nami, Lema Kavachomer. And he says, so what's the structure of what we said? We said that both Rabbi Eliezer and the Chachamim agree that something dissimilar is disregarded and something similar is an interruption. And we said, why did Rabbi Eliezer say that something dissimilar, a wall down the middle of an oven is sufficient? It's because he says that's what it's different because it was a Kavachomer. But by Chulin and Ola, I would say those are dissimilar and it is disregarded. He says, well, let me tell you a Kavachomer there too. He says, say as follows, touch him, touch him, he says as follows, that if touch him, or meaning if Ola is enough to disqualify which is the carbon, then Ola, which is totally different, should surely be enough to disqualify. Now, obviously, this is a different logic than we used before, but you can make that couple cover. Say if touch him can mess up touch him, for sure Ola should be able to mess up touch him. So therefore, the Chachamim should agree that even though this similar is normally disregarded, in this case, there should be a Kavachomer that trumps, and the Kavachomer should say that it's not disregarded, and therefore we should say that whether he chefs the L'Shem Ola or he chefs the L'Shem Chulin, it should interfere because of the Kavachomer. Okay, I'll come to the Rav, Rabbi Elazar. Rav was a Rabbi Elazar, not Rabbi Eliezer, not Rabbi Eliezer of the mission, Rabbi Elazar of the Amor. Says the Amor Rabbi Elazar, my time at the Rav, what's the reason of Rav that he says that the Chulin does not interrupt, but Ola does? He says, he says you shouldn't be Machal, but Kachim and Yisrael, you shouldn't be Machal Kachim with that which you give to Hashem. So it teaches you, and again, exactly how this works, and you can see on top above. But the basic idea is that you learn from the pasuk that only things that are Kachim can destroy things that are Kachim, i.e., if you have in mind Ola when it's Atas, then that destroys. But if you have in mind Chulin, then it doesn't destroy. Okay? So therefore, we learn Kachim, Kachim, and Chulin, Kachim. That Kachim, Ola interrupts the Kapos, but Chulin will not interrupt the Kapos. So what do we have? So we have the following structure. We're saying everyone agrees. We're coming back to this question of when you have, why is it that when you have in mind an Ola, it interferes, but when you have in mind Chulin, it does not interfere? So we say initially the answer is because it's dissimilar. It's something that's dissimilar is disregarded. Everyone agrees with that in what we're saying so far, right? So you have something dissimilar, disregarded. So Chulin is dissimilar, you ignore it, and it does not interfere with the carbon. But Ola would interfere. The Gemara then says, according to the Chachamim, but I have a problem because I have a Kavachomer that tells me that if touching interferes, then for sure Chulin, which is even more different, should interfere. So I might think that therefore, even when he shafts the same Chulin, it should mess up his designation. Comes to Rabbanan and say, no, there I have a pasuk that overrides the Kavachomer. You have a basic principle dissimilar, disregarded. You have a Kavachomer that might make you think otherwise. And you have a pasuk that essentially restores the rule and overrules the Kavachomer. And so you're left with the idea that Chulin does not interfere. So when you see Alma Asikra, Aftin Kavachomer, Binami, Lacy Tofo, Tofo Laftin Kavachomer. The Gemara asks as follows. So he says, we just set up the structure, and understanding the case of Katos and Ola, we set up a structure of basic principles, dissimilar, disregarded, Kavachomer trumps, as you might think, but then pasuk knocks out the Kavachomer, right? So he says, so why not say the same thing? If that logic works, so you should say as follows, that the basic rule, according to Rabbi Eliezer, is that, according to everyone, but we're saying even according to Rabbi Eliezer, that if you have something is dissimilar, it's disregarded, right? And then we said, but the problem is that there's a Kavachomer. The Kavachomer was, if it works by a mace, if the walls are divided by a mace, it should be a divider it should be a divider even by an oven. So it's a Kavachomer that Rabbi Eliezer was saying a special halach. Now let me ask you a question. The Gemara is going to ask as follows. Once I know that with pizza separates in an oven, in a terrace, so then I would for sure know that tofu, that if you stick a keli in, it's going to separate. Why? Because in a keli is surely a better interruption than a mechitza. Because a mechitza is just tofu. It's just tofu. It's not tofu. It's not something that's inside something, whereas a keli inside has an airspace of its own, right? So therefore, we're going to say that if a mechitza separates, then surely tofu should separate. So the Gemara's problem is as follows: that you have the basic principle, you have a kal vachomer, but then you have a pasuk that comes to tell you tofu. Why do I need the pasuk of tofu? I would know it from the kal vachomer. So the fact that I need the pasuk of tofu to prove it to me tells you that from the fact that I need a pasuk of tofu must mean that the kal vachomer is wrong. So we're asking as follows: that back to the case of mechitza and tofu, I should tell you that tofu we would know from the kal vachomer. We would know that Allah from the kal vachomer, and we don't need the pasuk of tofu. And the fact that we need the pasuk of tofu should destroy the kal vachomer and go back to saying that a mechitza does not work. The Gemara says, "Okanami lace the tofu not in the kal vachomer." So we say, the Gemara says, "No, according to Rabbi Eliezer." And I'm sorry, I know a little bit complicated, but it is. Okay, I told him we also should give him the gift of Lisa La Viratana. He says no. He says you're right. In theory, tofu, if it was really coming to teach me the halacha that something in the middle interferes when it has its own airspace, I would know that from the kal vachomer. But tofu is not coming to tell me the halacha of tofu. Tofu is actually coming to tell me a different halacha, which is coming to tell me it's just tangentially teaching me that a keli within a keli is hard. Normally, I would just know that from the fact that I'm a teacher work by kal vachomer. But why did we need the pasuk? Tofu is coming to tell us a case where he took food, covered it entirely in clay, and then he stuck it into a tana. I might have thought I might have thought that when I cover something fully in clay, so then if I touch it, share it to it, it does not become tame. So therefore, because it's protected by clay, so therefore also I might think that if you stick this clay covered food into a clay terrace, it should not be metame. Or the pasuk of tofu comes to tell you that tofu is okay, but if you stick in food that's covered with clay, so there's no internal recess, so it's not a tofu, so in that case, it does not work, and in fact, it does not protect it, and it would become it. So what you have is as follows. We were saying as follows. You have the basic rule. You got a kal vachomer. Now, except from the kal vachomer, you should know tofu. So what do I need the pasuk of tofu? Let's show that the kal vachomer is wrong. The Gemara is saying no. Tofu was really coming to tell you this specific case of where you coated it in clay, and you did not need tofu to tell you that if you suspended one keli in another, it would work. But that I know from the kal vachomer itself. Where it says the Rabbana, what would the Rabbana say back? It says that's just a basic case of a tanur that you stick in something earthenware, you stick in something tame into an earthenware keli, that it is. If you stick something into an earthenware keli, that it becomes tame. The fact that you coated it in clay doesn't make a difference because clay is something dissimilar to covering, and therefore it's going to be disregarded. So, again, I apologize for complicated and we do it quick, but let's just review where we got to here. It's the idea that for purposes of ola and chatos, we're saying the rule is ola interferes. Ola chatos versus chulin. That ola interferes because it's similar to chatos, but chulin will not interfere because it's dissimilar. You have a kal vachomer that tells you that if touching interferes, surely chulin should interfere. So that should tell me that even chulin is a problem. The Gemara answers that there's a pasuk that tells you that touching is machal touching, and chulin is not machal touching. So that's the case in chulin and kata. Now, in the case of mechitza, what we're saying is as follows: that if you really everyone agrees that something dissimilar should be disregarded, and therefore a mechitza should theoretically be disregarded. And Rabbi Eliezer comes to say to that, and no, there's a kal vachomer that overrides the dissimilar business, and therefore it would in fact be a valid mechitza according to Rabbi Eliezer, right? For which the Chachamim say, well, no, because tofu is the pasuk that trumps the kal vachomer. And Rabbi Eliezer would say, no, tofu does not trump the kal vachomer because tofu is needed for an entirely different halacha, and therefore you're left with the Kavachomer according to Rabbi Eliezer, and according to Rabbi Eliezer, therefore that's why the wall in between, or the kaveras, would be a valid interruption. The Chachamim say no, Tofofo is coming to tell you Tofofo, you don't need it for that case of where you put it in play, and if it's coming to tell you Tofofo, it shows you that the Kavachomer is wrong, and if the Kavachomer is wrong, then Mechitza is no good, and therefore the Toma would transfer according to the Rabbanon, but not according to Rabbi Eliezer. I apologize, but we're at the same time. I was trying to record the last time.
So that was an encounter by military personnel. So that was a sort of different type of encounter. In this particular instance, you're a proper one. There's no the encounter, as it were, is with the debris, it's with the remains that's left behind, rather than an actual, not encounter of the third or fourth kind. It's not that kind of an encounter.
How did the news leak out on this story through the Sunday Express?
Oh, well, that's a million-dollar question, because when I did the documentary in 2008, contacted Andrew Chapman.
By Ayal Sarah Steinberg, mother of the yard site of Ayal's mother, Sylvia Dafka.
Contacted him, and he said, you know what? It's not here, so don't get me notebooks out, I'll have a look. So we lost contact for about 3 days. He came back to me.
So let's begin. Today we have three discourse. Begin the set as Svachim. First of all, the Mazel Tov Temple completed the second harvest yesterday. Really a beautiful and incredible way to end the set. Incredible Gemara yesterday. And details from the sea of Eretz will be forthcoming, hopefully today or tomorrow. And we begin the second Svachim. It says, I mentioned before, the sweetness of Karbanos. So sometimes, because we haven't had them for 2,000 years, so tend to but understand when you learn the details of Kavanos, one has the opportunity to perform the concept of Shama Paris Fasim. The same way that we recite Kavanos every single morning and do the act of the recitation of those Kavanos, it's almost as if one is offering up those Kavanos. We learn the sweetness of Kavanos as well. It's the same here. From the Shama Paris Fasim, every single word that we say, every single word that we learn regarding Kavanos, it's as if we have the opportunity to be back with the Kavanos. To a certain degree, it's even greater, because in the Beis HaMikdash stood, you want to be back with the carbon. You only be back with the type of carbon in which either you're obligated to, or it's an actual carbon which you have the ability to offer. When you learn, you can offer any and every carbon. So in certain respects, the ability to be back with the carbon through the medium of learning almost offers us greater carbonic opportunities. And actually, not as going to the Beis itself. So at times when you learn, it might feel a little bit very detail-oriented, and say to myself, I have absolutely no idea what's going on, but just understand that on a certain level, every single word that we learn at this particular sector, we have the opportunity to be back with Kabbalah. So Haludai and Natsapos, each one of us should see the love. Now that we have for his Torah, the love that we have for his Kabbalah, before the end of this sector, stand together and read the Beis HaMikdash, be able to be back with our true Kabbalah from Malach HaMashiach and Rabbi Aminu. Kol HaZvach. All Kabbalahs. I will tell all these people who should all the Shema. All Kabbalahs that will open up show the Shema, not for their own sake. Rashi says up here, so Rashi gives more experience, although we'll see other examples of this. But Rashi says Shema literally means I'm offering the carbon for a different type. So for example, again, I was going to offer up, I'm supposed to offer up a Ola, and Ola is a carbon that is solely consumed on the Shea, but instead I had in mind that it should be like the Shem Shlomim. I had in mind that it should be for the sake of Shlomim. So what's the halacha? Shirim. The halacha is kosher. Now we're going to have to discuss what kosher means. Kosher for what? Rashi says over here, Shirim, Lisro, Daman, or the Hakir, a Rehem, the Lehachol Esan, the Echolin, Alpha Bisha, those are short we'll say we're going to see sharing means that the covenant can continue to be offered. In other words, even if I checked it, not from the intention of the particular carbon that it was supposed to be offered for, I have the ability to move forward with the carbonic process. However, Ella Shalom Adu Lefainu L'Shemko. I will say rather the only caveat is that if I'm bringing this carbon to satisfy a particular obligation, if I shafted it shalom l'shmon, then it does not satisfy that obligation. So for example, as we will see, if I had the obligation to bring it over, and I went ahead and instead offered it up as a shlomim, as much as the carbon itself is kosher, the carbon itself is kosher, meaning the carbon can be offered, but it does not satisfy my obligation, and I will have to bring another over. With the exception of Pesach and Chagas. I will say, with the exception of, we're going to see these are kavanos that if they are not offered up to Shema, if they are not offered up for the intended purpose, then halacha l'maisa they are pasuk. We will discuss in the Gemara later on, like 2 weeks or so. We'll discuss in the Gemara exactly what's unique about Pesach, what's unique about Chagas. But for our purposes now, here's what we have. Every single carbon, even if offered up for a different intention, will still remain kosher. So that does not satisfy the obligation of the order. So far, according to Tanakama, with the exception of Pesach and Chagas. On Pesach is not. We'll say, when we say that a Pesach that is offered up for the intention of a different carbon ultimately is not kosher, that's only Bismano. Pesach Bismano, also Shalom Shlo. Because man shkita so the enemy had so same Shahar Pesach at Ha'eres about Koder Lovin, the Ajamikan, kind of like the Pesach Shaybos and Shalosh Shabbos. It's like now she's giving us some people of them. There's Hashem, we will learn a little bit on in the Sefta. But for now, we're just going to go into simple reading of the text. When did we say that it comes a Pesach that is offered up not for Pesach purposes, what we call Shalom Shmo is going to be puzzle? That's not the Bismana. That's not from Erev Pesach from midday from Chatzos and on. So you will see that it comes from Pesach essentially is the Shmona. Right? Because remember again, there's a part that's offered up on the Mizbeach, there's a part that's for the Kohanim, there's a part that's for the owners. So the Pesach Bismano that is not offered up to Shmona is going to be possible. But Chatos, the Chosman. A couple of Chatos will say that is not offered up as for the sake of the Chatos, but is offered up for something else is going to be possible. Also, what God will discuss. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, After Hashem. Rabbi Eliezer adds on Hashem as well. And if you have a carbon Hashem that is offered up for another purpose, meaning when we say another purpose, meaning it's offered up in mind for a different type of carbonic offering, Rabbi Eliezer says that will also be possible. A Pesach Bismano. If offered up for the purpose of some other carbon, ultimately again, under a Pesach will be possible. Chatos and an Asham that are offered up for some other purpose will always be possible. Amar Rabbi Eliezer said, Chatos ba'achi, ba'asham ba'achi. Chatos is a sin offering. An asham is a sin offering. So we discuss again when you bring a chatos, when you bring an asham. Chatos psula shalom lishma. Just like a chatos is possible, we'll say offered up. We say again shalom lishma means for the sake of another carbon. In other words, remember again, just to illustrate this. Chatos lishma we'll say means what? Means what? A chatos that is offered up. Or a chatos. A shalom lishma means a chatos that's offered up. But I put it on the blind. An asham, an olah, a shlom, whatever it is. So Rabbi Eliezer says just like a chatos is matos shalom lishma. So Rabbi Eliezer essentially will see makes it Xer Shabbat. Just as the chatos ultimately again comes for a sin, it's going to be also shalom, it's going to be also shalom l'shma, so to an asham that comes for a chaper, if it's offered up shalom l'shma, it'll also be possible. Next, Yossi ben Choni says as follows. And it's supposed to shake the exact shape chatos. So we're going to see exactly what it is that Yossi ben Choni is coming to add over here. So Yossi ben Choni says that which is offered up for Shem Pesach to the shape chatos is possible. See in Gemara what Yossi ben Choni means. Shimon, Achi Azari Omer, Shimon, the brother of Azariah says, Shachron is supposed to now. So now we've done it as follows. What's the principle? That Kavanos, in an ideal sense, every Kavanah is supposed to be offered up Lishma, which means that if they bring a particular Kavanah, you slaughter it, and you perform all of the avodas for the sake of that particular Kavanah. What we have learned is what? That if you offer up a Kavanah Shalom Lishma, then what's the Halacha? Right? If you learned it 4 minutes ago, you're learning every morning. Right? So again, we just started slow. You got to give me like 2 days. Give me 2 days. So let's remember again. So we discussed 4 minutes ago that if you offer up a carbon shalom shma, the carbon is kosher, except it does not satisfy the personal obligation of the owner. So the owner has an obligation to bring a particular type of carbon. If you offer it up shalom shma, ultimately the carbon is kosher, and that you can continue to offer it up on the mizbeach, but it doesn't satisfy the personal obligation. Then the mission part 2 is there are exceptions to that rule. What are the exceptions to that rule? It appears that the Pesach is an exception to that rule. It appears that Chatos is an exception to that rule. And it's not really it appears that Asham is also an exception to that rule. Okay, now part 3. Yossi ben Honi Omer. I'm sorry. Shimon Achi Azariah Omer. Shachtem L'Shem Gavo Ben Shem. So we'll say now we continue on the discussion of Shalom Shmo. So we'll say, so if you go ahead and check the what Shimon Achi Azariah says, Shem Gavo. Shem Gavo means, let's say we'll say, I'm offering carbon. Remember, we have not yet gotten to the local line should say the framework of Kabbalah is touching. Hadoshim touching. Kalim, higher sanctity offering, lower sanctity offering. We're going to get into all of that. Right now, we'll just deal with this on a very high level. So Shimon Achi Azariah says as follows: if you take a carbon, Shachtel L'Shem Gavo. Let's say take this carbon and Shachtel Shalom Shma. Rabbi, watch this. What's happening? What kind of Shalom Shma? You're shachting it with intention of a carbon that is of a higher sanctity. Then what's the halacha? Shevet. Carbon is kosher. The Sheikh man, but if you shacht the Shalom Shma, and you have in mind that you're shachting the carbon or the intention of a carbon that is of lesser sanctity, then what? Then it's possible. For example, Kachek Hadashim Sheshach L'Shem Kachek Kalim. Let's say if you had a carbon that was Kachek Hadashim, which is the highest sanctity, highest level of carbonic sanctity. So I had a Kachek Hadashim carbon, but I shechted it L'Shem Kachek Kalim. I shechted it again for the sake of a lower sanctity carbon. Then Kachek Kalim Sheshach L'Shem Kachek Hadashim. Then we'll say on the flip side, if I go ahead and what? If I go ahead and do something that was Kachek Kalim, and I go ahead and shecht it for the sake of Kachek Kadoshim, higher sanctity Kabbalos, then Shev. You know what's the other question? I'll say now, one of the things you're going to have to see is what the Tanakama holds regarding Shimon's position. Remember again, the Tanakama doesn't seem to we'll see how to reconcile Shimon Achi Azariah Shina with the rest of the Mishnah. But for now, we'll say this is the third part of the Mishnah. That Shimon Achi Azariah says, even when we say Shalom B'Shman is kosher, but Shalom B'Shem Bailim, Shimon Achi Azariah says, if you're shechting it Shalom B'Shman for a higher sanctity, it's kosher. Shalom B'Shman for a lower sanctity, it will be possible. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, Shlomim, I'm sorry, Abakar Meiser, Shashachta L'Shem Shlomim. So we'll say again, this is another example of Shimon Achi Azariah's principle. Bachar and Meiser, Shashachta L'Shem Shlomim. So we'll say Bachar and Meiser, Bachar is the first part animal. So Meiser is Meiser Be'ema. So ultimately, again, if it was shafted, L'Shem Shlomim. We'll say, so this is an example of taking a lower sanctity Kabbanic offering and having in mind a higher sanctity. Shlomim is higher than the Bachar and Meiser. Then Sherim, then ultimately, again, the carbon will be possible. It will be kosher. Shlomim Shashachta L'Shem Bachar and L'Shem Meiser. Then we can take the Shalom offering, which is of a higher sanctity. So when you go ahead and you do the sheet, you have in mind for the Bachar or from Meiser, ultimately again it will be. So we'll say, so this last case is just an example or just an illustration of Shimon Achi Azariah's principle. Good. So we'll say, so says the Gemara. Rama Liva Misra, Elma Shalom Achi. Misra, the Lord of the Bible was shaped for. We'll say, the Gemara analysis. Remember again, how does the Mishnah start? The Mishnah begins with the statement. Anytime that you offer up a carbon, not for the sake of that particular share it is kosher. Elo, but it does not help satisfy its owner's obligation. Asks the Gemara, why write it Elo Shelo Adu? Rather instead write the Lord Adu the Bible. What do you mean Elo Shelo Adu? Just write together and share it. The Lord Adu the Shemai. And the did not satisfy the owner's obligation. We're just asking us in that question. Why do you break Elo Shalom, which seems that word Elo seems to be unnecessary? To which the Gemara says, oh, I'll tell you why. So the Gemara says, how to much more the fighting of the law the Sheikh Bobo about the Shasayu Kain. So let's say what it does teach us is as follows. It tells us the Elo teaches that even though it does not go ahead and want, does not count to satisfy the owner's obligation, the carbon still remains in its state of kedusha, and it's permitted to make any further changes in that carbon. Also, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Second class Rashi, the first of the wide line on the bottom. About the kedusha sign of kindness. The Aswan is Shem Yego. So Shriya Achila. La'avon Achas Shalabon is the Chafila Shalom Lishma. Healing Abra Bishma Kasha was as follows. I might have thought that once you deviated from what was supposed to be the normative designation of the Starbuck, once you deviate, you can deviate as much as you want. Which the Gemara says, no. What the Mishnah is going to teach me is as follows. Yes, it is true. If you offer a carbon, not for the intended purpose of that carbon, so the carbon is still kosher. Elo should always apply. Except the only change over here is that what? It does not satisfy the owner's obligation. But the carbon itself is still sacred, and one should not make any more deviations in the operating process of this carbon. In other words, one might have thought that once it deviated, you can deviate as much as you want. How much smaller than no, even though you deviated. So now again, the carbon cannot count for the obligation of the owner, but the carbon still has its sanctity, and therefore one should not make any more deviations than one already has. So the Gemara says, okay, the Rabbi says, It's like an Ola was shafted, Shaloh was shafted, and Ola was shafted for some other purpose other than an Ola. Asr is from Rabbi, Shaloh was shafted. So the halacha is, remember, once an Ola is shafted, Shaloh was shafted, what happens? It becomes that carbon that it was shafted for. So let's say again, the Ola was shafted with shame to Rabbi part, whatever it is. Right, so therefore, what does that do? That goes in and transforms into the Rabbi. And when you go in and you sprinkle the blood, you should have in mind to sprinkle the blood with shame the dog. In other words, don't deviate anymore when the blood is being sprinkled. So also, this is what I'm going to show. Once you don't deviate as much as you want, rather go ahead and maintain the same kabbalah for the rest of this week as well. So the Gamara was Ola Shashak Shlomo Shma. If an Ola was shafted not for its own sake, also Lizro Rama Shlomo Shma. We'll say just because the Ola was shafted Shlomo Shma does not mean the other Abolas should be done Shlomo Shma as well. Rather, those should be done Shlomo. We'll say, let me clarify this. See, I might have thought that once you deviated with the carbon, it's kind of do whatever you want. Commercial, no. Even if you deviate, so now what you've done is, when you deviate, what do you effectively do? We're going to see this tomorrow. You effectively end up repurposing the carbon. Once you end up repurposing the carbon is still kosher. But just understand, once you've repurposed, then stay the course. And then make sure ultimately the subsequent avodos are done for the same purpose as well. That's the idea towards the future. So the Gemara says, where do we know this from? Eat by saying Svara, eat by saying Ekra. One possibility is that it's a Svara logic. Other possibilities are eat by saying Svara. The Gemara says that it's a Svara. You shouldn't just shun Bam Kohan, you just shun Bam Kohan. So the Svara is just because you deviated once.
President Trump said,
the idea over here is as follows: that halacha l'maisa, one would have thought that once you deviated, you kind of do whatever you want. Just because you made one deviation does not mean that automatically the person should continue to go ahead and do more deviations as well. Even if I've gone ahead and changed the kavana of one should not forward, rather one should ultimately stay the course. If I say what's the possibility? What's the possibility? Moses Vasachat Shmor, Vasisa Kasher Adam Kasher. It was like, understand over here. The incredible thing is Kiddush number one is that if you are to uncover Shlomo, then what? What's the Kiddush number one? Is that it's kosher. Kiddush number two is that what? It transforms into that new carbon that I had intention for. Kiddush number three, which is really not such a Kiddush anymore, is stay the course. Stay the carbonic course. So I was supposed to offer up whatever it is shlugging. And then instead I had in mind for an Ola, fine. Stay the course for the Ola. Now stay the course. The carbon is kosher, the carbon is good, it doesn't satisfy my application, but stay the course. Do not deviate anymore. Those are really thinking about the cross. Moses Vasachat Shmor, Vasisa Kasher Adarta Lashalakata. So the Pasuk says, Moses Vasachat Shmor, that which you have promised, that which you have promised, ultimately again you should do. Vasisa Kasher Adarta. You should do as you pledge to have the Shmarafu. Lashalakata. Nidava. Nidava. I understand. I Nidava. Why does the Pasuk end up the Dava on the base? Nether. So it's like, you understand your inherent contribution in the Pasuk? The Pasuk begins by saying, if you made it, right? You found something to have the you should keep it, right? Because he's kasher nadarta. If you made a nether, you should uphold the nether. The Dava. Right? Kasher nadarta, so it's like, which one of the Pasuk is talking about a nether. What says you're going to see there's just a nether offering and a nedava offering. The pasuk says if you promise to bring a nether offering to Rabbi, follow through. And if you follow through, how should you follow through? By a nedava. I don't understand. If it's a nether, it's not a nedava. If it's a nedava, it's not a nether. The pasuk is telling me that if I made a nether to bring a carbon, follow through. Why does it bring in nedava? To which the Gemara says, let's listen to this. Hello. In Kamash Nadarta Asisa, a nether. If ultimately again, in if you've done as you pledged, right, then ultimately again follow through. The low Yidava Yehi. We'll say, watch this. The verse says as follows. If you promise to bring a nether and you follow through your Kavaros is for nether, fantastic, bring your nether. But if for some reason you deviate and you had in mind that your nether should want to be in the double, then what? Follow through on that. Stay the course. Even after you shifted, follow the course of the Gerash at this moment. Nether, the Hog Hashem Adarta, the Yeshua being nether in the double. That is our alive with us. We'll say, in Kumash Nadarta, so Sha'abad, Abu, you'll say, we'll say, if I had my bring a nether, and I'm doing Yabo, just the Sheikh nether, fantastic. Then great, stay the course. However, in love, you hate the double. You lose the down the send the double Paris, below the Shivarishans. We'll say, things happen over here. The first thing is as follows. The Pasuk is talking about someone who began this carbonic journey. Also, all our carbonic journey together. He began this carbonic journey by ultimately saying, I'm going to bring a nether. Okay, so fantastic. If your journey begins with a nether and you offer it up as a nether, Shalom Yisrael is fantastic. But if for some reason over the course of your journey, that which was supposed to be a nether you had in mind for the Dava, and when you checked it, you had in mind for the Dava, then what the most then what? Then what? Follow through. Then follow through. If you changed already and you changed it to an Adava, follow through. The one that you have to deal with later on is what? That you probably cannot satisfy your obligation. That will be not separate. But what it's teaching you is that once you've deviated, stay the course of your deviation. Follow through on the carbon the way you started this carbon off. You're not in the WA. When the Dava, you start the Shemini. And when assuming again, once it's in the Dava, then you're not permitted to deviate from it. So the Gemara says, so once it's in a double, I will say one is not permitted to deviate any one of those. Once I deviate, the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says very simple. I made a thought that once I deviate, I have a license to deviate back. The one the carbon was supposed to be much more what? I'm not sure no. Once you deviated, then that's the course you stay on. So it's supposed to be a nether. Then at the time of Shemini, I mind for the Dava, I deviated. So what does the Torah teach me? stay the course of the Rabbi. Stay the course of the Rabbi. So, by the way, it's an incredible Muslim who says, oh, Shabbos is the need to stay the course in life. So sometimes, again, we make mistakes, sometimes you got the wrong path. So I'll say sometimes you have to change courses, but sometimes you just have to stay the path and continue forward. You made a mistake with your carbon, it's fine. Finish out this carbon in accordance with your deviation. You may have to bring another one to satisfy your obligation, but no flip-flopping. No carbonic flip-flopping over here. So it says, Lima goes back to it. So now what we have is as follows. What we have is what the Mishnah is coming to teach Shabbos is like this. There are two principles over here. Number one, that if I'm supposed to offer, I was offering up a carbon, and I was supposed to offer it up for A, whatever A is. And it's a time of the Shida had a mind for we'll say, what's the halacha? Carbon is kosher. Again, we'll deal with the fact that if that carbon is supposed to satisfy an obligation, I didn't satisfy an obligation, but the carbon is kosher. But what's next condition of the Mishnah? Don't flip-flop. Which means if you checked the shame B, then what? Stay the course of B. Finish out the avodas of the carbon for the sake of B. How do we know that? Either svara, just because it changed once, but it changed thing, or kasa. So what's an abayim? So listen to this. Amali Rabbi Papa. So Rabbi said to Papa, "Your habis gaban, the arta, you were not going to the rest of it. The habis gaban, the arta, the kula beitama, the Rabbi Rabba meeting ma'azas sa'adavi shani." So let's listen to this. So Rabbi said to Papa, "You really missed out. You were not with us, but you were not with us the other evening in the Tchum of Beit-Ramah. Beit-Ramah is a place where Rabbi was that Rabbi said some incredible things because he brought up some contradictions and he resolved them. So I said, these are the kind of friends you have to find in life. The kind of friends who give you a stuff. What did you miss a night out with God last night? Right? We were at the Tchum of Beit-Ramah and Rabbi family should reconcile the crisis like nobody's business. Remember, she missed it. I'm so sorry you missed it. But it was an incredible thing. These are the kind of Havera we have to have. So these are the kind of nights out we have to have also. Okay, so it says the Gemara. Why reading now, Yosef? So we'll say, what is it that Rabbi was contract? What are the reconciliations that he brought up that was so? Let's listen to this. So what he quoted over here is the person that Rabbi quoted was our Mishnah. Which means all karbanos. So we'll say that we offered up, shelo b'shman. So again, our Mishnah said, what's this just from our Mishnah? Share, right? Now look at your kasha. So we'll say, so what do we see in this Mishnah? Haima b'shelo b'shman. So the reason ultimately, again, the reason was the Mishnah says two things. Number one is that I walk on myself, carbon is kasher, but shelo olu b'shem b'ayim. They do not satisfy the obligation of a particular owner. Now, what Rabbi inferred from this is as follows. The reason that the carbon mentioned by the Mishnah does not satisfy the owner's obligation is why? Because it was being offered up, it was acted for another purpose. They'll say, well, what can you infer from here? What you can infer from here is what happens if when the owner offered up the carbon, he had no comments. It just checked the idea. He didn't have in mind for anything. Obviously, he has in mind that it's a carbon, but he has absolutely no das of what type of carbon it is. So I'll say, what do you see here? It sounds like from based on the Mishnah that if the owner offered up the carbon, what we call stama. Stama means with no particular intention. It would satisfy the owner's obligation. I'll say, now remember again, where is that deal coming from? Because the Mishnah's case will say is what? We'll say, remember again, what does shalom lishman means? What does shalom lishman mean? For something else. Shalom lishman means I have actually asked for something else. That Rabbi says that's when it doesn't count towards the owner's obligation because he actively has in mind for something else. What we can infer from this is if it was stamdas. Stamdas means I have asked for nothing. I'm say people go to light. I like this. Right? Stamdas for nothing. Right? If I have das for A, I don't have das for B. I have stamdas. It sounds like in that case, not only did the carbon pressure, but what? It also counts towards the obligation of the owner. So that's deal number one. Almost stam and nami kill the shmata. So we see them here. We can even back to that stam. No das is the equivalent of the shmata. Let's say there's other contracts, this is amazing. But I get shenechtav, shalom l'shem tisha. Muslim. There was a new we learned that any get that was not written for a particular one. In other words, it was back to the Shmad din. To the Shmad din of that if the get was not written expressly the Shmad for a particular woman, also the stomach nami muscle. So what do you see from here? Let's say against somebody just wrote stomach get. So obviously, if the get was written shalom l'shem tisha, so shalom l'shem tisha means the get was actively written for another woman. It was actively written for Rachel, right? Or was actively it was actively written for Rachel A. So Rachel B can't use it, okay? Because Lamaisa again it was actively written for someone else. Stomach nami muscle. Those that ultimately again, but you can infer from that is as follows. The Mishnah of your typical get shnichtav shalom l'shem tisha means that the get is only kosher at what? If it's expressly written for the particular woman in question, who's stam and nami muscle. So you see from here that is stam das which is like a part of das, does not work. So which one is it? From Karbanos, it sounds like that what stam das, right, or is good, works. There's other condition that as long as they don't have active das for another carbon, stam das will not cover to cover my obligation. Yet by giving we see that stam das doesn't work. So which one is it? The Shani, Rabbi resolved this, Zvachim, the stam, the Shmana. Also this is amazing. So Rabbi said, when it comes to Kavanas of Osai, so Zvachim, the stam, the Shmana, look at Rashi in just a moment. Stam on the Shmana, the Bilma, called Kamado, Under Shemaihu, Fatih Hadusha. So we go say, remember we have covered dogs. Is that a person either said this animal was a cover, and a person said, I have an obligation, I obligate myself to recover. So substantially it's an obligation to recover. So we'll say, my Kavanos, the way it works is, it's the Shema until you do it. In other words, we'll say that my Kavanos himself, and at least none of this makes sense. Because the only time a person makes a Kavanah Osai is how he's either A, if circumstantially he's obligated, or B, if he obligates himself. So the idea is that even at the time of the Shechita, I don't have any express intent. The carbon itself is the Shema. And the only time that the Shema of the carbon is ruined, is when I actively uprooted by having Kavanah for a different type of carbon. However, Hashem is still an obligation of this. I will say a stam woman is not looked at as the Purush. Right? The stam woman is not in the Parsha of Purush. The stam woman is in the Parsha of being a married woman. So in order to go ahead and then put her in the Parsha of Purush, there has to be expressed das for the purpose of it. So it's like, it's actually quite amazing. Because what it's saying over here essentially is that once you get into the Kabbalic framework, by definition, you are considered to be the Shema until you do something to actively override that. But as long as you do not do something to actively override that or change that, the original circumstantial Kabbalah still remain in place. Just welcome this stomach chain. I will say, but this, by the way, is going to be very important because this is going to dictate how Kabbalah works. So now what you're telling me is that welcome this stomach chain. That by Kabbalos, as long as I don't have the wrong mindset, then what? Then by definition, we assume that the Kabbalah is kosher. So, okay, so that's what it means. Zvachim b'stomach shaver. That as long as I don't have erroneous mindset, the assumption is that the Kabbalah is being offered for the right Kabbalahs. So, what do you know about Zvachim b'stomach shaver? No one. Maybe you'll say the Kabbalah. So let's remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said, all karbanos that are offered up shalom b'shman. We'll say, what does it mean when a carbon is being offered up shalom b'shman? We'll say, what does that mean? So then again, Rashi already said, what did it mean? Well, I have active karbana for something else. It was supposed to be a shlomim, and I have actively in mind for an over. So the fact that the Mishnah chooses to say, Shalom tells me that the only way to get myself in trouble is to actively have in mind for something else. The low karponi, Shalom Yizgahu Lishman. It doesn't say that it's welcome Shalom Yizgahu Lishman. The difference is, versus two different things. Shalom Mizbechu Lishma. We'll say we tell me that what? That in order for a cover to be kosher, what do you have to have? Express intent Lishma. Shenizbechu Shalom Lishma tells me that the only thing that ruins this is when I have active kavanah for something else. But as long as I didn't have active kavanah for something else, I'm good. So here's the problem with that. God, they tried to deny me, but here's the problem. Again, it also says, Kalaget Shenekdov Shalom L'Shem Shabasa. Also, if I get it, also says, and you get that with you, Shalom L'Shem Isha. Below Kantoni, Shalom Nikdov L'Shem Shabasa. So here's the problem with this deal. We know again, if that's the case, then you can make the same deal by doing. That as long as the get wasn't in Shalom L'Shem Isha Acharas, that's going to be good. We know by get that's not the case. I get the most of the only way it works is how is that the get is actively being able to have the deal. If that deal doesn't work, and then we'll see, learn it from this deal. Remember again, I'm trying to figure out by Kavanos that Stam Das is good. And by Kavanos, I was like, even if I don't have express intention, active, we'll call it express positive, active intention for the cover being offered. As long as I don't have Kavanah for something else, the cover is going to be kosher. We don't know that. This time, Keita Lishman. So again, let's see the Mishnah says, what's the case of Lishman, the Shem Pesach, or the Shem Shalom? The Amar L'Shem Pesach, or the Shem Shalom. So the reason ultimately, again, what's the case of Shalom Lishman? Where a person actively says the Shem Pesach, or the Shem Shalom, how the Shem Pesach, Stama, kosher, almost Staman, to the Shlamim. Let's say so again, people look at the deal in the national here. The Shem Pesach or the Shem Shalom. So what's the key over here is what a person has in mind at the beginning of the Kabbalah, the Shem Pesach, and at the end of the Kabbalah, and at the end of the process, the Shem Shalom. So Rashi says here, how the Shem Pesach, Stama, Shalom Yishev after of the Shem Shalom, kosher, Afagam the stomach, we'll say, the person here is a stomach. If a person has in mind, again, we're going to see this later on, so that's the right now. But for our purposes right now, this is a case where at the beginning of the covenant, a person has in mind that is the Shem Pesach, and then at the end of the covenant process, he has in mind, or some part later on in the covenant process, he has in mind is the Shem Shalom. So he actively has in mind something different. That's where the covenant is problematic. But if he had in mind when the beginning of Shem Pesach, and doesn't have in mind anything specific later on in the covenant process, the covenant will so you see from here that what? Stama, but the most again, Stama intent is the equivalent of having intent Lishma, which was winning out. No more shining us, and we actually explain the why. The Amar Kala Osa Aldas Bishonos, Svero say, maybe you'll say that as long as we begin the covenant for the proper intention, even if you deviate later on, you don't care about that so much. As long as you begin with the proper intention, that's what matters most. Elam is safer, so maybe therefore, even in that case where I started out with Shem Pesach, even if I have stamped intent later on the website, that stamped intent doesn't undermine the covenant in any way. Why? Because I began to the right purpose. Elam is safer. John the Gemara says, not for the sake. Shalom Lishman, what's the case of Shalom Lishman and Lishman? L'Shem Shalom or L'Shem Pesach was the let's say I checked my covenant Pesach, and at first I had intention for Shalom, but then at the end of the process, I have in mind for Pesach. So I become L'Shem Shalom or L'Shem Pesach. The reason why the covenant is problematic is because in the beginning I had in mind for Shalom and then L'Shem Pesach. Hastama or L'Shem Pesach kosher. And let's say if I checked in the covenant for no particular purpose, and had in mind for what Pesach we were on the process. So the kosher. Let's say, so what do you see from here? You see from here that Stam Das by Kavanos works. The which one is in the one shining also the Amar, you'll be on Sopo also. Maybe that could skip a little side. But since in the end they had in mind for Pesach, what we say is Sopo Mohia also. Let's end of the Kabbalic process, shed light on the beginning of the Kabbalic process. Just like the end is the L'Shem Pesach, so to the beginning is L'Shem Pesach. Inami, I.e. the Tana Lishman, Lishman, Tananami, Lishman. But the other possibility is Moshe doesn't have you dive in that second case. Rather, again, it was only bringing down that second case for the sake of Mishneh symmetry. Rather, it was like, remember again, just we keep the eye on, but what are we trying to do? what the Gemara espoused was a very important Kabbalic principle, which is what? That Stam Das is proper Das by Kabbalah. What means what? That what we'll call Harad Das by Kabbalah is absolutely Kabbalic. That as long as by Kabbalah, as long as you don't have erroneous Das, the Kabbalah is going to be really silver. Now, how does it go? I got a thought that in order for a cover to be kosher, what do you need? Specific das for the cover being offered. Now what we'll say is that no, in order for the cover to be kosher, both procedurally as well as to help you in this obligation, all I need is what? Or all I need to avoid is wrong das. Wrong das. So I need to offer up my own das. I don't even have to have in mind that it's an old, I just can't have in mind that it's short, that it's something else. But as long as I have stam das for the covenant, which means I'm respecting it. One thing specific in mind, I just noticed, when I say nothing specific, I will say one thing is clear, which is why I have to have in mind that one, that it's a carbon. It's a carbon. That's really the only das I have to have. And as long as I don't have das for the wrong carbon, then that's only is the common culture. Also, no one else. What else? Fulfills my obligation. So since we're going to roll after that, it's actually amazing. And with this, we're going to continue. So the first element of the Shin Shishit Bar Haseda. Let's listen to this. And we're going to see this later on. This, you're going to see 112 on the page 46. We're going to see. So again, when you go ahead and you offer out a carbon, you have to have in mind 6 things. 6 things. The Shem Shishit Divine Mazela. Number 1, the Shem Zabach. You have to have in mind that you're offering it up for the purpose of the cover. The Shem Sabeach. You have to have in mind that you're offering it up again for the sake of the person for whom it is being offered. Rashi says the Shem Sabeach because she's covered by Bailon. The Shlomo is covered by Hakar. What is this has to be offered up, on behalf of the particular individual. The shame that I'm offering in this up for the the shame for the sake of the fires. Rashi says, all this I'm offering up as a carbon and not as a barbecue. The shame for the sake of creating an aroma. Okay, we'll look at it once and says all this. The shame that it has to be a pleasing aroma for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. As Rashi says, the shame hanochas rak HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The shomer b'nasar tzoro. The achatos v'asham the shame cake. And when offering up a chatos and an asham, it has to be offered up for what? Or ultimately, again, for the sake of a sin. Rabbi Yossi. After you show up, you have a little shame chatos and you have kosher. Rabbi says no. Even if you didn't have in mind, like these kavanas, your carbon is still kosher. Your carbon is still kosher. What did I say just a moment? Shelo hayibalibo, the shmo elastam. So this get echame. This comes along and says, yes, the chakilo should have these 6 things in mind, but even if you have these 6 things in mind, nevertheless, what? Your carbon is kosher. So get ready. This is wild. This is wild. Why? So see, the other thing just happened over here. Take it over one. The Gemara just tells me I have to have in mind 6 things, and I have to offer the carbon. The Yossi comes along and says, what? No, you don't. But even if you didn't have in mind any one of these 6 things, like your carbon is still kosher. Listen, look what we got. The Yossi is teaching us that what? Even if you offered up a carbon, what? Stamp. The carbon is still going to be obviously again. There has to be somewhat of a basic kabbalah, which is that you're offering up a carbon. But as long as you have in mind that you are offering up a carbon, even if you didn't have in mind these 6 things, ultimately again the carbon is going to be kosher. Why? Shetnai based. Because I will say again, this is a tonight based. Rashi says Shetnai also means based in legislative. Look at Rashi. Shetnai based in Sheyishchut Ustam V'lo Yaskiru B'Shchitasam B'Shlom. The first time also is based in actually legislated that you don't have to have in mind the Shchitas. Why? So the Gemara says. So the Gemara says. Shetnai based in Asli basis of Lema Lishmo. No, Asli Lema Shlo Lishmo. So based in actually legislated. that when offering up a carbon, we're going to delve into this more, that when offering up a carbon, the doctor should not say that the carbon is being offered up to Shmuel. Why? Because what are these things concerned about? These are concerned that somebody may make a mistake in what? Say that it's being offered up Shalom Shmuel. I will say now to actively articulate that a carbon is being offered up Shalom Shmuel could cause a whole other host of problems. Therefore, cases are going to keep it easy. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. When you bring your carbon, just bring your carbon. These are the custom apostle that if you want to say that a carbon that's offered up stamped without any intention other than it's a carbon, if you want to say that such a carbon is really possible, highly based on the last thing could basically go ahead and legislate something ultimately again that is possible. So we'll say, so you see the fact that Basin comes along and says that when you offer up your carbon, you don't actually have to say anything. You don't have to say anything. I will say that the reason changing legislature is the reason we're afraid that that you were going to say the wrong thing. They were basically saying, you know what? Don't say anything. Basin could only make the legislation of what? If stamped carbon is possible. If it's stamped down by a carbon of outside, it's shy. Stamped down is carbon. Right? Let's say if stamped down by a carbon is possible, so Basin could not legislate such a thing. It's only because we say that stamped down by carbon is possible. And so it's only because ultimately we say. It's only because we say that stamped down by carbon is pressure that Basin has the ability to legislate and say what? Don't say anything about it. Don't say anything. By the way, another more so. Sometimes in life, the best approach is don't say anything. Because again, one thing is clear. When you don't say anything, one thing is shows is what? You're not going to say the wrong thing. Like, basically what they're talking about. So again, with Kavanah Sos, there's a lot more you can mess up by talking than not talking. So don't say anything, and ultimately again the carbon will be kosher. But again, this legislation only works if halacha l'maisa. Ultimately again we say that standard is kosher. We'll say we'll stop over here for today. We're going to pick up with the get your problem you get this. We'll say what comes out is as follows. Let's just review what we've done. Number one is when you offer up a carbon shalom lishmo, and halacha l'maisa again the carbon is kosher, but it doesn't necessarily count towards the obligation of the Bible. That's number one. Number two, what we've seen is once you deviate and you offer up that carbon shalom lishmo, then what? Stay the course. Continue offering up the carbon for that particular deviation, right? That's number one. That's number two. Number three is that Number three is that stamped down by kavanos is going to be kosher. So we'll say even if halacha l'maisa again, a carbon is not offered up. So again, we say differently. In order for a carbon ultimately to encounter some type of carbonic problems, one would have to actively offer it up for the sake of something else. That's when the carbon is still kosher, but not as in the sacrifice pilot. But if a carbon is offered up with stamped down, so it's just for the sake of a carbon, even without what we call specific answer, which type of carbon, not only is the carbon kosher, but we see ultimately again the encounter of the obligation of the owners. So it's not going to be a kosher. So my Rosh Chodesh, that begins in Yom Hashem at 5.
On these programs that the public knows nothing about. I go into this on how the future, and I'm really I'm just plugging in. I'm really excited about the episode coming out because I interviewed Dr. Peter Stevens. She's one of the country's leading voices at the Soul Foundation, which is an institution that tracks this whole entire issue, but from a prism of science, not from a prism of conspiracy. And I think that
I will say good at the morning, but good word everyone. So just was sponsorship to Indian following live virtually in any way. But nevertheless, I'm thank you all of our sponsors for this new here today. Our commentaries sponsors for the month of Shvat carry on in honor of our parents' stay in the window. For leaving our sponsors, Nathan and Arthur, his father, Steve, and Coleman, inclusion his first represent. And I definitely sponsors for the all and Rothschild with the immigration of the United Israel, Ireland, and Russia, and Coleman, and married to all our all of the Mishnahs should have their people families. All those who are should have their prayer of holy self, holy is not the trouble, the message of child rock, so it's the worst. So today's math is in test 19. Wherever you are on your test of these 18, these are a lot today. That's 18 and 19 forward. Just to orient ourselves for a moment if we remember again. We know it's talking about the idea of Mishnah, starting to look at yesterday. Mishnah is speaking about different things. Different, actually started out, yeah. So we started with no law that we today as well. So the Mishnah is talking about the things that the Rabbi might say, go ahead and leave off of the coverage off that you are what you are going to say. So one of the things that came up was this concept of the seed pouring off the oil. So we discussed the idea that it can't really pouring off the oil because that oil, rather real conditions suggested is perhaps that the pouring of the oil done by a non-color is kasher bizarre. And the Mishnah then said, it's must not reflect the view of Shimon. So Shimon is a people that the seed of the pouring of the oil has to be done by the color. That's the real points. That's where that's off. So Shimon is found this idea that culturally should be more about that any point of view does not go again buy in to the public service. Ultimately, again, it doesn't have a portion in it. So we left off, because the 80 members who will up 90 members test 12 photos. This is the heroes of the life. So I only know if that's true for the particular photos, particular services that are mentioned in the concept. What about the general, all of the kind services? How do I look at this concept? Namely, if you buy into the video, that you're in effect going, don't buy into the Avoda, then you're not going to take the Avoda. Where do I know that by everything else? You know what it says? I mean, I just, so for example, this says, what are these 15 Avodas? How many seagulls are calling the how many those the mixing? How many seagulls for breaking up and mix up the pieces? Excuse me, how many those salting, two holes waiting, how much bringing it to this there? So speaking of Taurus, burning, Lily Ghosts, so back to the bird, couples receiving of the blood in the shines, Hazos, sprinkling, Hashbaz, Sota, the giving of the Sota to drink the waters, Hazibas, and Taras, so the purification process is well. This is Kapai, different Kohanic Rabbah, maybe within the concepts, whether you're inside the courthouse in the bush or outside, because that is what you're here, anywhere where the Congress will be there. So you guys, you guys, how do I know that in the case, if Chloe subscribes to the concept of religion, if he subscribes to the concept that all of these things are you Kohanic responsibility for his Avoda is effective. If he doesn't buy into it, then his Avoda is ineffective. How do I know this? Well, the long run, the average rate on 30-year fixed rate mortgage is down to its lowest level since September of 2022. Has to be done by the Sunday. So the Avoda is only effective done by the Sunday. What is that? So Chloe should the 15-year fixed rate mortgage rate is also down and averaging 5.35%. Experts say a lot of Americans are not using their health savings accounts to their full advantage. ABC's Rabbi services HSAs are accounted pre-tax dollars to be used for medical needs. Experts call HSAs critical times in advantage because contributions are pre-tax and investment growth tax free. Withdrawals and qualified medical expenses are also tax-free. You see people are leaving valuable tax savings on the table. It's certainly a one I guess so. In the world's first artificial intelligence avatar is running for a seat in the legislature in Colombia.
BBC's Mike Muse says the candidate is called Katana. It is running for a seat usually reserved for indigenous communities.
They have sourcing ideas and community about the situation, about what they want to see. Then what it would do is to pull together the ideas and then it would spit out what they believe the best legislation is.
The candidate describes
herself
as an environmentalist and takes her name from an indigenous freedom fighter. So Kevin said things are just changing so fast. When we get back, Councilor Dean Sharp is joining us, and we'll be talking about some good things coming out of the international film, show like Fighting Garage Wars. When you think of garage doors are like doors for the house, pivoting front doors, and flush sliding doors. From your Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, we make these professional
So we've got the first one was the last the course, which again he's very clever so ultimately again perhaps the grant required as well. So that's the James Long. So yeah, we end up with therefore the entire hour requires a point. That's another shit. We're saying that even oil has to be done that point. But a regular method, what we call the stress just a regular method, where there is different meats and requires a coin, and the coin of the oil doesn't require a coin. Alright, so you guys, let's here's the problem. I'm really rubber. So let me say first one, right? And the first one, I'm really rubber. Let's say here's the issue. Here's the answer.
politics of the lag on
Really fast, don't let it be
sent Trudy Hudson to prison for 2
you
decades.
really learn how
Podcast
to go
Over
first.
Guilt
The
explores
point of
that
the oil, the
injustice,
big
the unlikely friendship
even
for
has Israel, the only for Israel is now, plus your shit is there, I'm popularly sure. That's the thing, what you say, just like that, the news of the Israel, in a point, goes the oil, exactly the oil, the Minchas country, so it's about the news of the Polish, shows up, you could get out the other mysterious man, I'm not that way, look how shit, the Rabbi also was out the country, shows up, everything is the first time, shows up, what is talking about, so much more than this, and what's talking about, messed up. I really, again, before it considers study, so ultimately, again, everything was so according to the point, Americans have to work exactly perhaps that was the entire process. And what Rabbi allows is 1 second. Shahid association described as the Yitzhak. The word that we learned that even a mitzvah that doesn't have a mitzvah requires pouring of oil. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzhak made a consult. Again, interestingly enough, a mitzvah that doesn't have a mitzvah is a word from a mitzvah that does have a mitzvah that requires Yitzhak pouring of oil. If that's the case, it makes sense that even a mitzvah that doesn't have a mitzvah should be looked at just like by
I had a dream I was fighting so hard for my Judaism. Like, fights.
What our mission said is that report the whole building at once, then what the news or you put in context that the news is that the news is effective. So ultimately, again, that the Yitzhak is Shira is out. So the Gemara said, that again, and everyone's aware, Shira is not focus, and Shira is ultimately the glory of the oil must try to reconcile the two opinions. Then it turns out that they're reconciling. The Torah says extremely as well. In life, and this is important, as conflict resolution as well. It's always good to find common ground.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
And with this solid differences, and that's okay. That's okay. You see, the beauty over here is that when Shimon and Rabbi could live on the same page of the even though other cultures have irreconcilable differences, we think that reconcilable differences automatically means conflict. It's not true. It's important to see people reconcile. It's important to see people on the same page. But even if you can't actually get intellectually or logically or theologically or philosophically on the same page, there's still the ability to live together on the same page. So my time with Rabbi,
Here's what we're following in the power outage is not no daily kitty shares department. 911 system. Power went out around 6 last night, and Kelly County Sheriff's spokesperson says the disruption is impacting 911 calls within the Sheriff's Department's jurisdiction. But the 911 calls are being automatically redirected to the control station, business phone lines, and radios. 5 people have been arrested, and about $5 million worth of goods have been seized in cargo theft busts in Corona, Wilmington, and Compton. What they took was 84 containers, 11 tractors, 25 vehicles, 6 ATVs, 2 forklifts. Investigators also recovered $300,000 in cash and 3 guns. All 5 arrested are from Corona. Officials say they're expecting more arrests. First Lady Melania Trump is donating the 2025 inaugural ball gown to the Smithsonian. She'll be attending an event with the museum today, and the gown will feature in her recently released documentary, Melania, where the designer was used sketching it, fitting her for it. The gown will be displayed at the Smithsonian Institution, National Museum of American History. Ever been to that? Let's say good morning now to our friend Shark, who has a short disease because he's leaving us
The progression. Not today, so will take you a pour of what it's flour oil. The Nasa
because I'm so jealous.
Place upon the Pavona frankincense. They appear and open the iron, but today it is brought to iron coin. The color means us. So it's clear that it's brought to iron and iron does.
Which is another thing that I really want to do. One of the rare cruises on the small boat. That's so amazing. I can't wait to see pictures and draw them.
Which is again, secret the pouring of the oil
and
the legal mixing that can be done by a
international
the Bishop
show. Sounds like it's like the CPS for building.
modifies both which comes before it as well as that which comes after it. What comes before it is its secret and holy love, pouring of the what comes after it is Knitza. So it's fantastic. So the whole sort of Bishop of ultimately, again, it's hard to actually this particular process. Incredible. So we also one second. Suffered that we shouldn't make an interesting level of we should be really going. That is versus the exegetical concept. Now, it's not true that we shouldn't actually hold that halacha so. The halacha is fantastic. Go ahead and be action both ways, right? Is that actually that is a possible reaction both ways, both before it and after it. That satisfies that which comes before and after. So the Gemara says, "V'chayin lidon." The halacha had totally done what happened.
Okay, so just for a little sneak peek, I mentioned that we're going to be talking about this morning. On the house, I know that you have to do it with your cars.
So the Gemara says, "ViralRabbi short takes
so the first thing you see when you drive up to a house is a big old ugly garage door. A lot of times.
the coin does couple Kabbalah ultimately again, sorry, Kabbalah has to develop his right hand. The etzba'ot v'noso, then he shall do the one application with his etzba'ot. Rabbi Shlomo Yesina Elohim. Now, he just made that the one application can only be done with the right. So two things being learned from it. The one that Kabbalah is done with the right hand, and the two that the one application, the etzba'ot, is done also with his right hand. Your Shimon, the Yad, the Kabbalah, doesn't say the word Yad when it comes to Kabbalah. However, below the Yad, the Kabbalah, keep on the small portion, says at the end of the day, it doesn't say Yad by Kabbalah. Even if you did Kabbalah with your left hand, ultimately the Kabbalah is touching the Rabbi, and the Mikra, Midrash, the Torah, the Akhraf, so let's say now Abai is also going to connection here. When the connection is held, darshan, the pasuk is a pasuk darshan, just kind of like in a linear sense, or is it darshan both before and after? And yet in this case, the Shimon is not darshan the pasuk before it and after. In other words, it's not darshan before and after the keyword. So I have to do just a before Allah. I kind of objection. That was the Shimon's logic. So that's what was interpreting that. What's the Shimon's logic? Why does the Shimon say that ultimately again you seek up? What requires a point? Because the person says the idea. Well, most things are being so that most things are very interesting. By the way, Shimon's logic is like this. The word the idea the fall is like the one on the keyboard. The fall is a connector. So the fall on you shall bring it connects to the fall of the comments. So remember again, the reason that you wasn't very focused as a coming from the idea of the article is the comments you shall bring it to our point, the comments, and we'll go and so the idea will comments. So ultimately, again, the ball of the comments ultimately again connects itself to the ball of the idea, indicating to us that all of these just like what we translate on by a queen, so to again that ball, that connector ball connects us to ultimately again the beginning of the pasuk as well. So we must ball most about the generation. So therefore again, the Bible says so we get this to understand it. Big comment means and will be the should understand and will be the indicates and she was already doing some other things beforehand. In addition to the things that we do beforehand, we must continue and do the counsel. So what was he doing beforehand? And should just that's the point of the oil. So we must serve should be not more shiny. We should put that way. And when you see a ball connects to that which was occurring beforehand. So there's the early after that, we say about the most that is in the war. The shot is just how however, we over the article and set down this so the person says over here, right, that they'll go ahead and literally slowly develop the cat. The go over the article and some I will offer up the blood. And it'll bring the blood to the nurse that he cap over, but he let them discuss so ultimately again from Kabbalah, from receiving of the blood and the cover of Katos and on, that's when you require a call. Rabbi, Shkia is that. Shkia itself is kosher even with a non-Torah. Which the Gemara says, even so even a Shkia. God will say about the Rabbi Shimon subscribes to this idea that a God is like a connector, connecting it ultimately again to that which came before it as well. If that's the case, then he holds that way. So the verse says, Shita Hafendani desire to Psula. And ultimately, also remember the passage says, this Shabbat has been a Bakar, the people very hard. Rabbi Shimon holds that falls are connectors, connecting themselves with each other. And the same way that it says, ultimately again, the Greek over the iron of so will walk the blood. So that love should connect itself to the love of the Shabbat. And say, just as Kabbalah, Rico, has to be done with the coin, so Shita has to be done by coin as well. The God's coin does Shita, ultimately the vessel, which means a really more shiny puzzle on the side that the puzzle says, this Sama, this Shabbat. says the sum of the shot, smicha shita, smicha bizarre, just like smicha, which is the only animal everyone agrees that's done by that quantity. Shita bizarre, so the shita can be done by that quantity as well. Let's look second. Ima smicha the Bible, shita the Bible, that's the case which is saying, just like smicha done by the owner, so the shita should have to be done by the owner. Which the emergency who almost is Congress. That doesn't make any sense. I'll tell you why. Because it's top over. Who's not speaking because they can follow by environment. It's which is indoor caparros because the indoor environment doesn't require the owners. And she does the lab take the caparro motion. You know the ones she does? Which is not part of the caparro should not require the owners. It's the table and the action which should be action. Maybe you say you can't learn and say this because of what is the last one you want. Obviously, that's why Kansas Rico. I think that's done with the pieces of the English. That's the bad points. You can't learn how to hold it again. It's the best sheet up on the Rico. Another that one they're doing. Other stuff says it's listed by the paper. What this doesn't mean paper. The shafak is part of Fatas Asher roll. So the plus says interestingly enough that Aaron Shek, the part of Fatas that is his. Right? Well, the sheet of the Alamo, but the fact that the articles and this way say that on the paper, Aaron Shek is Fatas indicates that that's an album. That's the paper that Aaron Shek is Fatas. But ultimately, again, during the rest of the research, he does this not require a code. Over that, so that said, Homakum Shaya and Angola, so second, new topic. So therefore, okay, hello for the way, so still stuff on the food system that is shooting and that is still one this year. Therefore, hello for the way, so go. So we have it up all the way to the recording of what even be done by an employee. And now we have to be sure the things that we need to go. Done by that's not my focus. You see, that says, the most shooting of my phone was people in the area. So it sounds like we're obviously the answer is like this. Anytime we see both the word total and total that indicates to us that particular process that is being mentioned in the process.
No, I had this dream how hard I fight for Judaism. I'm not going to get into it, but it's like incredible. No T-Fat K. WTF. Bob is in Florida.
The little secret rate I was told that by one here, it doesn't say the word Torah, but it does say the word Torah. God said, to live for the Nazir, get everything, even the little things by Nazir, right by the Nazir's offering, is not gave. And yet it only says the word Torah, it doesn't say the word Kuba. Shani Hasan came and said, King Yehasa, Kiban could see the Kuba. Since there's another place, right Nazir, it says, King Yehasa. This is the way it shall be done. Indicating to us that every part of the process is backward dispensable. It's a Kuba. I already told you what about the Torah. The Lord Siva Bay and the Torah only says the word Torah doesn't say Kuba. Which is very yet we learn our Pasha, the word is besides that, again, Torah, there are 40 words. 10 words, 4 different types of words. Those 4 types are indispensable realities. You must have it. You don't have it, your covenant is invalid. Yet, interestingly enough, the only says Torah tells you 6 Kuba. The word Shemar says, I know I should refer to Shemar what and therefore, again, just the same Zara told us to do that. However, Shlomo, you know, those Charlotte,
Stop the favorite time of the week when you get to hear Papa try to speak. When he's surprised today, you better ask Jay or watch 10 minutes.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, please join the Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. Tater Talk once a week, guys. Peaches. If you join the Patreon, you get to see the show early. Don't you want to do that? We got a good song coming up. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's not why you're here, though. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. So start the timer. Play the chin clip.
Oh, shit. 1 second, dude.
Dude, Poppy, what are you doing, bro?
All right, bro.
That's my favorite one, I think.
Let's get this going, dude. Alrighty.
Wow.
We got Mark Harley during the Super Bowl before GTA 6, posted by eRed19. We got Mark Harley last year on the Super Bowl, dude.
2 years in a row. 2 Super Bowl commercials in a row. Has anyone ever done that before?
Usually, like, the A-list celebrity. He might be A-list now, dude.
He's getting there.
Yeah.
It's just, it was said ad nauseum. It's what happens when successful people leave Thick Boy. They become even more successful. Just a fact.
Global superstar, some would say.
Tiger fact. He's, watch the rise, fellas. Ever heard of it?
And also leave a comment below if you were with your family watching the Super Bowl and you go, oh, when you see this half-naked guy on the screen. Because that's what I did, and everyone was like, what the hell?
It's kind of like, when you did this, I thought, that is hilarious that you did that in front of your family. But it's the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Yeah. That's what all of the cats. I'm surprised. Is that not a post? That's got to be a cat's post. Mark's on the thing. And then it's the Leo thing from one of the greatest movies ever seen.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah, shout out to you, Mark. Hell yeah, dude. I'm going to send you a text soon here. Swear to God. Oh, this is a bunch of comments. Let's see. What else we got? Joe Camel couldn't find a clean suit, it seems. Posted by DabOz66.
Suit's dirty or just what's dirty? Just wrinkled to me.
You know, people back in the day, Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie were like, we were just fucking in the car. But now can't do that, dude?
Yeah, he's just a guy living his life, man.
The only thing dirty is that tongue right there, dude. What the hell is that all about?
It's always out. Maybe, wait, when you scrolled in there, is that like dirt on it or something? I can't really tell, dude.
Looks a little wrinkled for sure, yeah.
It's wrinkled, yeah.
Oh,
fuck. Damn, dude.
Well, he was definitely modding a truck while wearing that blazer.
That would be so worrisome if you saw a guy working on a truck in a blazer. You'd be like, damn. Especially Shab, his brain's broken.
Damn, dude. Sometimes, you know, you just can't write this shit, dude.
What do you think happened?
For sure, his life is falling apart, dude. What do you want me to say?
Oh, damn, I didn't know.
Everything's going bad, dude.
I was...
Adderall.
I didn't even think about that. It's cocaine. Hilarious. So much cocaine that it's on his back. Just a bunch of powder. He's going crazy. I was thinking, you know, he's a slob. And he didn't have a suit until the very last minute. He's like, hey, George, give me your suit. Some guy he knows named George. And he's like, do you have a suit? Because we're about the same size. Or he pulls it out of his closet and he ate like a donut or something.
He ate a donut, dude.
Yeah, like a powdered donut.
Oh, this isn't jelly, it's powder. And then next thing you know, he's on the red carpet, dude.
Or, you know, he could be so many things. He could literally, he's such a piece of shit that he could be a witch. A witch cast a spell on him. Because he like hit a witch's car and tried to drive off, or he did something bad to a witch, and the witch was like, and blew this on his back, and now he's cursed. There's 3 fucking things he has to do, or 3 bad things happen to him.
Here's my thing, dude. You know, have you followed Jay Moore at all or no?
That fucking white guy. I know a little bit about him. What about him?
Jeannie Buss's guy,
husband,
right? Or husband,
boyfriend, or something.
Situationship.
Yeah, they own the ice house. Never heard of that.
You know him? He went to rehab for Adderall use. You know that?
Recently?
No. This is like 5 years ago.
Dude, Poppy, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, 5 years ago he went to Adderall. He went to rehab for Adderall use.
He went to Adderall for Adderall use.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say here, dude. Yeah. He disappeared for 3.5 years.
Wow.
And then came back and was like, I changed my life. Never got that shot.
Yeah, he's never really addressed. He's Teflon when it comes to drugs and alcohol. So we've heard.
Right. Right.
He does it for a while, then he stops. He doesn't need to go to rehab or give a speech about it. I'm done with it. He just quits when he wants.
Dude, when you're doing the amount of patties that makes you like on the pod, you know what I mean? Like do the weird faces he's done and stuff like that.
Right.
Remember we've seen that off the podcast where he's like making those weird faces and Callum talking.
Yeah, that's from drugs, you think?
Yeah. No, that's from too much drugs. It's from drugs.
I feel like we make those kind of faces sometimes, but I don't think it's from the Vivance.
So I probably make those faces for sure.
But you're not on drugs.
Right. I'm on sober mocktails, dude, but listen,
that's social media. This isn't real.
Where there's white powder, there's Addy, dude.
Yeah, I mean, dirty clothes on a nice suit. Dirty shit on a nice suit. It's worrisome somewhat, I guess.
Pray for shop, dude.
Not to start a narrative.
Allegedly. It was totally normal to see 15, 16-year-old girls at the club with 40-year-old men in the 90s. Brian Callen, posted by Hater990VR. Did you see this brain dead take he's had?
No, I didn't. But you don't even want to say that, even if it's true, because it just sounds so bad.
Wait till you see the clip, Chin.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's bad.
That picture is so funny. That's the face he made after he saw the Elephant Graveyard video.
Comedy czar.
The hat is crazy, man. Like, listen, I get it. I'm a bald guy, right? Have I ever wanted to wear a newsboy cap? You're goddamn right I have. Have I thought about it endlessly throughout my life? Can I pull off a newsboy cap, fedora, etc., etc.? Yes, I've considered it. But I don't do it because I know I look like that.
Yeah.
I don't want to look like that.
I mean, you got this too. Drive fast, talk ass, Eddie.
That's true. I have better hats like this one and this one. We both have great hats.
Yeah.
We don't need fucking. I mean, what the fuck does he think? It's like he's in Peaky Blinders or some shit. Peaky Blinders sounds like a show about him because it sounds like a small person. Peaky Blinders. Peek out of their fucking short hole.
Oh, little Joe.
Little Joe. Drinking his little Peroni.
Alrighty, let's see this. Working Toe 855. How many votes for no more Slojo content unless it directly involves brain dead? I like that.
Yeah, I do too because we try and stay away from the fans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't really want to talk about Slojo.
Yeah.
She seems like a nice person, I guess. I don't really want to get into it.
Yeah.
It's keto, bitch.
As long as he's keto.
Alrighty, let's see. Let's move away from Slojo here, dude. Let's practice what we preach. She farts a lot, though.
The farting stuff is kind of funny, but I could do without it.
That'd be cool if you put just no more Slojo unless it's farting or brain dead. You know?
I mean, it's kind of mean to make it seem like she farts, but then it's obvious she's not farting.
Everyone farts.
Yeah, but you know, if there was a subreddit, would you want your wife on there just constantly farting?
Oh man, if you would have made it about me, I would have been like, yeah. But if it was my wife, I don't want that.
No, none of that. You don't want your family. You want to be attacked yourself, not your family. You know, that's why I attack my family or others. They say.
Let's see here. Posted by Khabib Time. Papa married. You're just kidding. Papa married to a Mexican, but he gets triggered when the family speaks Spanish because he's too dumb to learn the language.
That sounds like shit.
Who the fuck is Marshall? Don't just say that. I don't know that fucking last night I popped off because Joanna's aunt's staying with us. Yeah. Her English isn't great, but you know, it's not terrible.
Your Spanish.
Awful. I speak no Spanish. We're all the kids are we're all getting together forever. You'll never know. You just gave them.
Hi, Miss Aquarius.
30? Well, yeah, but no.
Alrighty. I'm here for you.
That's just to create an application that there are no indispensable conditions. However, let's see if I have you well. So we will succeed. So we see here, when the chart was not able to repeat itself, even if we're talking about fetal consumption, that leads to reality where all of the details of service are indispensable. As a shining house of Robert it's different every conducting from success. We got shown when we shut off. Ultimately, from the flower and from the sparkles and the base, you test the base 19 degrees. Whereas the shining acid, they never come from. ultimately, again, it is oil and flour are not paid by Polish plus, but nothing else ultimately, again, is okay, interesting. Then I will say, children of the Japanese, we just stated before, this food and Torah. So again, it turns out it's obviously another kind of Torah rituals how that for us is that where it says in the Torah of Kuba, that creates a special reality that morphs ultimately again into wherever it says Kuba, that's the special reality, that's the special details, right? And then it just says Torah correctly modified by Kuba. And then that was modified again, that was modified again to say that Halacha Isa has supposed to different Torah actually to repeat certain concepts, when it was going to repeat something, that's the time that this is what this is not happening.
Wait a minute. Mid-30s? Bro, you are not mid-30s. We've established that Shab is older than us, right?
Right, I'm in my early 30s.
Yeah. And Shab is like, what?
40.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
There's no way that Shab is... I'm not older than Shab, am I? I know we've looked this up before, but I get scared.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. Me and Bobby talk about this.
Just scared of the idea that he's... I can't be...
42 years old.
That makes sense.
He's way older.
He's 42.
Mid-30s. He doesn't even know how old he is.
Oh my God.
We're watching... We're going to be on the Nuremberg trials, dude. We're bad people for watching this and laughing at him.
I don't feel great, but it's fine.
Am I going to pick it up in my mid-30s?
What am I going to pick it up in my mid-30s?
Wow. They're when we're on trial, so you're laughing at him because he didn't know how old he was. So you didn't think that could be serious brain. That's not a serious thing. You and they're like, Ernest, jail. You're going to jail. You should have saved this guy from Brian Callen.
Well, yeah, but no, I'm in America. I speak English, right? So we're around the dinner table, and they're talking, dude, for an hour. The entire conversation in Spanish. I'm just staring out the wall, and finally go, well, fuck me. Well, I'm just gonna sit here and stare at the fucking wall while you guys have a great dinner. Yeah. And you just Spanish. I'm like, after 45 minutes, I'm like, I feel disrespectful.
A little bit, right?
A little bit. I have no clue what you're talking about. Nothing. So I'm like, I should go eat in another room.
What I'm gonna do? You're gonna go.
Are we enjoying the food I bought?
You're gonna go figure out a way to pay for your house.
Yeah.
And all the bills.
And y'all can't speak the only language I speak? Is that not crazy?
Dude, from the Bronx.
You know what's crazy and sad about that is that if it was in English, you wouldn't understand it either. Almost no difference, really. I mean, unless they really dumb it down for him, he's not going to get it. Eat it. So I don't understand the issue.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Because that makes me a big old pussy.
I guess that makes me
Shut the fuck up, Shad. What are you gonna give to the? I'm starting to sound like Brian. What are you gonna give to the conversation? It's like impossible not to mimic. But really, what are you gonna give to the conversation? Not much. Yeah. They're gonna say you're gonna say something really stupid. People are gonna have to be all right, and then move on as if you didn't embarrass your wife.
Also, you just go watch TV. Like, you're so easily entertained. You just put on Blackfish again or something.
Yeah, nobody will notice if you leave the table. They're like, okay, Shab's gone.
Gracias a Dios.
He doesn't know Spanish yet?
Okay. No, he thinks he's in his mid-30s.
Yeah, he doesn't even know who doesn't know Spanish. He doesn't know how old he is. So, Spanish is something that is way down the line. We're trying to get him to know his ages.
Oh, this one was 5 days ago. This one was huge on the subreddit. You saw this?
I saw what you made with this pretty funny.
Oh, yeah. Me mechanic, Khabib time. Let's see here.
So weird, dude. All he just this is filming himself taking out a screw.
2 screws, Daddy.
2 screws. Sorry, I didn't mean to shortchange it. Anybody can do this. I'm a moron. I can do that.
I literally did this on the bug this last weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
Today I work, and I don't talk about work at all, but one of the lights
was blinking, and it's one of the lights that turns on automatically when you come in, right? And it's doing like this weird. It looks weird.
Yeah.
And I know our contractor is going to be in, so I text him. I say, "When you're here, can you look at this?" And he's like, "It's just a light, man." You know, like, but I go up there and I'm looking at it, and I take a ChatGPT picture of it because I try and twist it out because it's got all these weird bulbs in it, and you just gotta pull it out. ChatGPT says. So I go up there and I pulled it out and I said to the admin person, "Find this on Amazon, get a new one. I'll put it in myself."
Yeah.
Toontown. That's an episode of Toontown. I could film myself doing that and make $1 million. I almost fell off the ladder. And when I put the ladder, I had to go like this because I put the ladder in the wrong way. Go like that. I couldn't even see. The staff was like, I kept burning my hands as I didn't know how to turn off the light. That's the whole thing. Yeah, I'm not chopped. Not there yet.
100% not chopped. What happens next? Another one from Icarus Lives. Let's see what this one is. Part 17. Let's see.
Long story short, I've been really into country. Like I've always been into country, but what music, or what country music guy are you liking, or what's your?
You know all of it. That's gonna, yeah.
I mean, really all of it. I just put on Spotify and just when you heart things, it gets like on the algorithm. Anybody in particular that you're liking? I mean, of course, Morgan Wallen, who's huge right now. What's your favorite song of his?
Is this guy homeless?
It's aggressive.
He's great. He's like grilling him, man. It's like, whoa, dude.
He might have been a slow weekend change. He's like, we need something on the Reddit.
Because I like Morgan Wallen, right? But I can't even remember the name of the song. I'd probably, if you asked me, I would just start singing it.
Yeah.
That's what I would never. Like, you know that song, and I'd start singing it.
But here's, you gotta start at the beginning here, Daddy.
Okay.
Papa, don't kill me. But
sure.
What's your favorite kind of music?
And I'll say country.
No, see, like, this is what I'm saying.
But I wouldn't say country.
Exactly. What's your favorite kind of music?
Is that what he said? What's your favorite?
I think so. That's
oh
like,
my God.
Why would you say country?
Oh my God. I wouldn't use Morgan Wallen. I'd use somebody that I could rattle off a few songs.
Yeah, that's true.
George Strait or something.
Yeah. You're allowed to feel ashamed, but you have to be honest.
You should pick, if you can't name a single country thing, but you just listen to Spotify, like which one? This is something that needs to be taught to Shop. Like basic reasoning. It's kind of how Mark was telling us about how Shop doesn't understand the fundamentals and ideas of comedy. Yeah. He thinks comedy is just like, you say that person is fat to them. Joke. Whereas it requires a little bit of you don't go to A to C every time or whatever it is. A to B, A to C or whatever it is. Start playing the clip, goddammit. I'm fucking goddammit. Just play the clip.
Okay. Can't name a song.
Oh man, I can't name the song, brother. Yeah, dude, Bossy, he's been obsessed with bats. He's been obsessed with bats because there's bats in Austin, so we walk to get bats. Some dude, whatever knew I was around town, came up and was like, "Hey man."
Like, gives him a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Welcome to Austin, give me a cowboy hat. Oh, come on.
Don't you kind of want to give him a cowboy hat now? Have you seen him? Oh, yeah. I almost want to carry on a cowboy hat, but he wouldn't know who we are, probably.
Yeah.
Beat us up.
I would give it to somebody to give to him so that I felt good.
Every state, every state that he's in, whatever the state is associated with that thing, you're there and hey, man, like,
welcome to Wisconsin, here's some cheese curds. What's your name on them? Welcome to New York, here's some pizza.
Dude, please do that. If you ever see Shop and you're in a specific state that has something, give it to him, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so dumb, I don't know anything. Vegas, here's some chips. Like poker chips. Yeah. There you go. Welcome to Las Vegas.
Colorado, here's some skis.
There, yes, the big ass skis. Yeah. Shop's like, okay. Carrying around giant skis.
Dude, you're not going to believe it.
You will not believe what just happened.
How great is my name on it? What? Dude.
I don't know. Don't get into that, huh? You already got all these cars, big cars. You have the green one, the mostly green one.
Yeah, but it only goes straight.
I remember that.
Yeah, but only go straight.
What?
You can only go straight.
What?
I gotta take corners and shit. If you go left or right, I'm fucked.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's the stupidest fucking thing.
If you want to look stupid in a car, why not buy a stupid car? Probably easy when you get to your destination to just do a George Michael.
I love Top Gear, dude.
I knew what it was, but I never seen it.
Oh, really?
No, I never watched Top Gear.
Grew up watching Top Gear, dude. Always been a truck guy. Alrighty, let's see here. Posted by the Way I Am 313, we have What the Fuck Is This latest episode? And I think we're gonna have more clips about this, but
the Ben's one, yeah.
Ben? No, no, not that, not Jerry. This is
not
T5K. Yeah.
Okay.
Callan just spent 2 hours downplaying and normalizing everything in the Epstein files. He said he talked to Rogan about the Ben's episode, then goes on to stick to a key few points the entire episode. Reading between the obvious lines here, these are clear marching orders because it was similar shit that Rogan and Ben's stuck to on the other episode. Callan kept going back to it basically being a bunch of rich dudes cheating on their wives, and that he doesn't care about that, including Peter Adia in what he didn't care about. He also tried to minimize it by chalking it up to a bunch of socialite NYC models hanging around rich dudes. Just typical stuff in the 90s. He ignored the trafficking part and said it was probably barely any guys that were into children. So again, just a regular thing that with rich dudes in New York partying with young hot models, Rogan propagated this too, although not to the level Callan did. And he went on and on with these and other points. He's a piece of shit, but these aren't just his organic thoughts. He also stood firm on defending Woody Allen. Fucking weird Pete. Yeah.
Did you see that tweet about Woody Allen where the guy was like, I refuse to believe that Woody Allen cheated on his daughter?
Oh, I didn't see that. It's
I don't know what it was. Never heard.
Waters, his appearance. What's up, Dal? Damn, shout out to people, dude. He's got some great comments.
Oh, I heard about this too. It's like he's calling him out or something.
For talking shit. This is old, dog.
Oh, really?
One day I'm gonna show you something. I didn't say you're sloppy. I just across the wind. 100%. You take earlier fights. No, you said it on this fight. I didn't say that. I said right here.